Okay, we are going to call to order the Town of Telluride, Colorado Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, February 25th, 2025. It is 10:01 a.m. We are in person in Rebecca Hall as well as hybrid online here at 113 West Columbia Avenue. First thing I'd like to do is, starting from my right, is do the roll call.
Ellen 11.
Geneva Shawnette.
Ashley Von Sprecken.
Dan Enright.
And Teddy Erico. Agenda item number 1, public hearing. 1A, a public hearing for an appeal of a final decision made by former interim senior planner Ron Quarles regarding Lot 19, Block 12, WTA, variation to the 25-foot wetland setback. And to start this public hearing, we have Kristen here for the staff presentation. The first thing I need to do is open the public hearing and basically introduce this matter for the public hearing and introduce the record into the record, the recorded documents in the public hearing, which consist of the following. The Town of Telluride Home Rule Charter adopted on October 27th, 1977, as currently amended. The Town of Telluride Municipal Code adopted on July 15th, 1997, as currently amended. The Telluride Land Use Code adopted on March 15th, 1988, as currently amended. The Town of Telluride Master Plan as adopted on August 29th, 2006. The appeal record and town council packet materials prepared by the Town of Telluride Town Clerk. And Tiffany, have we received anything else for this hearing?
No, we have not.
Okay, great. With that, then we now will get to the staff presentation with Kristen. Kristen, you have up to 30 minutes.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm just going to kick it off. I know you've all reviewed the record thoroughly for this appeal. I'm going to share some additional level of details during my presentation, just so that while you may be aware from reviewing the record, the public is also up to speed on the details of this appeal. Give me one moment here. So on August 19, 2024, Chris Hazen, principal for the Terra Firm Incorporated, as a consultant to the owner of Lot 19, Block 12, West Telluride Edition, requested relief from the wetland regulations, LUC Section 3, Division 8, in contemplation of future construction. The request included 2 parts: an administrative approval as per Section 3820B1 of the Land Use Code to allow soil disturbance within the 25-foot wetland setback on the south side of Cornet Creek for the construction of a primary residential structure, and an administrative approval as per Section 3820B1 of the Land Use Code to allow soil disturbance within the 25-foot wetland setback on the north side of Cornet Creek for the construction of a small accessory structure and artist studio. The minimum wetland setback per Land Use Code 3820B1 is 25 feet. Approval of wetland setback variations are discretionary under Land Use Code 3830. So these are just vicinity map, just to show you where we are. And you can see Cornet Creek running through the property. Here as well, this is a location map, so zoomed in a bit, showing Lot 19 and a portion of Lot 20 and Cornet Creek. This here, again, included in the record is the survey so that you can see a higher level of detail. And this here is the site plan that was submitted by the applicant along with this request to disturb within that 25-foot wetland setback. So I'm going to very briefly just remind us of the wetland regulations, Section 3810, and their purpose and intent, just so that it's all top of mind. The purpose and intent of the wetland regulations is to protect and enhance the natural environment, ensure the safe and healthy existence of the present population and future generations, ensure that the wetlands in the town are identified and protected, and protect the vital beneficial functions and values of wetland areas and the associated riparian areas within the town of Telluride. Protecting riparian and wetland areas helps prevent degradation of valuable habitat that is vital to proper ecological function of the San Miguel watershed, the San Miguel River, and its tributaries. And this is all coming from the Land Use Code. Telluride considers these sensitive natural features to be important resources because they give the community a special natural character that it depends on for economic, environmental, aesthetic, and open space benefits. So continuing on with the purpose, intent of the wetland regulations. Therefore, the intent of the regulations is to protect wetland areas and the associated riparian areas so that such areas will continue to retain and slow floodwaters, thereby decreasing flooding impacts downstream, provide sediment and stormwater mitigation by reducing peak runoff volumes and velocities, which increase as impervious surfaces in the watershed increase, recharge groundwater, provide a temporary refuge for riparian and wetland fauna during high water episodes, provide robust habitat for migrating, threatened, endangered, and/or commercially and recreational important wildlife, provide an area to accommodate variations in riparian and wetland boundaries over time due to hydrologic and climatic change, act as a remediation and filtration area to remove and store nutrients, sediments, petrochemicals, pesticides, debris, and other pollutants as they move from upland toward riparian and wetland areas, keep disturbance at a distance, thereby reducing the impact of noise, traffic, and other direct and indirect adverse human impacts. And finally, to provide a corridor that facilitates wildlife movement from upland and down valley habitats to and from riparian and wetland areas. So these are our wetland regulations. This is the intro to those, and these are the items that staff, have in mind, top of mind as they're reviewing requests for variances to disturb soil within that 25-foot wetland setback that has been established. These regulations are intended to provide wetland protection and for buffers adjacent to wetlands to protect these critical functions and values. So, Section 3A20B1 of the Land Use Code specifically notes that the 25-foot wetland setback within it, no soil disturbance, development activity, or other formal activity shall occur within that 25 feet of a wetland area, including but not limited to fences, gazebos, play equipment, wells, roadways, driveways, utilities, other infrastructure, and site development activities, including but not limited to clearing, storage of materials, grading, filling, retaining, etc., unless an activity in the wetland setback is administratively approved by the planning director per the criteria in Section 3A30. So staff for administrative determinations have specific criteria that we use to review projects, and I want to remind us of those. Administrative approval for soil disturbance in that 25-foot wetland setback may be granted, again, it's discretionary, if the disturbance meets the following criteria. First, there's no practical alternative to avoiding the wetland setback. Second, the proposed activity in the wetland setback is to either meet a policy of the Telluride Master Plan or to allow reasonable use of the property. The impact on the wetland setback will be mitigated in accordance with the requirements of the wetland regulations, and the mitigation area will be preserved by a legal restriction that runs with the land, which shall include, the purpose and intent of protecting the wetland setback, a requirement for perpetual maintenance of the mitigation substantially in a natural state, in general accordance with the approved mitigation plan, and the prohibition on development of the mitigation area as specified in Section 3A20B. So items 3 and 4 come into play should there be an approval to disturb within that setback. So a letter of determination. So upon receipt and extensive review of the request and supporting documents in accordance with the criteria for review as specified in the wetlands regulations that I just reviewed, the interim senior planner, Ron Carls, delivered to Chris Hazen by electronic mail communication a letter of determination. And per that letter of determination dated December 5, 2024, construction, soil disturbance, was granted on the south side of the lot up to, but not exceeding, the requested setback of 8 feet 9 inches from the delineated wetland boundary and of 5 feet 11 inches from the delineated wetland boundary for a first floor deck. So that disturbance was granted on the south side, and no variation to the setback was granted for the north side of Cornet Creek. The letter of determination also required, as a condition of the soil disturbance on the south side of Cornet Creek, that final mitigation requirements be integrated with the final landscape plan to be reviewed by the town. So per section 5207B of the Land Use Code on December 18, 2024, a notice of appeal was delivered to the town clerk from Michael McAllister, architect, on behalf of the owner for the purpose of appealing the administrative letter of determination dated December 5, 2024. In the notice, the appellant objected to the decision to deny the requested soil disturbance within the 25-foot wetland setback along the north side of Cornet Creek. Again, disturbance was approved on the south side. So consideration of the record. As you know, town council shall consider only the record consisting of the original request, all letters, electronic mail, and exhibits entered into the record in reaching the decision. And the following documents constitute the record for February 25, 25 appeal. Hearing on the administrative determination, as affirmed by Ron Carls in the affidavit signed and notarized on 2/11/25. And I'm not going to go into detail on the record. You have all reviewed it, but these are what it is comprised of. Lots of information was reviewed by staff in making their determination. So now here are your standards for review. I reviewed the standards for staff to make their administrative decision, but your standards today for an appeal to town council pursuant to Land Use Code Section 5207H, a decision of a reviewing body shall be affirmed when considering an appeal unless it is determined that the reviewing body acted arbitrarily or capriciously, abused its discretion, exceeded its jurisdiction, acted without proper evidence or a sufficient factual basis, or otherwise failed to act in accordance with the provisions of this title, and the burden of proof shall be upon the appellant to demonstrate such grounds. So, the notice challenged several items in the letter of determination as the basis for the appeal, and this was the notice by the appellant. So the following slides contain the letter's content cited in the green sidebar, the appellant's response italicized in gray, and staff's response to the appellant's challenge, a new slide. I am merely showing you these. There are going to be a lot of words on the next slides. I'm merely showing you these so that I can get to staff's response, but I'm showing you what was in the letter's content for the letter of determination, how the appellant responded, what brings us here today, and then how staff responded to the appellant, just to get us all on the same page. But you've reviewed it in more depth. I'm not going to get into a great level of detail. You may have further questions, and I'm happy to answer those afterwards. So this is going to be a very speedy run through of what you've already seen. So in the letter of determination, this is the statement that was made. The response from the appellant, was detailed, and staff spent a lot of time reviewing that response and providing a response back based on the record. And I'm just highlighting a few of the key points, a few of which I'll touch on here. So the relevance to the 1,000 square foot land area in question references a likely scenario in which Townsend Street Bridge becomes blocked during a 25-year peak flow event. Staff also noted that the function of wetlands is to retain and slow floodwaters, thereby decreasing flooding impacts downstream. In staff's response, it was emphasized that in reviewing relevant reports with respect to Cornet Creek, the town engineer provided their opinion from the lens of a professional engineer, certified floodplain manager, and responsible development reviewer. The documentation that was referenced in making the determination references this 1,000 square foot of land on the north side of the creek to be in a high hazard area. And staff also noted in their response to the notice of appeal that reviewing previous development review decisions is not pertinent to this appeal, as every application is given new review. So now this was a second statement made in the letter of determination. Response was provided by appellant. Staff analyzed that and provided an extensive response back. Again, I'm going to highlight a few points, and there will be 5 such repetitions. So we're on number 2 right now. Staff noted that it is incorrect to state that the north half of Lot 19 does not offer any measurable retention or mitigation to a flood event. That was something that was in the letter, the notice of appeal from the appellant. Staff also noted that it is incorrect to assume the 1,000 square foot land area in question with steep grades within Cornet Creek is immune to critical wetland functions, such as retaining and slowing floodwaters and decreasing flooding impacts downstream, as defined in the Land Use Code. Staff noted that there were some inconsistencies between a study that was referenced and how it was presented by the appellant in the notice of appeal, noting that a figure that was referenced was non-applicable to the land area in question, as it references a scenario in which all culverts and bridges become blocked. The full span bridge at Dakota Avenue is predicted to pass the entirety of a 100-year event, or approximately 1,500 CFS. This value is well above the appellant's noted channel capacity of 550. Therefore, the Townsend Street Bridge is limited to approximately 400 CFS capacity or the 25-year event. So again, staff sort of analyzed the notice of appeal, provided very detailed responses. I'm just highlighting a few of those responses. Again, letter of determination, a statement, response from the appellant, which you've already reviewed in the record, and staff's response. In responding, notes that the north side of the lot has modeled depths of approximately 14 feet, while the south side of the lot has modeled average depths of approximately 4 feet. There was a question about the difference between north and south in the notice of appeal, and staff analyzed that and note that a figure that was in the record from a 2009 study references the 1,000 square foot land area north of the creek as being subject to flood depths of greater than 11 feet during a 25-year event. Okay, one more, letter of determination, detailed response from the appellant, in-depth review by staff, and a couple highlights from that response to the next item. Public Works was asked to provide opinion on development with the 1,000 square foot area, which is both wetland and depth to floodplain. And in reviewing relevant reports with respect to Cornet Creek, the town engineer provided an opinion from the lens of a professional engineer, certified floodplain manager, and responsible development reviewer. That's emphasized again. And staff also noted that there's no reason relevant reports and studies should not be referenced during development reviews, because that was something else that was mentioned in the notice of appeal by the appellant. Again, letter of determination, certain statements, appellant responded. Staff reviewed the appellant's response and provided this response back. Again, lots of detail. I'll highlight a few points. Staff noted that, except for the current request, so the appellant was referencing some other properties in their notice of appeal. Those are not, every project is reviewed anew, so that is not directly relevant to the determination made by the administrator in this instance, but staff also did note, except for the current request, all requests to constrict the wetland setback were limited to the south side of Cornet Creek for the examples that were provided by the appellant. So even though those aren't relevant to the decision, staff still felt it's important to note that all requests to constrict the wetland setback were limited to the south side of Cornet Creek. And again, staff did approve disturbance of the wetland setback on the south side of Cornet Creek as part of this request from the appellant. It's the north side we're focused on. In addition, the denial of the request for a variance to the 25-foot wetland setback on a very small area of land along the north side of the creek does not deny reasonable use of the lot for construction of a future residence on the lot. Again, that residence is going to be constructed on the south side, and that is something that was approved as part of that determination administrative decision of staff. And staff also got into an analysis of distinctions between the other properties that were mentioned by the appellant and this property, and notes that substantially greater flow velocity from Cornet Creek farther upstream at 475 West Galena impacts future site development. So I just ran through that very quickly. You've read the record. There is extensive detail in there. I just wanted to highlight a few key points. And in, once the appellant has their opportunity to speak, if you want any clarification on any of that or more, I'm happy to do that. So approval of wetland setback variations are discretionary, as I mentioned before, under Land Use Code 3830. In this instance, planning staff, in consultation with Public Works, who are the technical advisors and experts when it comes to flood and geologic hazards in town, made a reasonable and supportable determination under the criteria given, within the discretion given, and prioritizing public health and safety. This is your reminder of what criteria staff used to make their administrative determination. I went over those earlier, but noting that there's no practical one of those criteria per the wetland regulations. Administrative approval for soil disturbance in that 25-foot wetland setback may be granted if the disturbance meets the following criteria. Again, may be granted if the disturbance meets the following criteria. First, there's no practical alternative to avoiding the wetland setback, and the determination was criteria not met. The proposed activity in the wetland setback is to either meet a policy of the Telluride Master Plan, determination criteria not met, or allow reasonable use of the property, again, determination criteria not met. And again, there's the north side, south side of the property. South side disturbance was approved within the wetland setback, and it's the north side where it was not approved based on the findings you saw in the record. So town council action, town council may affirm or reverse in whole or in part, with or without conditions, the decision. Town council may also remand the original request to the Historic Preservation and Planning Director with or without instructions, which may include requirements for additional hearings, further findings, or other specific action on the application. And I'll just remind you that to reverse, modify, or remand the decision on appeal, an extraordinary majority of town council, 5 council persons must so vote. In the event of disqualification of one or more persons from participating in the appeal, the number of votes necessary shall be reduced by the same number. And I already reviewed your standards of review, but, always good to keep top of mind as we move forward in the hearing that a decision of a reviewing body, in this case, that administrative decision, shall be affirmed when considering an appeal unless it is determined that the reviewing body acted arbitrarily and capriciously, abused its discretion, exceeded its jurisdiction, acted without proper evidence or sufficient factual basis, or otherwise failed to act in accordance with provisions of this title. Again, burden of proof is on the appellant to demonstrate such grounds. And I prepared in concert with our legal team, 4 proposed motions. First, to affirm the administrative decision. Second, to reverse the administrative decision. Third, to modify the administrative decision. Or fourth, to remand the original request to the Historic Preservation and Planning Director. And I'm not going to go through those motions now. I'm happy to go through them in depth if you'd like me to later. And I did provide each of you with a motion sheet for your reference when you get to the point of decision making. So thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions now or subsequent to the appellant's presentation.
Great. Kristen, thank you very much. What I will ask for is hold any questions from council until we hear from the applicant appellant and their presentation. So that's what I would like to do now. And so we will hand it off to Mary Elizabeth Geiger for her 30-minute presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Mary Elizabeth Geiger on behalf of the applicant and owner Telprop 19. I have Chris Hazen with me from Terra Firm as he did most of the analysis that you saw in the record for the wetlands delineation and determination. So the first thing I'd like to start with, I discussed this with the town attorney and they disagree, but I do believe there are some emails missing from the record that should be included. These emails actually are from Michelle Dodds, who you saw in the record did write the original draft of this decision and also was clearly intimately working with Ron and helping reach the decision. So I am going to, and the purpose for this is one of our arguments is that staff exceeded its jurisdiction, which is one of the standards for your review of an appeal. And I believe this goes to that as it talks about whether or not engineering should be reviewing this matter and putting additional comments in, and I'll get to that in just a minute. So I have copies. Kevin, I don't know, or Allie, if you want to see this.
Yeah. So let's make sure that the record on the appeal is separate from the record that you're attempting to make right now.
Correct.
What I would propose then is you would enter that into a separate record, provide it to the town clerk, provide it to town council. I'll discuss with town council briefly some of the things to consider on this issue. And I think they'll make a determination of whether they want to allow it into the record or not.
Okay. Thank you. So this is additional record for today's hearing at this point. So I'm going to give a copy to Tiffany. Kevin, did
You have copies for council? Yeah, let's go ahead and distribute that to council. And also to the planning director and assistant town attorney as well.
And
Was this part of the original record then?
It's not.
so Kevin, how do we proceed with
Yep.
that?
So let me propose two things. One is I think you can take a look at these record documents right now. And then I would make a brief response to the argument I think that's been advanced by Ms. Geiger, and no relation, by the way. We always feel like we have to clarify that. And then I think council, you get to decide. You get to decide if you want to allow this to come in or not.
Okay. So do you think we should take a couple of minutes so we can each review this now and stop the clock for the presentation? What do you advise, Kevin?
I think that's probably the best. And I would definitely say that we should stop the clock because
Going to ask that.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, let's give ourselves a couple minutes, read it, and then we'll determine if we want to allow it.
And just to be clear, because
How are we gonna determine? Yeah, I don't think I should read it until we determine,
Well,
right?
you can certainly, you can listen to my legal argument. I think if it's being argued that it has some merit or substance to come in, I think you need to understand the substance of it. If it doesn't come in, of course, you need to then make sure that you do not base your decision or consider these documents as part of the record. But I don't know how you listen to an argument about whether it's in the record or not, or appropriately should be in the record or not, without understanding the substance of the email communications. I mean, it's a little bit of a chicken and the egg. If you want, I can just make the brief argument right now.
My only question is this: why are we getting this so late?
Well, so I'll give you a little background on that and then I'll just jump into our position. I think that's probably the more appropriate way to go than if you want to receive it that way. We did receive communication from Attorney Geiger late last week that indicated that she thought these documents were relevant to the record and that they were quite appropriate to introduce because she thought that they had been reviewed by Mr. Quarles, who was the decision maker on this issue. I want to remind you of the record considerations in the land use code. If you look at 5207F, and it's indicated also in, I believe, the presentation from planning director on this issue, the record consists of the original request, all letters, electronic mail, and exhibits entered into the record in reaching the decision. We had prior senior planner Quarles complete an affidavit dated February 11th. That's in your packet materials at page 9 of your materials. That affidavit is a sworn statement that indicates what he reviewed in reaching his decision on this issue. It doesn't indicate these documents at all. They are not referenced there. What he does indicate, and you'll want to look at it toward the bottom of that affidavit, there were any emails that were addressed to him. This email in question, or the two emails that I think are here, and I'll maybe have Ally comment on this a little bit too. These emails you'll see are not directed. They do not include a copy to Mr. Quarles. His affidavit indicates that he did not review these documents as part of his record consideration for this issue. So therefore, if he didn't consider them, and he has an affidavit as to what he considered in reaching his decision, and that is the definition of the record on review for you today, we think quite appropriately that this is not applicable and not part of the record that he considered for his review. I don't know that they are substantive documents. There's an argument being advanced, I believe, that would run contrary to that. We don't perceive them necessarily to have great weight on this issue, but we also know that Ron did not review them, and that's the touchstone on this issue.
Okay, so
This says to Ron on one of the emails.
Yeah.
And if I may interject there, that email is included in our record.
Okay.
That is in there 100%. I was just looking at that very record. It's on the attachments labeled 4.3 record emails, page 52 out of 88 of that. It is 100% in the record.
Yes, and so just to build on what Kevin was saying, we acknowledge that the email to Ron from Public Works, that is in your record. The one that has the comments, that is in the record. We fully acknowledge that. Ron was a recipient. He was a decision maker. Therefore, he viewed it, and this becomes part of the record. However, the two emails that I believe opposing counsel argue should be a part of the record are the two emails on the first page that you see between Tammy and Michelle. However, we said that those should not be in the record because they don't include Ron. who was the decision maker and signatory of this letter. So because Ron did not see these two emails between Tammy and Michelle, they should not be a part of the record.
Yeah, if that wasn't clear, I
Mhm.
was just back up and make sure. What we're talking about is on the first page of the document you received, and it's rather cursory comments back and forth between the prior interim planning director and a technician in the planning department. There's no evidence that Ron was on either of those two emails. So again, first page, Wednesday, November 6th, 10:53 a.m., the very top of the first page you have. Right down below, Wednesday, November 6th, 10:47 a.m.
So, my thought on this is if the purview of our decision today is based on Ron's actions and Ron's actions only, that if the emails here were not sent to Ron, they're not appropriate to be part of the discussion. Because we're not dealing with a scenario that's multiple people in this. It's just Ron specifically. So how can we fault Ron if he's not part of that email chain?
Well, I think. The question is ultimately, if the statement is, I think Ron may have asked her to review, it's not just the document. I mean, he obviously was informed of this information. So, I think it maybe is germane. It doesn't feel to me to be make or break, but it does seem to reference that he was maybe not included in written word, but it was informed of the information.
I'm more than willing to take other council members' opinions to decide how to move forward on this. And Dan, you have your hand up?
Thank you, Mayor. In my initial review of the pertinent email, which I believe is just that one dated November 6th, 2024, I don't see any new information that is being relayed to us currently. It is made clear in other emails in our record that Planning Director Quarles was consulting with other staff members. I believe the most relevant sentence says, this application type does not require town engineer review in application process. That is discussed elsewhere. We know that that is true, but just because it is not required does not mean it's not relevant or cannot be assessed and included as part of his analysis of this application. So I think that this doesn't change my opinion. I don't think this is really new information at all. I think we've had this information included in our packet before in other forms. It's just saying there is no formalized process requiring a review of this type. And we knew that. That's my opinion. So I don't think this changes anything at all for me. I think we can keep moving forward.
Ashley, any thoughts?
Put me in the hot seat.
Everyone gets to go in the hot seat.
Everyone gets to go. I, from a procedural standpoint, don't love introducing stuff like this because it's supposed to be in the record when we receive it and part of that. And so because of that, I'm inclined to not muddy the record by introducing new information because I think that could, weaken the decision that we make ultimately at the end. So I feel like the information as presented, again, to kind of echo what Dan just said, is referenced in other places. I am cautious to add new information to the record at this stage.
Great, thank you. Geneva, do you have any thoughts?
I just feel like normally if this happens, staff says this is not part of the record and we say, okay, move on. So I don't really feel like we should even be having this conversation.
Eleanor?
Yeah, I think I'm in alignment with Dan and Ashley and Geneva that it doesn't feel it's not involving Ron, and I also don't think it's introducing any new information that's going to change how any of us feel about this. So I don't think we need to enter it into the record.
Okay. Thank you. With kind of that discussion from council, I don't think it's appropriate to add this into the record. But I will consult with the attorney to make sure you're,
Well, that's consistent with our position on this issue. So if that's the direction from council, I don't know that we've heard from everyone on council yet. But if it's consistent, I think a majority is formed on this. If it's consistent with your direction, I would ask you then to turn back those documents in to the town clerk. She'll hold them. If there's any legal issue that comes out of this where that's warranted, it will be reflected in the separate record, if you will, not the record for the appeal, but a separate record has been created by council arguing this legal issue to the town council.
We all gave input, I think.
yeah.
Did you? Okay.
We're not missing any input from here.
Yeah, let's go ahead and turn those documents back over to the town clerk.
Yeah,
Thank you. And
Thank you for your consideration.
and then Kevin and council, are we ready for the applicant appellant's presentation to continue? Okay, please continue.
All right, thank you. So first, I think you guys have a lot of information in the packet, obviously some aerial views of where this property is located, but we actually just have some photos of the property itself, just in case you aren't totally familiar. So it is located between West Galena and West Curtis Drive. It's just upstream of the Townsend Street Bridge that you heard staff talking about. And it's bisected by Cornet Creek, running from the northeast to the southwest through it. The wetland area only exists below the ordinary high water mark. So the lot itself is not part of any wetlands. Of course, that 25-foot setback, since it starts at the ordinary high water mark, would extend into the upland area of the lot. So there's the aerial view. One thing I'd like to just correct and actually ask staff if they agree. Originally, I think you saw in staff's presentation, the original application, it included a portion of lot 20. That actually that's not how it ended up. Lot 20 is not part of the actual wetlands determination. In this instance, the application did end up being solely about lot 19 north and south side. So I just want to make that clarification if staff agrees.
Sorry, can you say that again?
I think I'll just respond briefly.
Okay.
I think the wetland determination is limited to that lot 19. However, the legal lot in question is one lot known as lots 19 and a portion of lot 20. And I think that's reflected in the record at page 79, as well as I think it's 77. It's the maps that show the as-built and then also the application for the determination.
Actually, Michael McAllister, who's also here on behalf of the applicant, he's the architect working on the project who drafted the notice of appeal. Like to speak to that.
Yeah, Kevin, I think there's some
We need you
confusion.
to step up to a microphone, please, Mike.
Sorry.
Might not be on.
I think there's some confusion on it because at a previous applicant, previous architect submitted an application where they were trying to turn lots 19 and 20 into a single lot. That did carry, this is some history I don't quite recall, but there was some movement in that direction, but it was never finalized. And in our application, they are two separate lots legally. There's just some confusion because of that old record, but legally they're two separate properties. We were only discussing lot 19.
Yeah, I would just refer council to page 79 of your packet materials. That's the wetland delineation. And that exhibit clearly indicates lot 19 and a portion of lot 20 for the relevant wetland delineation map. The only time I think it's really an issue is when we're looking at what the numerator or the denominator is under your legal argument of whether there was some sort of a reasonable use of the property that's been left. And I suspect that the parties, if this isn't resolved in your satisfaction, that the parties would argue a variety of different interpretations of that. I don't think it's necessarily relevant to town council and their consideration today on the lot 19 portion of the wetlands exemption or variance.
Okay, so moving on, there's your aerial view, a little closer. So here's the view from North Galena, and then here's from the lot. This is the view looking south on the lot toward from Curtis Drive. So you can see there's, so that house on the right is actually on lot 20, which is not owned by Teleprop. That is the creek effectively going right through there. And then the lot, the house on the left is on lot 18. So this lot is going through middle there. And then this is looking southwest. This is the house on the left is the house that you saw on the left with that patio area down by the creek. And this is just another winter view southwest on Curtis Drive. This is looking from the Townsend Bridge back upstream. On the left now you can see that is the White House that you saw on the right earlier with the deck very close to the creek, which actually shows up a little better in the winter view. You can see the two homes on the other lots that are adjacent to the creek. So just actually can you go back to that real quick. So just for you to orient where the south and north sides are of the creek for this particular property, you can see the vacant area on the right, and then the north side, you can't really see, it's behind on the other side of that White House. So it's a funky lot, the way the creek bisects it. Okay. So one thing that, obviously is the crux of this whole decision is, whether this north side request created or is in a hazard area that would, really prevent any development from occurring at all. Because obviously the 25-foot wetland setback would encompass, most of that part of the lot. So in order to develop any part of the north side or the south side, we do need this variance to be able to encroach in the 25-foot setback. So this will just show the difference in the elevations, that actually that north side is higher. And this is a little bit better for, you can see going down to the top of the bridge. Again, this is that house that's on lot 20. There's actually the north side, the north bank is higher than the south bank. So to one part of the record that actually was added in, you may have noticed it's dated 2/21/25 were comments from the SmartGov, which is your portal, application portal for the town, that Ron had not designated in his affidavit. That SmartGov, those comments indicate that this was originally referred out to the engineering department. And on August 22nd, 24, comments came back from engineering that would indicate, actually, and these were directed to the planning director, that the wetlands setback variance should be granted, for both sides. So I believe that does lead to some question as to why engineering got back involved the way that it did after that fact, when it had already provided comments. So in this instance, there are a couple of, mainly in the emails and the correspondence that you will see, that indicate that this decision was arbitrary in some respects. I would draw you first to page 52. This is the email that, excuse me, Councilmember Enright indicated was already in the record. It was part of the paper that we sent you. But if you go to that email, I think it's important to see, this is Ms. Ogren's, the engineer's comments back to Ron after a site visit with Mr. McAllister, Mr. Hazen. If you continue to scroll down through that, you know, she states that her goal is to protect from potential loss of life. However, she mentions that if this is a location where a visitor might be, this is more dangerous because that visitor might be unfamiliar with hazards and not understand how to get themselves safe. But perhaps a negotiation point is that if it were for affordable housing with a local in place, that somehow it's less dangerous. This is not a determination, it should not be a determination of our commentary on what the owner or how the owner wants to develop the property, what it's for. To say that there would be a potential different decision based upon the person who's going to be in that north side development is completely arbitrary. And I do think that did factor into Mr. Quarles' decision, and it shouldn't have. And that should not have been something that was discussed or, you know, part of the determination. Also, and I do believe staff kind of mentioned this as well, and it was in the appeal. If you actually go to page 43 through 51 of the email record of the appeal, so just before this, it does show some of the mapping, some of which is indicated right here. This is the 25-year peak flow event showing the Townsend Street culvert blocked, which seemed to be the crux of where the decision to not allow the north side development occurred. Actually, if you scroll up into, sorry, page 44, I believe. Then you'll see, it's actually, excuse me, page 44 to 45. Staff had indicated that this area is in subreach 4 of these scenarios. And it specifically talks about how actually there is more risk of debris flow and flooding on the south side of the creek than on the north, which tracks with the information that we showed that the north side of the creek is higher. Again, seems pretty arbitrary then that you would grant a variance on the south side, which believe me, we're not contesting, but you know, granted on the south side and not on the north, when there's information provided that the south side might be more prone to debris flow as well. I believe one other thing to note really from you know, these reports. So this really, it has come into play in this instance from a request for a wetland setback variance. Obviously, these reports, though, you know, the town had them done back in 2008, 2009, likely to look at some infrastructure and what needed to be changed, which then I believe, was the bridge, the Dakota Bridge was reconstructed. And as you saw in the record, is reconstructed to carry higher flows. And then the Townsend Bridge is a lower flow, kind of a pinch point. That being said, this clearly affects all areas of town, or I should say much greater areas of town than just along the corridor itself. Especially if you go into a situation where all the culverts are blocked at a 25-year flood event. Now you can start to see that it's now the south side of this property that's affected more, as well as greater areas. And if you go to an east side of alluvial fan flooding, which would be that, you know, this kind of sets off, stays away from the creek and moves over, it covers most of town. If staff is going to use this modeling, you know, to then reject a wetlands variance setback request, how is it being applied to other applications in town and other parts of town that frankly are in a similar situation? And I think that then shows that staff in this instance exceeded its jurisdiction and again, acted arbitrarily and capriciously by applying it here to the north side, which is higher, which is not an actual wetlands in the sense of it's gonna actually absorb flows. Where you have a house on that north side, as you saw, that is clearly within the wetland setback. I know it was built a while ago and we don't know the history of to whether or not the setback was in place at that time. But certainly, you know, based under these criteria, you would not be rebuilding that in the same place. If you actually, so I think, I guess to sum that up, really, if you're applying it here for wetland setback, you need to be applying it all over town. And if you start doing that based upon these maps, you're gonna have a hard time developing anything. If that's the criteria that's gonna be used. Then if you wouldn't mind. This is 577 West Columbia, that's downstream of the subject property. Staff mentioned earlier, and I don't disagree, there isn't precedent with regard to land use applications. Each land use application stands on its own. However, from a due process, and I think applying your regulations consistently, it is important to note, staff mentioned that other wetland variances only apply to construction on the south side of the creek. This was recently approved, not long actually before the Lot 19 disapproval in this house is under construction, the north side of Cornet Creek at 577 West Columbia. So I just think it's important for you guys to understand that you have regulations in place, you know, so everybody's on the same playing field. And in this 577 analysis, these same maps were used. And yes, I know there's some difference between, you know, where they might be located on the creek, and what that, you know, may or may not have an effect. But at the end of the day, these are all very close to the creek. The only way to develop these properties is to be within that wetland setback. There's no other way to do it. So for Lot 19, the way it is bisected, which is of course not the owner's fault, there is such minimal area to develop on the south side that to be able to have the north side, you know, with that artist studio and a guest bedroom, because on the south side, it's only a 2-bedroom, right? A 2-bedroom that can fit, you know, that does allow for reasonable use of the property. And you may find some statements in the record about, well, they can't get a sewer tap or they'd have to bore under the creek and that'd be really expensive. That is certainly not part of the criteria for determining whether or not there should be a setback variance. And even so, if there's an added expense, that's on the owner. That's not for the town to say, well, you shouldn't get it because it's going to be expensive. Oh, I think the last thing to recall too, there were some statements in the beginning of the record with the emails that you guys changed, you adopted an ordinance in July of 2024 that flip-flopped the way these wetland variances were considered. So now an applicant who wants to develop on a lot where this would be applicable would go to staff first to see whether or not they could get the variance and then spend the money and time to go to HARC to see if their development project would be approved. At the time that Prop 19 submitted its application, the way that those were considered, you went to HARC first, got your development applications, and then went to staff to find out if you could actually even develop that after you've gone through all of that money and all that time. As you guys are well aware, HARC is a very extensive process. HARC did approve the artist studio guest bedroom on the north side. Applicant went through all of that, only then to come find out after the fact, when they submitted their wetland variance, that that development wasn't going to be allowed. So again, from a due process standpoint, that really puts applicants in a tough position because I know now it's been changed. And so hopefully people won't be stuck in that position. But up until that point, which was included my client, you know, that's what they were faced with. So to have gone through all of that, get the nod from HARC that, you know, yes, we would allow this development to go through. You now got development approval to apply to the town. And then, you know, be told, well, half of what you applied for and got approved isn't going to be possible. We're not going to allow it. So I believe, oh, sorry. One last thing. I do know and understand that the planning director is the one who made the decision in this case, and that was Mr. Quarles. However, I think it is important to, as you read through the record and especially the emails, to understand that Michelle Dodds did do the original draft of this decision. Ron has an email in here commenting as he sends his revisions to Kristen, you know, that Michelle had done the original draft. Michelle is copied on most of these emails between Tara and Ron and others. So, you know, sure, at the end of the day, it is the planning director who signs and, you know, makes the final decision. But I don't think it's realistic to think that there aren't other folks in, you know, whatever department it may be, who aren't assisting with that, you know, providing drafts, you know, consulting over it and helping make that decision. So I do think it's important to note that there was some question there about engineering's, you know, full involvement after engineering had already commented on the application back in August, that it would be acceptable to grant the setback variance on both sides. So, thank you.
Great. Thank you for that presentation. That brings us to item 4, and that is if council has any questions for the applicant appellant or staff. Does anyone have any questions?
Like you're thinking about it.
Hmm.
Well, I'm still thinking.
We'll give it a minute. And we can always rely on number 8 to ask questions too, right, Kevin?
Sure, you still have one more opportunity.
Okay, great. Well, let's move it along then, because we will have another opportunity to ask questions if they come up. And when we get to the number 8 of this quasi judicial public hearing, so that I will close that first wave of questions from council and move on to number 5. And that is to open up this process to public comments. Is there anybody in the room for public comment? If you are here for public comment, I think we're limiting it to 3 minutes per person, and step up. You have to step up to the microphone and state your name and where you live. Is there anybody in the room for public comment? Seeing none. Tiffany, is there anybody online?
Not seen any hands raised online.
Okay. Last chance, any public comment? Seeing none, we will go to agenda item number 6 for the quasi judicial public hearing, and that is a staff response or rebuttal. Do you have anything, Kristen?
Just a few comments here. First, while the application type while it isn't required that the town engineer or other staff members outside of our planning department provide input on applications such as this one, staff absolutely can, has the authority, has the ability to reach out to other members of our staff team with expertise in specific areas and to request input on projects. And this is the case in administrative decisions and really, you know, decisions across the board in terms of, you know, staff being able to utilize other staff as resources. That said, the decision maker ultimately in the planning department is going to review all the input that has come in, and based on all of it and the criteria of, in this case, the wetlands regulations, make a determination based on how we're instructed in the land use code. Again, thinking through all of the input that comes in and ultimately is the decision maker. So that is the case here, but we're not precluded from asking for input from other staff members. Again, to emphasize that each application is unique and reviewed based on its unique circumstances. And Also that obviously the land use code you submit an application under is the land use code that the application is reviewed under. So while there may be changes to the land use code over at different points in time, it really does depend on when you submit that application as to what you are reviewed under to address the last point that was raised. So I think I will stop there, and I'm happy to answer questions later on as well.
Great. Thank you for your response. Does the applicant appellant have any further response or rebuttal?
Sure, just really quickly, I wanted to be clear, we're not saying that engineering couldn't or, could not look at this. My point really is that engineering did look at it in August, provided comments directly to the planning director, saying that the, application should be granted. And so then to have a, second or different bite at the apple with a staff turnover, I believe in this instance, it's a violation of my client's due process in an application process, as well as exceeding jurisdiction. If you're in a situation where each time different, review agencies get 6, 7 bites at the apple when there was not an amendment. If there's an amendment to an application, sure, it gets re-referred back out. Comments are, appropriate then. But in this instance, there already had been comments received. And just to be clear, because I realized I didn't say it earlier, we do believe that this application should be granted, that applicant did meet all of the criteria. And for the north side, of course, the south side has already been granted, that there is no practical way to develop that north side of the property without being in the wetland setback. So a variance was required. It does provide for reasonable use of the property based upon the way this property is bisected. There are statements in some of the emails about preserving this open space. There's nothing, in my client's chain of title that would indicate the north side is open space and that he would not be able to, propose development on that side. We believe that reasonable use requires you to be able to propose something on both sides of the creek based upon the lot configuration. And there was obviously extensive work on determining the delineation of the wetlands, proposed mitigation, of course, and, then if it were granted, that mitigation would become a covenant on the property for how the development would occur. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. That brings us to number 8, which is final discussion and questions among town council, staff, and the applicant appellant. Is there anyone on council that has any questions before we go into discussing it?
My quick question, just to perhaps start discussion and make sure that my understanding is complete and accurate to staff, is one of the large determining factors to denying this application is that in a flooding event where water, mud, debris exceeds the level of the channel of Cornet Creek and flows outwardly, it is likely to go down Curtis Drive, correct? And in that circumstance, with their town has shelter in place ordinances that require our citizens stay at home. Part of the determination is relying on the fact that there is not an evacuation path or a way for anybody in that area to safely evacuate from such an event. Is everything I just said correct?
I think because I don't want to enter any new information onto the record, I think the only way I can respond to that is to quote from the record, if appropriate. So the way the record reads pertaining to that topic is that there was analysis of a modeled scenario relevant to the 1,000 square foot land area, in which a likely scenario during a significant or extreme event in which the Townsend Street Bridge becomes blocked during a 25-year peak flow event could, so basically what could happen, and again, I'm just pointing to the record, I don't have the page number in front of me, but I can look that up if you need it. The record notes that the Dakota Avenue culverts were replaced with a span bridge in 2008. The Dakota Avenue Bridge passes the full 100-year flow event. The next public bridge downstream is the Townsend Street Bridge. So Dakota is passing approximately 1,500 CFS. The culverts, next public bridge downstream is Townsend Street Bridge. Culverts were replaced with a span bridge in 2005. Townsend Street Bridge has a limited capacity of about 400 CFS. So, per the record, the 2009 Corner Creek debris flow and alluvial fan debris flow analysis highlights a likely scenario in which Townsend Street Bridge is blocked during a 25-year event, which would cause a bottleneck for debris flows during significant or extreme events. And then points to a figure, 3.9, references this 1,000 square foot of land on the north side of the creek to be a high hazard area. And then the definition of high hazard is people are in danger both inside and outside their houses, buildings can be destroyed, and then that shelter in place protocol. So I kind of have to refer back to the record because I can't introduce any new thoughts. So I'm kind of trying to find the reference point to your question. I hope that's helpful.
Does that answer your question, Dan, or do you, I mean,
I would say it does. I hope if I ever say anything incorrect, somebody will please feel free to correct me. But thank you, Kristen. I believe you have answered my question.
Okay, thank you.
great. Ashley, you have your hand up?
I just have just a quick clarification. It's not a very big question, but the applicant made comments about that that the concern over the additional water taps was because of a cost expense, and that the town shouldn't consider whether or not something is expensive when they're allowing or not allowing. But what I read in Ron's is that they would not grant a second tap because a single tap is allowed. So I just wanted clarification on that. There's no talk of like that the expense of doing it would be expensive. It's that there wouldn't be a second tap granted. Is that why? I'm just curious about that. Is that the case that they would not grant a second tap for that additionally dwelling?
I believe that comment was based on input provided by the town engineer, and I can't speak beyond what you're seeing in the record.
Okay.
I'm not sure, Kevin, how much information to provide. You can perhaps
It's
guide me.
definitely in the record. If we need
Yes.
to get the page number
Yeah.
of it, we can get that. But I know that is in the record.
Mhm.
I'm looking at my notes quickly.
And I'm just, I wanted to direct, the number calls were different.
Mhm. This one, right?
November 1st, yep, that's all.
If I may, Kevin, I believe if you look, there's obviously Ron made some statements in his decision letter. There are also some comments from the town's engineer. And I apologize because I can only refer to what was linked for the record online. But if you look in the email section of the record, page 53, it's the latter half of Ms. Ogren's email. Saying they're only allowed one sewer tap and one water tap. And since that was my statement, I'd like to clarify. We don't disagree. There's only one tap allowed. That's why you would have to bore under Hornet Creek to get the lines there. But that to me that's an expense that would have to be borne by the applicant. And that's how they would have to do it based upon this conversation, that they would not be allowed to go around into the street, nor allowed to open trench the Cornet Creek.
Great. Thanks for clarifying that.
I think I'll just mention too, Mayor, real quick. I think we're getting a little confused on the record numbers, because I think Mary Elizabeth, maybe what you're referring to is the record on the page number for the record on this particular issue. Several times I've been referring to the town council packet. as a record page number. So, if it comes again to it, sometimes you're going to see a reference for a page number and it might be referring to the record just for this issue, or it might be referring to the town council packet materials for this, which are 590 pages, of which 200 plus represent the record of this matter in particular. Just want to clarify that.
I have a clarifying question as well. And this is kind of, as Dan modeled, like a correct me if I'm wrong kind of question. But in addition to the safety issue, in reading this, I understood that there was also a concern about debris buildup and the north side of the lot being a space that held water so that not as much water was flowing down in the event of a flood. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding that correctly, because that seemed like an important part of the decision making. But if I'm not correct, then please tell me, please, direct me to the right information.
May you state the first question one more time, just so I can.
Yeah, so my understanding was that part of this decision, in addition to it being a safety concern, was also that there was debris buildup on the north side of that lot during floods, and that that land was kind of a, I'm sorry, I'm not a wetlands expert, so I don't know if I have the right word, but sort of held water so that not as much water was flowing down in the event of a flood, like helped mitigate the amount of flow that would happen. But I don't know if that is a correct interpretation of all of this.
I'm trying to refer back to the record, so it might take me a second to get to you here.
Kristen, if I may,
Yeah, sure. I'm trying to read through the record so that I'm quoting it directly.
in Town Engineer Ogren's letter to Ron Quarles dated November 1st in our record, she does say the 25 setback in question should be maintained to absorb flows.
Yeah, and that's I felt like that was an important part of this decision, and I just wanted to make sure I understood it correctly. And I mean, I'd be happy if you guys have a comment on that as well.
Sure. Actually, I mean, I know that, again, my record numbers are different from, you guys in the packet, but if you look in the part of the record designated application materials combined, that includes the wetlands delineation report, which is pretty extensive, that was prepared for this property. And it gets in the weeds, and I'm not an engineer, not a wetlands expert, but it does, obviously, as it should, get into the weeds about the type of soil there, what the wetlands are like, that sort of thing. Chris could probably say it more eloquently than me, but I think the bottom line is because the wetlands end 5 feet above, or at the ordinary high water, at the ordinary high water mark. So that means the wetlands themselves are really actually just the creek. It's setback, that gets you 25 feet out of that area. And so all the area of the lot, both the north and the south side, is considered upland and not wetlands. So I'll let Chris maybe.
Yeah, Chris Hazen for the applicant. The way the code is written relative to wetlands, there are certain functions and values where certain wetland environments are going to have that water harboring infiltration function. The only reason we're talking about wetlands is because of the proximity to Coronat Creek and the jurisdictional nature of the creek channel itself. So the upland portion of the northern half of lot 19 doesn't offer those wetland functions and values of water storage sequestration like an active floodplain would. It's basically like if the creek were to flood into somebody's yard, it's going to move on through. It's not like water's gonna preferentially pool up on that portion of the lot and infiltrate. So yeah, I don't agree with what's being said about high function and value relative to infiltration and absorption.
Do you have any
Then-
comments on like debris buildup there during a flood? Because that was also something that,
But before you answer that, I want to make sure when you're referring to the opinion, it's the opinion of the town engineer.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that was reflected. Sorry to
And-
interrupt.
No, I appreciate that, Mayor. And I, just to also clarify that everything Mr. Hazen is saying is in the record in the application materials with the wetlands delineation
Right.
report.
If you have a follow-up.
probably I'm just trying to figure out how to articulate it.
Any other questions from council? I'll give everyone a minute to have anything. I know Elena was thinking maybe about asking a follow-up, but we'll give,
Well, and I feel like you were about to, because I kind of originally proposed the question towards you and then wanted to hear what you guys have to say, but do you want to also comment on that? Because that's, in my reading of this, that's kind of where I saw like a discrepancy of the different views of this lot that felt pertinent to this decision.
I hear what you're saying. I think, and Kevin, you can stop me if I'm going out of bounds, so please do. I feel that perhaps we want to really focus perhaps on the criteria that the administrative determination was made on, as well as your role as town council and what your determining criteria are based. So the criteria for the administrative determination are that administrative approval for soil disturbance in the 25-foot wetland setback may be granted if the disturbance meets the following criteria. There's no practical alternative to avoiding the wetland setback. The proposed activity in the wetland setback is to either meet a policy of the Telluride master plan or allow reasonable use of the property. That's what we're focused on today. I think I want to make sure we're not sort of making the determination anew or re-litigating some of that decision-making, but more focused on whether those criteria were met and whether staff's decision based on those criteria were arbitrary, capricious, the 5 criteria that you're using to make your decision. So in this instance, I would sort of focus your scope in that area is what I would recommend, and be really thinking about whether the appellant is demonstrating that our decision maker acted arbitrarily and capriciously, abused its discretion, exceeded its jurisdiction, acted without proper evidence or sufficient factual basis, or otherwise failed to act in accordance with the provisions of this title. That's a very high bar for you deciding not to affirm the decision of the administrative body. And I just felt it was important to remind us of that. You have an extensive record. I think there's a lot of information in there, some of which is more pertinent than other pieces of information. So really focusing on how the decision was made, whether those criteria that it was determined on were met, is important. That I just kind of wanted to make sure I brought us back to what that focus is in terms of your role in your decision.
Great, thank you for that. Can we, Tiffany, is there a way to put those items on this big screen so we can see them all? Because I do,
What I just said out loud, I can put them.
yeah, I mean, just that we're tasked with making that, I want everyone to see them though. We're making a decision whether we feel that Ron made the wrong determining factor in his decision based on those criteria. And so that's why I want them on the screen so everybody can see them. Because I think it's important in our discussion to go through them to see, in our discussion, did he violate any one of those 5 things? And that's ultimately our decision to determine whether to remand this back, reject the appeal, or support the appeal.
Give me one moment. I just brought up, sorry, that was
Take your time.
incorrect example. So I'm bringing up the original presentation.
Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, I think while we're looking for that, I thought I would just offer a brief response. There seemed to be some sort of an argument that this is a more incised channel, that maybe on the north side, there's not the traditional wetland vegetation that you might see either on the south side or directly in the channel. I would remind you that that's not the criteria here. The criteria is the high water mark, then 25 feet back as a setback that's established in the land use code. And you don't have to show that wetland vegetation is in that area. You're just at the water and the water line, and then the setback begins from there. So I think there was some discussion about maybe how functional that wetland is. That's not what the setback is intended to preserve. The setback is intended to preserve the area around the wetland area. And it doesn't matter necessarily that there is traditional wetland vegetation in that area. The setback applies nonetheless.
And basically, when Ron reviews the application, whoever's in that position to review the application, they have every right to try to confirm that information or not, right? And asking the town engineer for their opinion is within his that's within his right to do that, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then Dan, go ahead. I think your hand was up.
Apologies, Ashley. I just want to add to that thought before we move on from it, because there is a part in the record, and I'd love to hear the appellant's response to it if they are inclined. This is in the staff memo attachments, and I apologize. I was trying to find it in the email record, but was unable. But it is in the staff memo attachments page on there at the very end of page 4, going into page 5 of 21. It's titled Town Staff Response, and states, quote, "It is incorrect to state that the north half of lot 19 does not offer any measurable retention or mitigation to a flood event. Their guidance from Land Use Code 3-810.a, the function of wetlands is to retain and slow floodwaters, thereby decreasing flooding impacts downstreams, is not predicated on a quantifiable unit or measurement." So that is to say that there is no regulation within our land use code stating there must be some measurable change demonstrated by the wetland setback in order to maintain that setback. That is my interpretation of staff's claim in this part of the memo. So that does contradict your earlier statements, that there should be some demonstrable benefit from that wetland setback. This claims the contrary. So I'm opening that up to discussion on your end. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And I guess Councilmember Levin had asked specifically the question about, what the wetlands were like there. And I believe I also made the statement again that, we understand that even though the wetlands themselves end at the ordinary high water mark, the setback is of course 25 feet outside of that. So I don't think, to Kevin's point, that we're not trying to argue that there have to be, little cute little plants and some ducks or something in there for it to be relevant. The point just is that there is discussion, specifically says this open area should be left. I mean, and I think I stated earlier in my presentation that, this isn't designated as open space. And so you are effectively telling this owner, you cannot develop at all on this north side of the property because it needs to remain open space for this, to allow for the setback. Because as we all talked about, the setback does go, of course, to the edge of the property line almost.
Can I ask you to clarify or perhaps provide a citation, if you are able, to an area where Planning Director Quarles stated the reason for maintaining the setback is to maintain open space, not to help prevent increased damage from flooding and extrusion from the creek bed.
Sure.
And I'd like to clarify, there's probably two different definitions of the word open space. There's the open space that's defined as, possibly, a zoning, like this property is open space and cannot be developed, or active open space, which has certain limitations, versus just saying, I'd like the space to be open. And, trying to figure out the definition of what Ron said within those, differences of verbiage and meaning, I think is important to point out.
I would agree. I mean, that is my point. It's not designated as open space, like per a definition. So you move away from that and then you're using the term open space to maintain function of this small open space. And, I think from the information that was provided, and some of the fact that really in these scenarios in the study, it's the south side that's going to have more flooding than the north. The north is above, is a higher elevation. And on that same page, and this I think goes to your earlier comment about an evacuation plan and, whether or not folks would be able to get out if they were stuck in this area. I point out again that, there are comments about, I do not think this is an ethical location to potentially house a visitor who is unfamiliar with the hazards in this area. Perhaps a negotiation point is that if it were for affordable housing, then at least a local in the space, and to some degree, they could have an evacuation plan. That would be a separate discussion. I think you kind of couple all these things together. It's hard to look at them each individually. And although Ron did not write anything about, affordable housing versus not affordable housing, there is evidence in the record that there had been talk about making this affordable housing, and then applicant decided not to because there were a variety of reasons that wasn't going to work. So my point is, if danger is danger, and if there's some discussion here that somehow the danger gets swayed one way or the other, that's arbitrary. So if you're making a decision about how the space is going to be occupied, and then that makes your decision about the danger, and then that danger then is heightened and therefore you can't grant the setback variance, that's, applicant's position is that is arbitrary.
So
Apologies.
I'll follow
To be
up.
clear, though, that statement did come from town engineer Ogren, not planning director Quarles.
Oh, 100%, but the record is information that he considered. And although it doesn't, of course, he would not write that in a statement of decision, but as Kevin pointed out earlier, everything that's in the record, and that Mr. Quarles, signed his affidavit saying was in the record, those were all things he considered.
Did someone request to you to make that affordable housing?
No.
Okay.
I think it is important though, and you're asking a really good question, which is, Ron, what he put in his administrative determination, that focus, you get a lot of input, and the role of the decision maker is to decide which pieces of information are going to be the foundation of that decision. And so while there's a lot in the record, you can see where Ron focused and how he made that decision based on all the information available to him, an extensive record, lots of input, lots of opinions, lots of ideas, but focused on the very specific reasons based on the wetlands regulations in our land use code. And I think you will see that as you look at how Ron made that decision. I think also I'm not sure how, stop.
I was just
Okay.
I thought you were at a transition point. I was going to offer a comment.
Oh, no, jump in.
Okay.
Yes.
I was just going to say it's a leap, I think, to say that just because something is in the record, that it therefore is the basis of the decision, particularly when the decision makes no reference to that particular finding or that statement that was made by a separate individual who was not the decision maker on this issue. So when you're trying to argue that the decision is arbitrary and capricious, I think you'd have to point to the basis of how that decision or the rationale for that decision included an argument that the issue is improperly before the decision maker, or therefore was arbitrary and capricious by considering an issue of what was in the record and how the use would occur. That's not what the decision is based on. And I would challenge anyone, you're not going to see that in the decision from prior planner Quarles.
Right. I think that's why I wanted to clarify whether or not we asked the applicant if they were consider doing affordable housing. Ashley?
Can you please put up the verbiage for when a variance can be or may be granted? Because I just want to
Absolutely.
cite that.
So I just have to get, so there's the two, yeah, I hear what you're asking. There's sort of two different things, your criteria and Ron, decision-making bodies criteria.
Yeah, I want Ron's.
So here it is. Keeping in mind all the behind the scenes, remembering that the 25-foot wetland setback exists, and then here's the language. Let me bring it up larger.
Sure, yeah.
So administrative approval for soil disturbance in the 25-foot wetland setback may be granted if the disturbance meets the following criteria. There's no practical alternative to avoiding the wetland setback, and the proposed activity in the wetland setback is to either meet a policy of the Telluride Master Plan or allow reasonable use of the property. The other two items here pertain to if that determination is made, how it would be mitigated. So
Okay.
you're really focusing on the first two there.
So there's a lot of information in this record.
Yes.
For me, the parts that seems the most important are actually this slide right here. And for me, it says administrative approval for soil disturbance in the 25-foot wetland setback may be granted if the disturbance meets the following criteria. And then it lists these following criteria. The way that my understanding, and Kevin and legal, correct me if I'm wrong, is that may says that even if an application meets all of these criteria, even if it is like, checks all of the boxes, that administrator may still choose not to grant it.
That is correct.
That's what that is interpreting to me. So that whoever the administrator is that's reading this, you might have met every single one of these. It might even be the case that there is no practical alternative and your property isn't as buildable. It doesn't say that if that happens, then they shall grant you a variance. So to me, whether or not there's a disagreement between engineers, which it sounds like there is a disagreement between engineers on this, that one engineer has an opinion, another engineer has an opinion about what this is going to happen. Nobody has a crystal ball that can predict the future. That Ron made a determination to go one way or the other, even maybe in spite of these criteria being met. That's for me the biggest thing. If it said the setback shall, administrative approval, whatever, shall be granted if the disturbance meets the following criteria, then I could see where if you've given reasonable support and showing all of these things, then you could say, okay, they met all of these criteria. This is part of the code that says that it shall be granted. Then there wouldn't be room for interpretation or opinion. But that's not how I'm interpreting this, is that because it says may, even if you walk in with the best evidence in the world and you check all the boxes, there's nothing that says that they shall allow you to do it. So that's my interpretation. Legal, correct me if I'm misinterpreting that in any way.
It's precisely correct. And I think you heard that argument, I think, from the planning director on the presentation here. The use of the word may, you have to assume, was purposeful. That word could have used shall or must. That's not the language that you see here. There is considerable discretion that's provided in the land use code with the use of may and not shall. So I don't think it belabors much more because I think you hit it exactly on the head.
And then to take that a step further, I think part of our decision today is determine in that may be granted, did Ron act appropriately based on his criteria? And do we see any fault in the decision that Ron made? And that's why we're here today.
And I think a big thing that's like jumping out to me, and I want to like frame this as a question, but I don't know how. but is like reasonable use of the property feels like there is a lot of interpretation there. It's not a totally objective statement. And I think, you know, what I'm wondering is it unreasonable to not have an art studio, home office, guest room, or is, you know, and that, I think that's where I'm struggling a little bit with this is.
But Elena, the way that this is written, and I'm not saying I agree
No,
with the
I
way that
know,
it's
I
written.
know. But even
That says
just-
even if you were unable to build any structure on this
Right,
property,
and
they
I
can
think
still
like,
grant it or not.
well, and I think one of the arguments that I'm seeing by the appellate is that limiting the development to, 55% of the developable area is unreasonable. And I think that's where I'm kind of like looking to be proven either way, is that reasonable or unreasonable? And I want to frame this as a question to you guys, but I don't really know what the question is.
But the question is if in Ron's opinion that he thinks that it's could be, a dangerous
Right.
approval based on him taking the town engineer's opinion into fact, is knowing that someone, if it's guest quarters, is sleeping in there, is he saying, because I'm relying on this, I don't think it should be developed for safety reasons. I mean, that's a big part of it for me, and basically it's tough for us here sitting in the room to say, Chris's presentation is better than the town engineers or vice versa. Ron is looking at both opinions to make his decision on that one piece. And like Ashley says, even if, kind of back to what we have to decide, if these conditions were met, he still doesn't have to grant them. And if he doesn't grant them and we think they were met, did he act in an inappropriate manner to make that decision, which is what I believe the appeal is here today to ask. And that's ultimately what we have to decide versus, a lot of the nuts and bolts of, what does the property soak up water wise? Is it, people going to die? Should he be able to develop the land based on, the square footage allowed within the setback? And did Ron act inappropriately?
I think that these types of land use codes where it's a may rather than a will or a shall are very difficult, because when it's that, you have to try and determine whether or not somebody's professional opinion is arbitrary and capricious or violates these things. That's very difficult to do versus you have a checklist of things. If the applicant meets these criteria, then it's clear that then they can have this right on their property and they can remove a setback or whatever. I don't love, like I said, I don't know. I'm not making a determination on whether or not I agree with the way that this is written. I can only interpret the way that it is written and how then we have to apply it to situations that are before us. That's the reality of where I'm sitting right now. Is it says may.
And
If it's like, it's very much like there's no, which is to me difficult as an applicant, because you feel like I'm giving you all of the information. I'm showing you how this is okay. I'm like doing all these things. But at the end of the day, if it's just left up to somebody's professional opinion and they have justification for that opinion that's reasonable, it's difficult to overturn that in any way.
And we've been sitting in this exact chairs hearing appeals where they say shall, and we all don't agree with what that outcome would have been. We have to approve something because the rule says shall. So I think that it's put in there so that there is some leeway given to the staff member, and that's what we're seeing play out here. I agree with everything you're saying. I'm just pointing out that like each situation is different, but we aren't officially the judge of the application. We are the judge of the process.
Yeah, and in the packet, in all the materials provided specifically to this hearing, I think it's up to, the six of us to determine, did Ron act appropriately? And is there anything in this appeal that we feel he did not, or do we support his decision? And that's really what it comes down to. And so I want to make sure that everyone sitting here and at the council table here, you know, please feel free to, you know, ask more questions, further discussion. I mean, I want to make sure that before we deliberate, that we have all the information we need to make a decision here. And if we don't, we can continue on. And if we do, then we can start, you know, we can deliberate further between us only and then vote and make a decision for what we believe based on, oh yeah, sure. Go ahead. No.
Because we are still in open, you haven't closed the.
Yeah, we have not closed it. So that's, I want to make sure that everyone sitting here, to the best of their brains, has, you know, all the information they need to, you know, to vote and what they feel is the best answer here to, you know, either support your appeal, deny your appeal, or remand it back to staff. And I don't want to cut that short in any form or fashion, and just really want to make sure for us and everyone online or in the room to know that, you know, there's more time to clarify things if you need to. And if not, you know, we can go to deliberation.
I was just gonna ask Mayor if I could, you know, kind of clarify something based upon some of the conversation.
Sure,
that's
you bet.
happened. So, totally agree, and I'm, as you well aware, I'm the first one to argue shall means shall and may means may. And so this is clearly a discretionary decision as opposed to a must decision. I think, I don't know if it came through earlier when we were doing our presentation, but if you read the very beginning of, and I apologize, the emails section of the record, when Ron first received this application, he said, hey, didn't you know that this was already denied in a prior application, you know, 5 years ago? And the applicant's representative's response was, no, I wasn't involved in that. And in fact, you should only be looking at what's in front of you. And Ron still, like, he sent an email back saying, well, here's what was proposed before, and it was denied. And, you know, the kind of underlying theme here with, you know, I'll reiterate, engineering had commented initially that this was fine. It appears that staff, you know, had that prior denial in mind and made a decision to deny again, and then went looking for the basis to do so. And that's the wrong way to do it. It does need to be, I have an application in front of me. As, you know, staff pointed out earlier, it stands on its own. You know, then I analyze it based upon, you know, sure, they had referred it to engineering already, and engineering said it was okay. Once Ron had the discussion, which occurred after that, with the applicant's representatives about this prior application, you know, sure, at the end of the day, he didn't include, and he can't include, everything that occurred in the analysis in the final decision. But I think to say, well, it's just the final decision, don't look elsewhere, then why do we have the record? I mean, the record is, what did you use to formulate your decision? And so you have to assume that everything that's in here played a part. And so I just want to point that out, that from the beginning, you know, the applicant in a way had, I don't know, not the odds stacked against them, but it is discretionary, but you need to base that fully on what's in front of you and not try to backdoor, well, we decided this before, guys, we should really find a way to make sure we can do it again, and then go, you know, consult with engineering a second time or something else, where I think, as you can see from the maps, if you start going down this road using those maps, you're gonna have a problem approving things around town.
Is there anywhere in the record that Ron gives the direction to deny it before he made his decision? Because that's what you're kind of representing.
I understand that, and that, you know, we don't, part of the record doesn't include phone calls. You know,
And that's just an assumption that you can assume they talked great about the project or against the project.
right, I mean, I'm just gleaning that from reading the record, and that goes back to interpretation, so.
Kevin?
I'm a little concerned because that argument was not in the notice of appeal that was filed on this issue back in late December, early December. I think that's a new issue you've raised. You're limited to the appeal issues that you raised in your notice of appeal. So that's an entirely new argument that was never raised in your objection to this issue when Mr. McAllister filed this in December. And if you can point to his letter and show me where it was an issue of the engineer or someone in engineering previously recommended denial or approval, or the earlier opinion was a basis for the later opinion, that's not in the notice of appeal. You are limited to what's in the notice of appeal.
And Kevin, I appreciate that. I would say that goes to due process and how these are looked at. And to me, due process can be argued at any point.
Well,
So I'd
certainly.
like to, so that would be my position on that issue, that it is due process, that you look at an application on its own merits. And there are indications in this record that maybe that wasn't true throughout. So I'd like to preserve that as an argument for the record today.
I think there's an argument that you can make to an appellate court on an issue of due process. But in order to start with a protected right, you have to show that you advance the legal issue to the decision-making body, this tribunal, in the first place. Otherwise, they have no basis to review the issue that you're requesting review on. So I'm just cautioning my town council openly that that's not in the notice of appeal. It's clearly not.
Kristen?
Sure. I'd like to speak to some of the comments following on what I just heard. And I also, although it wasn't a question, Elena, it sounds like we're allowed to speak even if it's not a direct question to us. Is that correct?
I'm okay with that.
Because
I mean,
will
I'll allow
kind
it.
of address what you had raised without the question
More
piece,
information
if that's allowed. Okay.
is okay.
Okay, so a few things first. I have a number of points here. One is that staff absolutely can ask other staff members. It's not like the first person you ask input from is a decision in any way. Staff can request input from other expertise on our townwide staff relevant to projects, receive that input. Those people providing that input are not the decision makers. So it's not like there was a decision made by Public Works that then was the decision or something like that. It's that you receive the input, you follow the land use code and what our criteria are for making the determination, and then you make a professional determination based on all the information available to you that you see in the record. So I just wanted to make that point. Even though, to your point, Kevin, it shouldn't even be part of this conversation, I want to emphasize that there was extensive staff review in the planning department of the application that came in unquestionably. And I'm not going back because we're not even addressing the topic that was raised, but I think you can see from the record that staff gave full consideration to all of the information, the science, the background, the input in making their determination. I think also, I just wanted to bring us back to, this is one property. It's bisected by a creek. It's a challenging lot. The 25-foot wetland setback is per the land use code. So it's not, basically it is established, and as a property owner, like that 25-foot wetland setback exists on the north and the south side of the creek. Applications come in to request the ability to disturb the soil within that wetland setback. Staff, absolutely to your point, do not, it's a discretionary, fully discretionary determination, and I want to emphasize that. We look at the criteria, we look at the information available, and in this instance, staff did approve the disturbance on the south side of the lot for the intended future construction that the applicant may propose. And staff did not approve the disturbance on the north side of the lot. Again, discretionary, based on the land use code, and that's where we find ourselves today. But it's one lot, approved on one side, not approved on the other. Lots of science and information and record that was the foundation of that determination. So I just wanted to try to address what I was hearing on a few different fronts. And thank you for keeping this open, Mayor Enrico, so that we could have this conversation and share more information. I appreciate it.
Great, thank you. I want to ask council, are there any further questions that you have before we close the public aspect of this hearing and go into deliberations?
Do we need to ask for public comment again at all?
I don't think you need to ask for public comment, but I think you might want to just make sure that the applicant appellant has had their full rebuttal.
Yeah, that's fair. Thank you, Kevin. So I'll go to staff first. If you feel that your rebuttal has been presented to the best of what you'd like to get across?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for letting me emphasize your role as decision makers. May I bring the slide up that is your criteria for making your decision? Would that be helpful?
Sure.
I'll just put it on the screen and then moving through. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And then Mary Elizabeth, do you have any other, or do you feel that you were given the opportunity to present everything you needed to? And if not, I'll give you that opportunity.
I appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you. Just to sum it up, I mean, I want to be clear that, applicant is not trying to argue that it's not discretionary. We're not trying to argue in the standards of review that you guys are considering, for an appeal. The code says what it says, and, those are the standards, and that's, that was the direction for reviewing a wetlands variance request. I do think that, in Mr. McAllister's appeal notice, there is some background provided at the very beginning. And it does talk about that, they had discussed the development on both sides of the creek back in December of 2023. Now, remember, they had to go to HARC first, because that's the way the code was written at the time. But there had been this discussion about the development on both sides and the fact that, there was going to be this issue of the creek and wetlands. And at that time, staff had said, considering the numerous historic debris flows in Cornet Creek, which is exactly what's being talked about now, Public Works would like the setbacks from the creek for both the accessory structure, that's the north side, and the main structure to be increased. At the least stringent, no overhangs into the absolute 5-foot setback should be permitted. Our reasoning is that when a debris flow occurs and equipment must work in a channel that has likely aggraded, i.e. the bed has raised by several feet because there's debris sitting in it, encroaching structures will hinder efficient cleanup. So that was the direction or information that the applicant had received, going into HARC from Public Works. And I think you can start to see that, this is where the processes cross each other. And I know today's decision is only on this wetlands variance request, but this is part of the appeal for an understanding of how the applicant walked into this, and that Public Works had given direction, talking specifically about historic debris flows and talking about the accessory structure, and not saying, because of those historic debris flows, it's not like these maps and this modeling has changed. That's been in place since 2008, 2009. That was an opportunity to say, we just can't see allowing development on the north side. It would have saved my client a lot of time and effort and money of going through HARC. So I just would like to remind you that that is in the notice of appeal. So thank you for your time. I know it's been a long morning.
Great. Thank you. Chris, if you could pull up those criteria again, that would be great. After what Mary Elizabeth said, I would like to close the public hearing aspect of this hearing and go into council deliberations before we come to a decision. I can start. For me, what I'm trying to get in this discussion amongst us is, do we see any proof that Ron acted, within these, one of these 5 categories here? And if so, I'm not sure if this term is the right term, but is there the smoking gun that says, nope, Ron, violated one of those 5 things? And that's where I'm trying to determine if that happened or not. And personally, I don't think I see it, but want to discuss it to make sure I'm not missing anything based on everybody else's opinion. Ashley?
I think based on these 5, for me, the only one that I think we need to discuss or see if we have any evidence to support it is that there was an abuse of discretion. The other ones, you know, arbitrary and capriciously, that's like based on, you know, a personal whim rather than on any reason or system. He clearly shows reason. You can follow his logic. The senior planner exceeded their jurisdiction. It's within his jurisdiction to make rulings on these things, so I don't see how it would exceed his jurisdiction. There was evidence and sufficient factual basis that was brought up. There was, you know, disagreements on what maybe some of that stuff meant or how it was applied, but you can't say that there was no evidence. And because he provided it, and then that they failed to act in accordance with the provisions. I think that we went through that. So again, I think the discussion probably needs to be centered around, from me, my opinion, is that the discussion needs to be centered around, was there an abuse of discretion? Because that's really what we're asking is, you know, did he abuse his authority with the discretion that he held?
Do you see any evidence to that? Can you, in your opinion? You're raising the topic.
Yeah, I don't see, I think the word abused is pretty extreme, and that, like, you know, has to demonstrate that it would feel like more of an abusive situation if there was ample staff recommendation that coincided with the applicant, and everybody was kind of rallying and saying, this is, you should do this, and then he said, well, I'm the boss and I'll do what I want, by God, and whatever you say could never sway me. That to me feels like that's where abuse is. That would be a little bit of an abuse line to me. Having, you know, people who have different determinations on, you know, questions of flooding. I mean, all those maps and stuff are very difficult. It's like their predictions. It's like trying to figure out when it's going to snow and how much it's going to snow. It's difficult. We use science and we hope that they're accurate, but they're projections. And so there can be different interpretations of, you know, future projections and what those implications could be. So I have a hard time moving into the realm to say that there was an abuse of discretion. So, but if anyone else, like I said, that's just my interpretation. So I don't, if anyone disagrees with me on any of those or feels like there's some evidence that they've seen that would support differently, I would obviously like to hear it, but.
I tend to agree with you on that. I'm just wondering if abuse of discretion is a defined legal term.
I don't know.
There are defined legal terms in case law that look at what an abuse of discretion is. It's generally where there's a definitive and firm conviction that there was a clear error of judgment or some element of bias, or sometimes you see it on evidentiary rulings where you could have an abuse of discretion on an evidentiary ruling. I don't think that's applicable here. It's also defined traditionally as things that are by their nature arbitrary, unreasonable, or unfair, or based in bias.
And
That makes sense to me. I agree with everything Ashley said.
then would a bias, you know, be part of mentioning it was denied previously? And, you know, I mean, personally, I still have a hard time getting to the point where he directed staff to come up to change their decision to prove what he wanted to do. I don't see that happening.
I don't think there's anything wrong with looking at the history of a property. I feel like we've done that at every single appeal we've had, is what else has happened with the entitlements on this property going back, and what has changed or what has not changed. And yes, the applications need to be considered separately, but considering what happened before should not be something that's lending bias to the situation. And in fact, sometimes people say, well, before
Right.
this was okay, and now you're saying it's not.
Yeah.
And we say, well, they actually aren't related. So, yeah, I don't think that that was a problem that he mentioned what had occurred before.
Any other discussion before I call for a motion?
Yeah, I think everything has been said.
I move to direct the town attorney to draft a resolution to affirm the December 5th, 2024 letter of determination pursuant to LUC section 5.207 is that 1 or I? I. And LUC section 3, division 8, with the following findings. The interim senior planner did not arbitrarily and capriciously, did not abuse his discretion, did not exceed his jurisdiction, did not act without proper evidence or sufficient factual basis, and did not fail to act in accordance with the provisions of Title 18, the Telluride Land Use Code of the Telluride Municipal Code. This motion is based on a review of the record at a public hearing held on February 25th, 2025, with notice of such hearing provided as required by Telluride Land Use Code.
We have a motion from Ashley. Do we have a second?
I second.
We have a second from Dan. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Yes.
Teddy, yes. It is confirmed unanimous.
Thank you,
And
guys.
that will close this quasi judicial public hearing. Thank you very much for your time, everybody. And that brings us to right on time.
I was gonna say, despite all that, we stayed really close.
Okay, we are going to restart the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting here today on February 25th. The first item after lunch is agenda item number 2, and that would be public comment on non-agenda items. And each person will be allotted no more than 5 minutes. And if you choose to speak, please state your name and where you live. Is there anybody in the room for public comment on a non-agenda item? And we just got to have you step up to the microphone.
Hi, and thank you for taking time to hear my comments. John Pandolfo, Superintendent of the Telluride School District, also resident of Town of Telluride. I just want to share it on my board's request, just the funding concerns that the Telluride School District is having right now. And excuse me, I'm just getting over being sick, so I can't talk all that well. But so I just want to run through a summary of that. HB 24-1448 was passed last May, creating a new educational funding formula that will hurt Telluride specifically in the following ways. The cost of living factor that was previously set at 1.595 for Telluride is now capped at 1.23. This, in essence, results in a decrease of around $1 million in our $13 million total program funding from the funding formula. The use of a locale factor to determine our size and remoteness will also result in an additional decrease of over $1 million in total program funding, simply because the population of Telluride increased from just under 2,500 to just over 2,500, which changes our locale factor from 1.25 to 1.10. In essence, we went from being rural remote to town remote, and the range of town is from 2,500 to 50,000. So we kind of fell off the edge of a cliff with that. Given the forecasted state revenue shortfall of $700 million, the governor has proposed an additional change to the funding formula that would have an additional impact of over $1 million in total program funding. This proposal would change the current funded student count from a multi-year average that ranges from 1 year to 5 year, depending on what's best for the district, to just a single year average. That would negatively impact us and most of the other school districts in the state that are in declining enrollment as we are. And that would take in effect immediately if the governor's proposal is passed through legislation. Since we in the district have a 30% mill levy override, which assesses our local taxpayers 30% on top of the total program funding we get, a loss in total program funding means we collect less in that mill levy override, so that further decreases our revenue. While there's currently a 5-year hold harmless provision in HB 24-1448 to protect us from the immediate impact of the changes that I stated up on, on the top of the page here, there is discussion now of removing that to further save money because of the funding shortfall that the state has. And the state solution in 24-1448 for our district, which again was one of the few districts that loses out of the new funding formula, is to allow us to go to our local voters for an increased mill levy override. We've been at the state maximum of 30%, which is under the previous law, the 1994 funding formula. HB 24-1448 would allow Telluride to increase that mill levy override to 50% if the voters approved it. No other district in the state would be allowed to go to that level that they put in for us in the statute. So, and I'll just close by saying none of this even relates to what might be happening with federal funding. This is simply state funding from the educational funding formula. So certainly I'm happy to provide any more additional detail that you would like, speak more if you ever want to put it on the agenda. I realize it's not fully your purview, but we felt it was important to make all the local governments aware of just what we're looking at right now. So thank you.
Great. Thank you for keeping us aware. A little disheartening.
So, sorry, quick clarifying question, if I may. John, on the 0.5, the mill levy override, that percentage, can you just help me understand what that percentage override is connected to
So
exactly.
if our total program funding were to be $10 million, then we're able to, we've already had approval from the voters to assess for 30% on top of that. So we collect then 3 million locally.
Mhm.
If that were to go down to half of $10 million, then we can only assess half of that for that 30% because it rides with what the total program funding is.
But just to make sure, sorry, I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Mhm.
But this change in the bill, in order to to return you to where your current funding levels are, the only option in front of you, you're saying, is to go to the voters for another mill levy increase. And you had been at essentially the maximum before, but now that maximum has increased under this bill.
That's correct, although I'm not sure I would say it's the only way, but it's certainly one of the ways
One of the
and
ways.
the way that they have, I'll say, incentivized.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Is there anybody else in the room for non-agenda items for public comment? Seeing none, Tiffany, is there anyone online?
No, see nobody online.
Okay, we will be closing public comment for the meeting today. Agenda item number 3, presentations and proclamations. There are no presentations and proclamations today. Agenda item 4, appointments to boards and commissions, reading of boards and commissions vacancies. Current board openings. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from residents interested in volunteering their service on one of the following towns' boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, March 10th, 2025, for possible consideration at the next town council meeting, March 18th, 2025. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 4 regular seats to a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at-large seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Town resident. Please note that town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. That brings us to agenda item number 5, consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
We have a motion from Dan, a second from Mian. Dan, how do you vote?
And yes.
Ellen?
Oh, Elena, yes. Sorry.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes, the consent calendar is approved unanimously. That brings us to agenda item number 6, public hearing items. 6A, second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing extension of water service to the San Miguel County Park, known as the Mill Creek County Park parcel, and authorizing the waiver of certain town water tap fees associated with the extension of water service to the county park. And that's going to be continued.
Yes, thank you.
That brings us to agenda item number 7.
We'll just need a motion on that, Mayor.
Need a motion on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a public hearing. We got to open the public hearing.
Kevin,
Take a
do we-
motion.
Do we need a date certain?
We do, and I think we're suggesting March 18th.
Okay. Do I have to take public comment on that, Kevin?
You don't,
Okay.
you're not opening it for substantive discussion.
Okay, great. Then I would entertain a motion.
I move to continue agenda item, sorry. 6A to the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting on March 18th, 2025. And thank you. End of motion.
Second.
Kevin, that motion's okay?
Perfect.
All right,
Thank you.
we have a motion from Dan and we have a second from Elena. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Betty, yes. It is approved to continue that discussion 6A to the next town council meeting. That brings us to agenda item number 7, action items. 7A, consideration of an approval of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, granting an exemption to Planet Bluegrass from the requirements of Telluride Municipal Code Section 11-4-20, advance notice of impacts for a 2-night concert in Town Park on August 22nd and 23rd, 2025. And we have Stephanie Jacquet in the hot seat.
And I will be recusing myself as I did at the previous meeting.
Okay.
Great.
Ashley, thank you very much for that. We'll give Ashley a second to hide in the green room. And then Stephanie, whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, good afternoon. Stephanie Jacquet, Parks and Recreation Director. This is a bit of a lengthy presentation because it's been a lengthy but quick process to get to this point. For introduction, what's in front of you today is a resolution which, if approved, would grant an exemption to Planet Bluegrass from the requirements of the municipal code section that deals with advance notice of impacts. And this would be for their proposed new major event in Town Park on Friday, August 22nd and Saturday, August 23rd. Special event ordinances require that major events, which is more than 3,000 people per day, that they provide notice via the standard case calendar process. And that deadline for 2025 major events was May 9th of 2024. You are able to exempt an event from this requirement by resolution, which is the action item today. However, in addition to reviewing the resolution, council is encouraged to have a discussion about benefits and impacts associated with the proposed event as well. Things that might not have been discussed at the Parks and Rec Commission and case level. So to start with, the event proposal does not include a specific band or artist. This is how it was first communicated to staff and to council during the work session in January, and then how it continued through the process. However, there is a condition as part of the proposed resolution that would require that the applicant provide or have finalized the artist by May 1st, and that would need to be approved by the town manager to ensure that it complies with event approvals in relation to anticipated event impacts. Quick overview of the proposal, and then the applicant will speak to it more, but we are talking about a major event. The capacity has been decreased as of this week from 9,000 people per day to 7,250 people per day. That's still considered a major event, but they have reduced the capacity, and the applicant will speak more to that. It is a 2-night concert. It's not a festival per se. It is a concert with gates at 5 p.m. and music from 5:30 to 11 each night. Town Park curfew is 10 p.m., so this would entail a curfew extension of 1 hour on both nights. There's also sound checks proposed with amplified music on Thursday early evening and Friday afternoon. They are asking to have an 8-day time frame inclusive of event setup and operations and tear down for the 2-day event in Town Park. And the impact on each facility depends on which day it impacts within that 8-day time frame. The event did plan their setup strategically to place infrastructure, tents, other temporary structures on the perimeter of the playing fields so that we could maintain use of the fields as much as possible and limit the impacts on both informal and scheduled recreation in Town Park. And then they are proposing use of the majority of Town Park, except for the core area, which is in use by the Telluride Mountain Run, the pavilion, which is in use by Film Festival, and then the facilities that always remain open during a festival would be open as well. The pool, the playgrounds, tennis and pickleball courts, skate park, and volleyball area. Also, Warner Field is not being proposed for camping, so it would stay available for informal and scheduled recreation. They're proposing very minimal use of just the warning track for egress. So there would be no impact on scheduled uses on Warner Field, and informal use would be highly encouraged even during the show. So approvals needed. This request started with council on January 14th in a work session to determine whether council was supportive of it continuing through the review process. All members of council at that time did support the request continuing through the process. The first step was Parks and Recreation Commission in January for venue approval, use of Town Park, then to case for calendar date approval in February. And then in front of you today is the final approval, if you approve it, via the exemption from the municipal code. So a quick overview, Parks and Rec Commission used their review criteria, which is specific to the venue. And on January 22nd, they unanimously approved use of Town Park for the proposed event. There were several conditions, and I will talk about these conditions as I go through the slides. Case then reviewed the calendar date request and approved the addition to the case calendar in a 4-to-1 vote. And they too had a condition of approval, which I'll address shortly here. There is a long history of events on this date. I went through it at the work session, so I'm not going to repeat myself, but I will highlight that a major event did occur on this proposed late August date, which is the last full weekend in August prior to Labor Day in 2012, 2013, 2015, and 2016. In 2017, there were 2 proposals for a concert event to happen on these dates, and ultimately Parks and Rec Commission denied the request to use Town Park for the CODO event, and there was no concert of any kind on this weekend in 2017. And then jumping ahead, starting in 2019, the annual Telluride Mountain Run applied and received approval for use of the Town Park core area on the last Saturday of August. And this was in addition to their existing approvals for regional trails. So they were an event already in existence, but started using Town Park in 2019. And then to expand a little bit on the events that are impacted by the request and where there needs to be work to coexist in Town Park specifically. The Telluride Mountain Run, as I stated, they're on the case calendar for August 23rd. If approved, the proposed concert would need to coexist in areas of Town Park. There's not a direct venue conflict, but there's proximity. The core area is obviously a pretty central location in the park and needs access to and from. Planet Bluegrass and Telluride Mountain Run organizers have been in discussion since December. As soon as this was proposed, staff put them in touch, and they've been in discussion since then about the overlap, impacts, and associated concerns. The run organizers did provide written comment, which is in your packet, and they've been very engaged in all the meetings to get to this point, starting with the work session and including Parks and Rec and Case. And I would like to suggest that they have an opportunity to speak after the applicant as part of the presentation, since they've been so engaged and obviously have some impacts. Telluride Film Festival is also gearing up for their festival over Labor Day weekend. So they will be occupying the pavilion while this concert would be arriving and setting up in the park. They're also using the catering facility starting the day after the proposed concert. And once again, Planet Bluegrass and Film Festival have been in discussion since December and are working through logistics. Sorry, I'm changing it in both spots. So the condition of approval by Parks and Rec Commission and Case is an important one. And I know at the work session with council, it was emphasized that this event needs to work with the existing events. And I feel like that has been successful. There's a lot of details that have been flushed out, maybe some more to still come. But what each of those boards required is that there be a management plan that is agreed to by the concert and the affected event, either Mountain Run or Film Festival, and that it be signed off on by me as Parks and Rec Director. So to make sure everybody is happy, everybody signs this future agreement. So what those agreements address is how they'll coexist in the park, not a direct venue coexisting, but once again, proximity and making sure that attendees and staff can get to the areas that they're approved to use. And then Case also wanted to have this management plan address impacts on the Mountain Run with regards to economics, infrastructure, available venues, and crowd size. And that's a direct review criteria that Case has. I'm not going to go through the management plan topics. Zach will touch on them a bit, and they are included in your packet. They're draft, they're not fully executed, but I can say all event organizers on both sides have reviewed it and provided comment, which is incorporated with the exception of one that Zach will address. It would still need to be fully executed if you all were to approve the event today. And then for Town Park usage and recreation, Parks and Rec Commission spent a lot of time talking about recreation in the park. As I stated earlier, the setup is configured in a way where it leaves the southern fields, the festival grounds as they're known during a concert, Bear Creek Field, Festival Field, and Little League Field. It would leave them usable through setup, and the only unavailable time on those fields would be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, so a 3-day time frame, which is about as minimal as it could be, and giving us time for Parks and Rec staff to turn the facility back over for recreation to resume on Monday. This does have an effect on both youth soccer through the soccer club and adult soccer. Our league is in play, so there would be some relocated games. We are hopeful that everything can be relocated to some regional fields. And then also, as always stated by staff, depending on weather conditions, the impacts can be greater than what we might assume. If for some reason it's extra wet and the fields get damaged, that could result in some longer term impacts on these programs, but that's hard to predict. So approval conditions that address town parks specifically and recreation are listed here. The applicant would need to help Parks and Rec secure and pay for an alternate field for adult soccer games. And then once again, a management plan would need to be developed with Telluride Soccer Club to address the displaced programming and games that is a result of the concert use of the fields. And that process is in place already with soccer club representative, and there appears to be agreement on both sides there so far too. So now moving into some things that Parks and Rec Commission and CASE did not fully dive into, because it, as some of you know, I like to keep boards on review criteria, and I know that you all know that those review criteria are different at each review level. So one thing that I would say that was not a direct review criteria of either of those boards is the impact on the community. So we've spent a lot of time in the last few years talking about how special events both contribute to the community, but also have impacts on the community. So contributions, cultural, social, economic, and then also recognition that there's impact to the town and the region destination in relation to infrastructure, parking, traffic, sound, quality of life, and probably some other items. In terms of the special event calendar, just a reminder that it's pretty full. It always has been. Last year in 2024, there were 38 total events permitted on town property, and 36 of those events occurred between mid-May and mid-October. So that is the event season. For 2025, there's currently 4 medium-sized events on the calendar. So that's between 1,000 and 3,000 people per day, and 3 major-sized events, which is up to 12,000 or more for 4th of July, which we don't track. So the proposed event, which once again is a major event, would increase the number of major events from 3 to 4, and this would result in 5 medium or major events occurring in a 6-week period in August to September. So this is what's to the right is our medium and major events, just to show how that would all play out on the calendar. All events are required through the execution of a special event contract to provide plans on how they're going to mitigate their impacts on the community, including parking, camping, transportation, resource recovery, sanitation, crowd management, and so forth. The staff memo goes into detail about some of these requirements and what the applicant is proposing at this point for mitigation. I'm going to just stay pretty high level and answer any questions if you have any. One piece of impact mitigation with your recent updates to the municipal code is the local ticket program. So the applicant already has a plan to offer 1,000 local tickets per day, and the definition of local for their proposed program would be similar to how it's currently being done for other events, reserved for San Miguel County residents and those that work in the county. Just a reminder, the code requires that a detailed plan be submitted and that it be approved by the town manager. But so far what they're proposing would be in compliance with that. And then they're looking to offer both single day and 2-day options as well for the general public. Each ticket sold is the admission fee will apply. That fee has gone up for 2025 per council's action during the budget process. So that'll be $4.15 per day. The numbers that you see on the screen reflect the reduced capacity of 7,250. So it is different than what you saw in the memo. So the maximum revenue would be about 51,000 tied to the admission fee. The event organizers are also currently planning for up to 2,100 campers between Town Park, which was discussed and considered at the Parks and Rec Commission level and was approved as part of their approval. But then Zone 1 in Lawson Hill, those have not obtained final approval at this point. And then staff will work with the applicant if approved to be sure that they have sufficient camping for the demographics and schedule of campers that are arriving. Of note, the Town Park Pavilion, as I mentioned, is going to be in use by film festivals. So the applicant is aware that they need to work on an alternate emergency shelter for both campers and festival attendees. Parking and transportation, they are actively working on securing parking areas as well. For the crowd size, a formal barricade would not be required, but they are going to have an information barricade, which would be staffed by the event organizers and provide general event and visitor information. They also are working on regional transportation to serve any satellite camping, such as Lawson Hill. And then also anticipating expanded hours for the gondola and Galloping Goose. Specific to the Galloping Goose, events are responsible for reimbursing the town for any cost associated with that expanded service. Noise is something that council and other boards have talked about quite a bit over the past several years. The event contracts do require that events minimize sound transmission outside of the park. Or outside of the premise, I should say, and that they also take readings of decibel levels at multiple locations. Law enforcement, public safety, this information came from Chief Compt. He asked that I just summarize it for you, and he's available if you have questions. But Marshall's Department staffing is a concern for the proposed new event, both based on the number of full-time officers anticipated for the summer and recruitment of reserve officers. As a result, Chief Compt highly suggests and encourages that the event organizers increase the private security for the event within the festival grounds. This is a process that we started in 2024 and will carry into 2025, and even a higher level of private security help is anticipated. And then also just to address potential solutions, if there are any, to the staffing concerns, the proposed resolution does include a condition that an additional payment of up to $10,000 for additional security and law enforcement purposes, if it's deemed necessary, and that would be reimbursement to the town, or if it had a large impact on the jail, for example, other jurisdictions might have needs for additional funding as well. And then on the medical side, the event would need to provide basic medical services within the event premise, and also work with Fire Protection District and the medical center. Sanitation and resource recovery, the contract will require that the event work with a professional company to meet all of our requirements. And I just want to remind council that related to portable toilet waste, that there is a fee that gets collected at the wastewater treatment plant for the dumping of that waste, which is going up to 29 cents per gallon for 2025. And then on the financial side, there are just general revenues, which the applicant can speak to on how that affects the region and destination. But I'll speak to direct revenue collected by the town, reflecting this reduced capacity of 7,250 and that new admission fee revenue. The total estimated revenue that the town would directly collect would be about 77,000. So that would include the event permit fee, the admission fee, facility rental fees, reimbursement for direct expenses, license fees, and sales tax remittance. As you know, we've been working on tracking costs associated with hosting events on town property. It is anticipated that the proposed concert format and 2 days would be, there would be less direct expenses incurred by the town than it would be for a major multi-day festival. And based on what we've seen for cost recovery for these major events, it is our anticipation that direct revenue collected by the town would be significantly or moderately greater than the direct expenses incurred by the town. So the town would do better than break even when it comes to cost recovery. And then the proposed resolution, if you choose to take action, is it includes all the conditions that I've outlined in the presentation. In addition, the conditions associated with Parks and Rec Commission and case approval would also still be in place. I did not duplicate those in your action today because those approval conditions are already in place. So there are quite a few conditions between all the boards that looked at it, including here today. I did add number 4 to reflect the new capacity of 7,250 people per day. So that is not in what's in your packet, and just because it's different than all the packet materials, I think calling it out is not a bad idea. Okay, and that is what I have. Sorry, it was lengthy, but like I said, it was a lengthy process in a short amount of time.
Great. Stephanie, thank you very much. Before we hear from the applicant, Planet Bluegrass, does any council members have any questions for Stephanie on that presentation? Seeing none, we will hand it over to Zach.
Oh,
All right, everybody, I'm Zach with Planet Bluegrass. I've done a presentation like this a few times now, so I'm going to try not to repeat myself too much as well. But I do want to just take a minute at the beginning and go back through what's different about a 2-night concert versus a lot of the festivals that we currently have in town and what makes up a lot of the other major events, because I think that's really important here. So first off, way fewer days, fewer setup and strike days, but then also fewer show days. We're only talking about 2 total days of music in the park. On those days, far shorter hours. Gates aren't opening till 5 o'clock and music is done by 11. So we're not having music in the park all day. We're not having the park closed to the public all day or anything like that. So the total time taken by this event is way less than, what could normally be attributed to a major festival or a lot of our experience with other major events in town. Additionally, the main stage is the only venue. So we're not anticipating, other stuff like street closures or anything that would make town feel busier outside of the park, and that would take up Elks Park and stuff like that. We're also going to do the informational barricade, kind of like Stephanie mentioned. I think this is really beneficial to our patrons, but also beneficial to the other events that are going to be in town. It helps us kind of guide people to finding parking, camping, what's going on, and how to navigate the area. So I think that's going to be really beneficial to everything that's happening in town that weekend. And then, of course, we like the concert model because it lets us bring some new music to town and kind of push outside of the genres that guide a lot of our festivals, although we like to push that at Bluegrass as well. This kind of allows even more of that experience. So I just like to kind of reiterate the difference of the 2-night concert so that we know the context of this discussion. And then I want to hit on kind of what has changed since I last presented in early January. And so first off, we decided that a reduction of capacity from that 9,000 down to the 7,250 would be the right move here. We think that trying to take into account all the feedback that we heard, we read all the letters you were written on behalf of the Mountain Run, and I understand the concern about town being busy, and we want to try to balance that with creating a successful event, something that feels good as a show. But then, of course, we still want town to feel good, and very importantly, we want the Mountain Run to be successful as well. And so we think that this 7,250 number is going to create a really good sized event for town this weekend as we balance the other things that are happening while still maintaining a strong economic value, which is one of the key components of why we're bringing this forward. So that was the reasoning for this reduction. I'm sure everyone is interested in the artist selection piece. We're waiting to hopefully get final confirmation to be able to contract with this artist, but we're close in conversations, so I don't anticipate it needing to take very long after we get confirmation. I'm not planning on dragging that process out. It would definitely be our goal to stay way ahead of that May 1st deadline that is written there for everyone's sake. And then we did get approval for Parks and Rec and from Case for this event with the management plan details. The details of those management plans are included in the packet, and I'll just kind of hit on them really quickly because I do think it's important. With Film Fest, it was relatively simple. We're planning to share some of their catering infrastructure and be ready to hand that venue over to them on Sunday morning when they would normally take it over, and hopefully it would be fully set up and ready to go for them. We're also aware that we'll need to coordinate some staging and logistical things around town. With the soccer club, we've committed to helping pay for the use of Down Valley Park for the 1 day of practices that are getting relocated because of the concert if it were to get approved. And then Of course, the biggest one is with the Telluride Mountain Run. And I've been working really closely with Jared and Fisher on this. We spent, I think, like 3 hours after the case meeting and really kind of dove into all the details here of how we could make our events work logistically together as well as possible. So I'm really appreciative of them taking the time during this season that I know is not normally the season they're working on this event to really work on this with me and try to find a way that we can both be successful here. So the first piece, of course, is town park use, and we've come up with a good strategy to make this work that's detailed in this map, and these maps were also included in the packet. So the key to this really is that we're protecting the core area for sole use by the Telluride Mountain Run, and any concert attendees are going to be directed up to the north and across the Northern Pedestrian Bridge to keep them completely away from the mountain run. We're going to separate these access points with physical barricades to make sure that lines or people walking into the concert aren't accidentally stepping in front of someone who's trying to finish a 40-mile race, which is certainly hard enough already. So we want to very much make sure that that finishing experience is unchanged, even though we have the concert happening around the perimeter of the event. The other thing that works to our benefit here is the timings. So their starts are very early in the morning on Saturday, and we don't have gates opening till 5. We will have some box office activity starting early afternoon, but we have kind of found a way to make the timings work so that they can have full reign of the area in the mornings, and then we'll begin to set infrastructure at quiet times throughout the day to build those safety separations for the finishers that afternoon. And then, of course, when the Telluride Mountain Run is done at about 9 p.m., we'll be able to take back the core area for egress. So we still have a lot of different egress points to make sure we can safely get everyone out of the venue at the end of the night. As we move kind of outside of the park into town, the runner safety on trails and throughout town is super important to us. We're planning to provide a volunteer at a specified time at Willow and Colorado Avenue to make sure that having more people in town doesn't negatively impact those 24-mile finishers who are going to be crossing that street kind of in the late morning to early afternoon. And then as we got into talking about the different trail impacts, we kind of isolated Judd-Weeby and Bear Creek are going to be the biggest trails of concern. And we weren't as worried about Bear Creek because it is wider, and so there's easier chance for people to be hiking and runners to be safely passing them. So Judd-Weeby was the higher concerned trail there. Luckily, I think that for people that are new to town, a lot of the waterfall hikes are going to be the more tempting hikes to go do than necessarily going to hike Judd-Weeby. And we're going to start a bunch of messaging to patrons and attendees saying, hey, there's the mountain run is happening right now. We highly recommend that you avoid hiking on the Judd-Weeby Trail and the Bear Creek Trail on Saturday morning to try to direct any of those hikers to the other options in town, such as up to Bridal Veil or something like that. And saying if you want to hike Bear Creek, we recommend doing it on Friday when there's not going to be the race going on. And so we think we can achieve that with a lot of communication, some signage, and staying on top of our people to make sure they're respectful to the runners and aware of what's happening for everyone's safety. Camping availability is a big piece of this, of course. We would offer space within Town Park, but we were in agreement that that doesn't really make the most sense for runners who are trying to get up early and run a trail run in the morning. So we're planning to hold space at Lawson Hill that is separated from the existing concert campers by at least 50 feet to try to create a quieter space out there for some runners to be able to camp. This could be beneficial, I think, because they won't have to worry about catching the Town Park campground opening day and needing to be clicking right at 9 a.m. to reserve a site. We'll be able to hold more space and more availability for a longer period just for those mountain run runners to guarantee that they're able to have an option for camping out there. For parking, Jared and Fisher put together a good estimate of what they're going to need for parking. We're thinking that's going to be about the entirety of Carhenge. So we're planning to hold that lot for them, and our event parking will have to work around their uses. So we're prepared to source additional parking for our patrons as needed throughout the region because of that. But that'll allow us to guarantee that any mountain run attendees have somewhere to park on both Friday for check-in and on Saturday for the race. Lots of other logistics to work through, barricades, and just kind of helping move things around. We're feeling pretty good on that piece. And then on the incentive side, we're able to offer 50 tickets for Mountain Run volunteers for Sunday access to the concert to try to provide a little bit more incentive for volunteers to participate and help, and hopefully get to enjoy what we're bringing to town as well at the end of the day. And then Stephanie did mention there's one last piece that was not included in the packet because we needed to finalize some of the details around it. But I do want to make sure that I've talked about it here, and that is the potential for compensation if this concert does negatively affect the Mountain Run's signups. And so we're committing to up to 10% per distance of reimbursement for registration fees in the event that they do see a lower attendance because of our events being together on this weekend. I really feel like with all of our strong planning and our ability to work together on this, that this shouldn't happen and shouldn't be the case, but we really wanted to make sure that that the Mountain Run and Jared and Fisher feel protected so that us working together to try this year doesn't negatively affect their ability to continue with this event in the future. And then, of course, with all of these management plans, I'm expecting stuff to change. We're expecting to work together last minute, and we're going to be good partners all the way through to make sure that anything that pops up, we can address and work together on to solve. So with that, I just want to finally hit on, again, why kind of we're here and why we brought this request forward. And for us, that really starts with the musical history of town. And what sets Telluride apart, I've always believed this is this musical history that it has. And that's why it's not like any other mountain town in Colorado. It's not like it's unlike any other mountain town I've ever been to. And I think a lot of that comes from the beautiful location and a beautiful stage that we've built in Town Park, and we think it is the best thing we can possibly do is to put more music on that and share this beautiful space with more people. And that really builds the musical identity of this town. And what comes with that, of course, is the increase in tourism. And so we're excited about the prospect of being able to bring more people on what has been a slower weekend and introducing new visitors who will fall in love with Telluride and hopefully come back on non-event weekends or to support other events throughout the year. And the value of this tourism is really furthered by this concert experience. So because there's the lower overall impact to town, but mostly because there's more time for these attendees to be out in town, more time for them to be spending money, eating out at restaurants, shopping, and really seeing everything that Telluride has to offer. And so we updated our economic projections with the help of Keira Skinner from the Tourism Board to be based on this new 7,250 person capacity. So I have a little bit more detail here. This is for regional lodging and incidental spending, and it is above the baseline for that weekend. So there's an additional $6.4 million economic impact estimated at this new 7,250 capacity. So we believe that this kind of finds the right line between making sure that the town can feel good, the multiple events happening this weekend can be successful, and we can still bring the value that we think that this can bring to town. It does slightly reduce some of the admission fees and sales tax projections that we had originally put forward, but still a ton of direct spending to the park. And of course, now that we're paying for reimbursing all these town services, the value of that direct spending goes much further. So in conclusion here, I really think that we've been able to work closely with all the other events in town. I very much appreciate their partnership on this. I truly believe that we can hold both of our events together successfully, and that this can be a good thing for furthering Telluride as a musical destination, as well as a great economic driver. So with that, I'm happy to answer any other questions, and thank you.
Great, Zach. Thank you very much. Does any council members have any questions for Stephanie or Zach at this time?
Clarifying question on that last point from the slide of the economic benefit. We had received public comment with some email correspondence through Keira Skinner at the Tourism Board. And just to make sure it's clear and make sure I'm understanding correctly, that $6.4 million estimate, that's in total. And the nexus, the delta between what would sort of be the standard weekend to now would be closer to about 2.4 million. Is that correct? Because the approximate revenue I'll let you respond. I see you're shaking your head
Okay.
already. Thank you, Zach.
Yeah, that is not correct, and I wanted to be certain about that because I know that changes this discussion a lot. So the 6.4 million is only attributable to this event, and in addition to the baseline of what is happening on that weekend. And I believe that Kira had sent out updated details on that in an updated impact report.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions for Stephanie or Zach?
I have a question. I like that you're giving some comp tickets to TMR volunteers. Was it ever discussed to have some kind of benefit for the actual runners of the race? Like, is that on the table?
You know, we haven't. I'm certainly open to trying to continue to be good partners here. And so if that is something that would help, I'm very happy to continue discussing.
I guess I'll throw it out there because since your overall capacity was lowered, it seems like there's still room that if the runners got a discount code or, a free ticket, I don't know what is on the table, but that maybe like I would be curious to see what that looked like and be willing to kind of see that capacity for the concert raise with the additional tickets going to the actual people who sign up for the race, like because they're already going to be in town. So I could see that as another benefit to offer the mountain run, just because I want to make sure that they feel taken care of. And that could be a really cool experience for the runners as well, like on Saturday night, if they have any energy left over. Just throwing that out there as another idea.
Absolutely. And I think especially if there's the ability to flex the top end capacity a little bit as a result of that, I certainly think that would be really cool too.
I don't know. We haven't talked about that.
Where did forgive me if I missed this, but the determination to lower the max capacity, was that sort of a negotiated amount or was that imposed by the boards?
It was the applicant
It was
proposed it.
self-imposed.
Yeah, we brought it
Okay.
forward at wanting to be kind of good team players here.
Got it. Well, I think it's a great concession and I agree with Elena that if runners are in town already, they are not increasing the impact on town. And I would be fine with allowing more tickets if they were runners.
Yeah, like if there were 450 additional tickets that went directly to the people who were signed up in the race.
Any other questions for Stephanie or Zach?
I have one more question. It's not entirely relevant because we of course can only review the application in front of us. But out of curiosity, couldn't have helped, but I looked at the case calendar. There was one other date that did appear a possibility. My question is, did you explore other dates? At this point, it's probably difficult to change this whole process, but so that's why it's not entirely relevant. But out of curiosity, what else did you look at?
Totally. And I looked at every single date that I could find, and I think there's more. The case calendar is a piece of it, but then also there's facility use within town park. And so sometimes, even if it's not an official case calendar date, there's use of the stage or catering facility that was just enough to mean that we couldn't effectively set up or have our activities on the right day. So from my review of that with Parks and Rec, I wasn't able to find any other date that this could possibly work.
Thanks.
In case asked the same question during their review, and the stage is the limiting factor. So there's extended stage use associated with dates that are on the case calendar, which makes the other dates not possible.
Thank you.
Great.
And Mayor, the mountain run, if they could be given a chance also before you go to the public.
Oh, you bet.
Yeah,
And
Jared, yeah.
I want to wrap these questions up first, and then we
Yeah.
will definitely want to hear from the Mountain Run folks.
Thanks.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
So one other note that I had made, and it looks like you have a really good plan, but did you explore moving the location of the box office? Because it does seem like having the concert goers kind of go through the box office and walk all the way around, like it works, but I wonder if there's an opportunity to create less congestion by the post office and have the box office like adjacent to the parking lot or something. Just more ideas to throw out there.
Totally, yeah. And we've looked at alternative locations for that. The challenge is that blocking the roadway or messing with the parking lot there can limit, emergency access or any kind of access into the park. And so in that area, a lot of what we're relying on is the different timings. A lot of the mass finishes of the TMR runners should be through that area before we're starting to bring box office traffic in. So there will be some shared overlap, but the big bulk should be separated thanks to the different timings of the events.
Okay, any other questions? I would like to hear from Mountain Run. You have an opportunity to step up and speak. Please go to a microphone. And state your name for the record, please.
My name is Jared Vilhauer. I am the co-director of the Telluride Mountain Run. You all met my partner in the race, Fisher Hazen, last time. He was intending to be here today. That changed about an hour and a half ago. Aside from him having a full-time job, building a house, 2 little kids, doing all this stuff, he also got paged out on a search and rescue call over into Oprah right now. He's a active member of the SAR team, and he felt that was the more important issue at the moment. So I'll be speaking on behalf of both of us today. We were both hoping to speak. He had some points that he wanted to get across, but I'm hoping I can convey all of those points for both of us today. Like I mentioned, I missed the first council meeting on this approval last month because I was out of town. Fortunately, I was able to follow most of that meeting from a computer in a tent in Antarctica. This time it's a little bit easier, needless to say, to get this whole thing started for me. I want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak today one more time for the sake of our event. Today's outcome of the meeting will drastically shape the future and livelihood of our race. I apologize just for reading, but I've got a lot of points that I want to get across today, and I feel like I'll miss some of that, but I just don't have it in front of me here.
No problem.
I took over this event in 2007. Fisher came on board just a couple of years later. Since then, we've turned this race into an event that has a significant following that has grown from 75 runners to 450 with a significant wait list every year, people hoping to get into this thing. If you visit this website, ultrasignup.com, they basically manage all the registrations for trail runs in the country. You'll see that there is just a massive saturation of trail running events in the country. And the majority of these races, they fail to gain any attraction of runners, interest from the outdoor industry, any kind of sponsorship. I can't begin to explain the amount of work that is taken to be where we are now. And I'm incredibly proud of what we've created. It's an incredibly rare thing to actually succeed in this industry, especially as quick as we have. We do, however, feel that we are far from our end goals and want to continue growing. Despite voicing our concerns about how this concert will greatly affect our race, it seems like the only concern throughout these meetings has been whether or not we can create a coordination plan with Planet Bluegrass. We feel our concerns about short-term and long-term impacts of this concert have generally gone unheard. Yes, we have the ability to create a coordination plan and to put this race on concurrently with a concert in the park. This will be proven this summer if this thing is approved. What we cannot do is continue to grow. And more importantly, we cannot produce the race, our product, that has made our event popular and successful with both our participants and sponsors. This coordination plan will allow us to put on a race, but it has stripped away almost every element that makes our race the Telluride Mountain Run. Our participants do not sign up for this race solely because it's available. There are a lot of races out there to choose from. Planet Bluegrass would agree with that the success of an event in this town has a great deal to do with the atmosphere you can provide for a unique experience. The Bluegrass Festival is a great example of this. If you started removing elements that people came for, the camping scene, music outside the main stage, a town full of like-minded people, you're just left with a concert. This new concert proposal is introducing a completely different and incompatible atmosphere and environment than what has traditionally existed over this weekend. Our participants are not coming for the music or party atmosphere, one that will be impossible to remove yourself from. We have voiced this at every meeting, and it still seems that our words are dismissed. And it seems that we must show the negative impacts on our event by accommodating the concert and Planet Bluegrass this year. The most popular response I've heard from those in favor of this concert is that the numbers are down in town, and having a new concert in town will turn this around. So I ask, have there been lack of offerings this year? No, I don't think so. Nothing's changed. So how will this concert fare better than all the other major events over the summer? More importantly, if this is the mindset of how to fix the problem, what is the desired end result? Is it a year full of these major events? And will there still be a place in town for smaller events like us? How do we fit into this plan? Planet Bluegrass has provided an optimistic economic impact number through these meetings, and one that we just saw, a new number. The current number is 4.3 million with an economic multiplier of 1.5 factored in, which gave them the 6.4 million. It sounds like a large number, and it is, but I've yet to hear anybody ask what the economic impact of the weekend is without the concert. You need a number to compare it to and to understand the actual benefit. I talked with Kira this morning, and this number is roughly 4 million over this weekend without a concert, and TMR does contribute to that number. In addition, it cannot be suggested that 6.4 million will be simply added to this 4 million, because regular visitors, along with many of our participants, will not show up in town, dropping this typical 4 million down significantly. This should be factored into the economic impact of the concert. This number is optimistic and unrealistic. In reality, this event is simply adding roughly one additional non-concert weekend to the summer. Is that enough to change everything for town? Our event is not struggling. As of today, we are on track again to fill our registration and have a wait list. We opened registration at the beginning of the month. We are currently 60% full, and we're up 30%. Well, we're higher at this point in the season. However, once this concert is approved, we expect significant cancellations. We did make one social media post last week, simply displaying the Daily Planet article that came out last week. And over the course of 24 hours after posting that, we received roughly a dozen messages from participants asking about cancellation and how to get out of their registration. I'm really fearing the email that I'm going to have to send directly to every participant, letting them know that this thing was approved. Every message that I did receive said the same thing. I will not want to visit Telluride with this going on. It's not what I signed up for, maybe next year. With approval of this concert, the Telluride Mountain Run, as we know it, and as all of our participants know it, will no longer exist. We will produce a race, but the Telluride Mountain Run product cannot be produced with a major event happening in town the same weekend. I struggle with the rationale of destroying an event that is working and growing, even though we're smaller, to make up for the shortcomings of a current economy that is not favorable for these large events. We cannot be expected to show or prove that this concert will ruin our race by actually ruining it this year and then try to recover next year, or possibly over many years to come. We need, for the sake of our event, for town council to say no to this concert now and not kick it down the road next year when Planet Bluegrass seeks an annual event. It'll be too late for us at that point. That's all I have. Thanks for listening.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
I have a quick question.
Yep.
You mentioned a couple of times that you are looking to grow this event further.
Correct.
What's your anticipated year-over-year growth?
Our growth is determined by the National Forest Service. They basically dictate our permit. One of the unique things about our race is that the majority of our run happens out in the national forest. You know, most of the big races that happen around the country, you know, you could even use Imogene as an example. They run on a county road. You know, they have nothing to do with the Forest Service. Most big trail races run on a ski area, so the ski area can determine that. The Forest Service is very limiting on how many people you can have on your permit, and they're slow to let you grow. They have been very generous with us. They've given us a 50% increase last year, so that's what bumped us up to our 450. We don't know exactly how many more they're going to allow us to have over the years or when that's going to happen, but we do have ways of trying to grow our event, maybe adding additional distances to this, maybe adding a second day to it as more of a like a weekend event. And we're not sure. We're kind of just letting it come and see where that growth comes from. And the participants are there. They enjoy our race. And I'm sure if we get the opportunity to grow, we'll be able to fill those numbers.
And so, and I just want to be clear, when I look on Ultra Sign Up
Yep.
for your attendees last year,
Mhm.
it was 250 roughly. And so you just on their
Okay.
sign-up sheet. So I just wanted to make sure. So you are filling 450 slots currently in 2024.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So last year, so we get 150 per distance, and we have three distances, so that gives us 450. And we overbook each of those by 25, knowing that we're going to get a lot of cancellations or people that they can't show up that weekend. 250 is where's that showing?
On ultrasignup.com.
Okay, in the results column.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
And so have you had conversations with the National Forest Service in regards to increasing your capacity?
Since they gave us a 50% increase, we haven't asked them yet. We are on a 5-year permit with them, and that's usually when we get an opportunity to ask for more people is when they renew that permit. They offered that 50% without us asking last year. So this following year, 2026, will be our renewal year. So we'll be asking for more then.
Okay.
That 250 is our current registration for this year. That might be what you're seeing.
It's got their results on there as well, but.
Okay.
Okay. I think that's kind of it. I just want to understand. I mean, I think we're trying to really balance the needs of your event along with the needs of the community
Mhm.
And vitality that we're obviously trying to strive for everybody that lives here. I just wanted to make sure I understood
Sure.
what your anticipated growth would ultimately look like.
Okay.
And I had a question that you actually set up a nice segue for. What is your normal cancellation rate? Because you mentioned that you had some inquiries about cancellations, and I would imagine
Yeah.
that is just a normal part of holding an event. So how much of it is connected to this concert?
Yeah, since we do, so typically, our registration opens very early in the year, just like all the races do. People are trying to plan out their running year. So we get a lot of people with the fear of missing out. So they like to sign up very, very early. So typically we have a cancellation policy, gives them up till July 1st with 50% refund. After that, there's no refund. There have been exceptions to this. COVID year is a good one where we had to cancel the race. And I think we are going to have to make an exception for this year, especially for people that have signed up for this event, not knowing that there's going to be this conflicting thing in town. So we will probably be offering full refunds for people.
How many people usually end up canceling from your event, like kind of on average?
I would have to look at that. I'm struggling with the 250 number. I feel like we were significantly higher than that. We were, I I would say that we roughly 25% of our overbooking.
Okay.
Yeah, I would guess that we had close to 350 to 400 start the race last year.
Any other questions? Seeing no other questions for anyone sitting in the hot seat up there. Since this is an action item, I would like to open it up to public comment. If you have public comment, I will start in the room. Please, you're gonna have to step up to the microphone and state your name and where you live. Is there anyone in the room for public comment? I saw that hand go up first. And you will have 3 minutes each on your public comment.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to comment. My name is Cindy Farney. I live at 421 East Pandora, 2 blocks above the town park. The first question I have, and I might have missed that, but what does Bluegrass gain from hosting this event? What's your anticipated profit? Yeah, can I ask you that?
Well,
Sorry, public comment, we don't respond.
yeah, it's just
Okay.
commenting.
Okay. So I don't know your name, but Zach mentioned that our town has a history of music in our town. Yes, we do. But we also get, it's a hardship on some of the people that live next to the town park. And I don't know why we have to have music until 11 o'clock at night. I've heard this argument before that in order to have an event, we have to go until 11 o'clock at night. I find that that's a big, huge invasion of our privacy. And 10 o'clock, I'm willing to go to, but we live there. There's no parking restrictions in this town for this event. Most people park on our street during that time. So they walk back from the park, they're making noise, they're laughing, they've had a great time. And I think that if you have to do it, it should be either 5 hours or move it to 4 o'clock start time. It's not fair, we're tired of it. And we have Bluegrass till midnight. Brews and Blues have gone down to 10 o'clock. And I think there's a way, and it's an assumption that because we have to have music events, do we really? We have a lot. And do we have to have music until 11 o'clock at night? No, we don't deserve it in this town. And not only does it affect 11 o'clock, it affects all the people in town with everyone walking to and from going to their hotels. It's an assumption that that needs to be done. And I had one other comment on my thing here. Yeah, and the hardship that I just sort of mentioned is that no parking limited, that people don't have to park somewhere else, that they can park wherever they can find a place to park in town. I think that's something that this town struggles with, that is with parking. And to just allow, okay, we have 7,200 spots. Well, half of that is 3,700 spots of cars extra for this event coming into town. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment?
Yeah, this is Dave Valentine. I live on Pacific Avenue. And council has a tough decision because we are a festival town, and including many types of festivals and events. They're important to us. There have been some exceptions, such as the Pretty Lights, and they were meant to be once in a great while. Last event was 2009, and you can take that under consideration. I think at the time they were told, don't expect this every year. The AEG was. But if the town does decide to go forward with this event, I think it's incumbent upon council to take a little more of the reins on some of the making it more of a Telluride type event than a Red Rocks type event, since AEG is involved. Part of that is just the difference of how those events were run, even though they were both Planet Bluegrass. Planet Bluegrass during bluegrass events, I think does a really good job of doing things and running it, and that's with a capacity of 12,000. Same thing with Blues and Brews and Jazz Festival, just the way it's run with sort of local parameters in mind. We're 380 miles from Denver, so the same rules may not apply being close to the big city. Two things I think that are important is if you decide to go through with it, locals tickets. This has come up on other events of every festival in town. And if they're going to take over Town Park from both the people who normally use the park and plus the events such as the run, that more tickets should be made available to locals prior to sales to the public. 1,000 seems not like very much, and especially if, depending on the act, saying, great, this is coming to town, I'm going to invite some family members or friends to come. So 1,000 tickets on a 9,000 capacity seems a bit low, and I'd rather see that closer to 2,000. And that could alleviate some of the things with problems with lodging for the runners, because my couch and floor would be full and et cetera. And that's the case in a lot of towns. And we're basically being guests to our guests. I don't think the other things like the restaurants would suffer, or going to the Sheridan or the Buck after, because you're taking your friends and family and you want to enjoy the after activities or not. Sometimes you just want to go home. Sometimes you say, hey, let's hit the town. So I don't think that would be less impactful with more locals tickets. The second one has to do with security. And when AEG was here, they were acting like it was a rap concert in Denver and they were expecting rumbles or something. If you can give me one more minute to say this, I'd appreciate it.
I've got to cut it off at 3.
Okay,
Be
main
fair.
thing is that
There's
if
a
we
lot
can
of
have
people.
local security be very involved in it rather than having metal detectors and wands and the problems that came up with Pretty Lights last time where they were searching for glitter.
Okay.
I mean, they were pretty hardcore.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the room for public comment? We'll go with Lee in the back.
Lee Zeller, I live in Fall Creek, longtime local. Anyway, also a former runner. I hope someday I'm not saying former and I do it again, but I've done some races, half marathons. I know, just a half marathon, but they were rock and roll, running with music all the time. Even the Thumb and Louise in Moab had bands, along the way. Music and running seems to me to go hand in hand. And I wonder how many of these runners would come because of the concert after the race. That's just in my opinion. Also, I think that the coordination sounds like everything's been very thought through thoroughly. And I applaud their efforts. So I say, bring it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Andres, if you want.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Andres, one of the owners, and I operate the Alibi downtown Telluride business. Speaking mainly as a music fan today, living here for almost 10 years, I would just love to see more major artists in town, and it's a shame Town Park Stage was such a heavy investment and we only have 3 productions on it. I keep seeing more and more festivals popping up and concerts in Vail and Aspen, and it would be a shame to not be considered. I don't think anyone's threatening that we would lose these opportunities, but as someone who promotes over 150 shows a year, Telluride's a badass place. We should keep having more concerts here. In terms of revenue to town and taxes, from a local business standpoint, it's a no-brainer. I would love to see 8,000 people more in town. My capacity is only 182. And we would definitely love to work on it. But I think every bar, every restaurant, the fact they're not starting till 5, that's huge for every lunch place in town. All the people coming to town anyways. Not to mention if if people average 20% tips, that's straight revenue into people that actually live and work here. And then, I mean, Bluegrass has been a partner in town since 1974. They're not local, but they obviously have a proven track record and seems like a sister organization from my point of view. So I think it's an honor that they want to do more in town, and I hope to see it come. Thank you.
Great, thank you. John?
Hi, John Cohn. I live on South Fork with San Miguel for 52 years. And I can't speak to a lot of the controversies that are going on, but I can speak to the security issues. I have been hired by Land Bluegrass to be a consultant to AEG, who's going to bring their people here. It is different, there's no doubt about it, but there's also a expectation of the crowds in 2025 that there is a heightened awareness of security, and that the people in the festival grounds have been assured that there is some sort of measure of security as they come in. The reason that Zach and Craig have hired me is to be the liaison person with that company to make sure that our culture here is maintained at the entry and the exits. And I think we can do that. I've done 150 festivals in town here, and I'm confident that I can be that person to help AEG to have a sense of what this community is about when it comes to security. Thanks.
Thank you. Matt, I see your hand raised.
Matt Skinner. I live at 931 East Colorado and want to talk from resident to also my day jobs going back the last 20 years, which include downtown business ownership, as well as working sales, marketing, events, and now airline. Our summer economy in the Rocky Mountain West, and along with a couple others, has been the envy of a lot of other mountain towns, because this town thought about it in 1970 and started putting in events and different things that were lucky and survived and gained traction that we hope the Mountain Run does too over time. As a specific stat to that, like ourselves and I think Aspen lose only about 30% of our total air service in the summer, where Hayden, Gunnison, and Eagle lose about 70 to 75% of theirs. And so we really actually maintain what is a destination and therefore somewhat less impactful summer economy than a lot of those who are running heavy cars or really just don't have the economy at all and are looking to plug in events here and there in different ways. You know, I agree that this is what we've done is music, and it's within the confines of kind of that block-ended of busy period of summer. But the funny thing is, to answer a couple of the questions about the economic flow of summer, that 3rd to 4th week of August, all the way back to my time at the ski area, has been the whole. It's like the week right after the families go back to school and before Memorial or Labor Day, there's a big drop. And it has, I think, evened out a bit over time, but it has been this odd hole right there. And then there's been different things tried. And I think Pretty Lights was actually very successful in doing it, and in a less impactful way than there was a lot of worry about, et cetera. And going back to the time of downtown business ownership, if you think about that week right before off season for a bar or a restaurant, you're about 4 weeks away from being closed and watching the money bleed back out the door again. And if you could have one more solid week, that is a significant percentage in helping you pay and maintain your year-round staff, keeping your doors open a week longer, all those things that we're looking for a rounded economy. And so that little hole that's, I mean, it's like a 20-year conversation, you know, is something that really has gone wanting. And I think as the timing goes, and with the case calendar, luckily, it really set up to that point to help sort of shore that season. It's within the confines. It's not like we're not sticking at October 28th and more noise late, and now all the way down to our residency at 931 East Colorado. It's just a handful of nights in the summer, and it's world-class music. And yeah, there's traffic and there's cars, but it's really doable. It's not shaking the house. It's not, you know, overboard. They're monitoring the decibel levels, as I'm sure they'll take care of, to make sure it stays within the confines. We actually enjoy it. Our kids enjoy it, and people sit out on the decks throughout our neighborhood to embrace what actually we're lucky to have in our town. So with that, I would encourage approval and to look at the positives. And, you know, we actually are friends with and love the people at the Mountain Run. I am an ex-runner going way back. And so hopefully this, in my hopefully Pollyanna view, would help grow that event as well, if we can blend in runners and music and coexist there as well. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Seeing none, Tiffany, is there anybody online?
I have a number really quick, just to correct. Our starting numbers last year, I just looked at, was 393,
353,
393.
393. And then were you able to find that number of cancellations that Elena asked about? Of that 390 or up the.
That
over
was the
393?
starting race. So the.
Yeah, so we had 393 people start the race and we were
Like,
booked
and how
to
many re- how many
Was
people
like
registered?
57 canceled?
Yes.
Okay.
Great. Thank you for clarifying that. We appreciate it. Tiffany, is there anybody online for public comment?
Yes, we have 4 hands raised, so I'm gonna first unmute Eric Behrman.
Great.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Eric Bierman. I live in Ophir, and I was just looking to express an opinion. I just think it's kind of gone overboard. I think we've gotten used to just the constant deluge of music, and I understand it brings great economic benefit, but how much is too much? How many of us has caught ourselves telling family and friends who are thinking about coming here that, well, maybe bluegrass isn't the best time to come, or blues and brews, whatever it is, so they can experience Telluride without 10,000 or give or take people flooding the town. So I think there's something to be said about just destroying the golden goose of Telluride in its more natural state. And I think the Mountain Run offers a very unique experience to offer a diversified economy year round. I mean, think long term. It seems as if they've been, kind of playing by the rules, slowly growing, not looking to be obtrusive, and give it some time. I think, who knows, there might be national coverage with that down the road if it's allowed to be groomed correctly. I think we're kind of just shoehorning in a big influx of people into an already crowded summer calendar. And just to kind of backtrack on the price here, someone was asking about, what's Planet Bluegrass's cut of the deal? I just did a quick calculation. Let's say the tickets are $150 a piece. I think that brings it about $2.2 million in gross revenue, which is not a small amount. And, I think if the town is going to be in the position of, putting on the product festival, so to speak, because there's no artist announced, it's not really organic. It's just to, leverage the commodity, that they ought to do it correctly, so to speak. So why not, I would offer, get rid of the flat fee for the per ticket fee and start charging a percentage. Like, why that hasn't been done yesterday is beyond me. And also open it up to competition. You accept bids on other contracts related to town expenditures and other services. So why not have an open, competitive bidding process? I understand Planet Bluegrass came to you, but I could see this again materializing next year and becoming entrenched as an annual thing, and we're kind of left with like choosing our own relative Epic and Icon Pass for festivals in the summer because there's 2 entities who control everything. So I'm not looking to go on a big rant. I would ultimately attend it. I'd go to a ton of music festivals and I travel long distances to do it. So it's convenient and appealing to have it here, but I think too much is too much after a certain point. So thank you for hearing me.
Great. Thank you for your comment. Appreciate it. Tiffany, who do you have next?
Daniel Zemke.
Thank you for town council for allowing me to comment. Listening to this entire presentation, I have a few thoughts. I've been working with both Zach and Cone with Planet Bluegrass for 15 years, both on the security side of things as well as the beverage side of things. And every step of the way, it's been professional game. And I've always been impressed with the fact that Planet Bluegrass takes a very locals approach to how they run things. One of the things that you should be impressed with that I noted from Zach's comments were they voluntarily reduced the numbers. They didn't have to do that, but they knew that as a good neighbor, that was a positive step to take. They've always done local tickets. That's them being a good neighbor and saying, hey, listen, we know that this matters. We'd like to at least extend some tickets to you. You can go back and forth on the number of those tickets, but at least they're taking that step, and a lot of promoters would never do that. They are working very carefully, it looks like, with both TMR and TFF to put a plan in place. That's not typical of a lot of promoters that are doing work. Finally, I'm a little upset with the fact that people are worried about what Planet Bluegrass makes on this when you should consider what they give. For years, they donate the tips from the beer booth sales to various entities, including the fire department, 1-to-1, San Miguel Resource Center, and Kodo. No other entity gives back the way Planet Bluegrass does. So I understand Telluride Mountain Run wants to have a successful weekend, and I think they will, and they should. But this is not bluegrass. This is a one-off. You should consider that maybe another event will come a couple years down the road. But the economic impacts of this cannot be ignored, and I urge you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. We'll take the next online comment.
Augustine.
Yeah, hi, thanks for having me, everybody. I wanted to just throw my name in the hat in support of both of these events. You know, I think it's very easy to see how some of these different events can have an impact, and I'm fully aware of the strain it can put on the town. But at the end of the day, Telluride has one commodity and one way of making money. It is tourism. And I truly believe that we need to encourage tourists of all types, whether it's runners, festival goers, skiers, for as much of the year as we possibly can. It is a very hard place to live. And, you know, if you chose to live close enough where you can hear the music, that is your choice. And it's one that some are happy to make, and I understand why it'd be annoying too. I lived close enough to hear it at one point, and it certainly can be a nuisance. But the point is that we have to encourage as many tourists to come as possible to this town, because we are nothing. The gold is dry. People come for the views and the music. And if that doesn't work for some, then it may just not be the right town for you. But as a local business owner, it's imperative that if you want to keep living here, all of us in this room, you have to encourage visitors. And I think that's just kind of a reality of living in this valley. And that's really all I've got. So I hope they can make it work on both fronts.
Great, thank you. And Tiffany, you should have one more, is that right? Okay, I'm going to close public comment for this action item. And any thoughts from council on the event? I would also entertain a motion. We've had significant discussion on it, significant public comment in the room, online, and previously as part of the record in our packet. So I think we have a good feel about people's thoughts, and again, would love to either further the discussion or I'll entertain a motion.
I have some comments. I really appreciate the clear and direct feedback from Mountain Run, and I think that they've done a great job working with us to come up with some good plans. I'm a big supporter of music, and I think most people know my view on that. I kind of want to address some of the comments that we've gotten, or some of the commentary I've seen online, that town council is only doing this because of money and greed. And I want to sort of put back into perspective that something like 80 or 90% of the people who live here work in the tourism industry. And so if you work in this community, or if you are retired and you don't have to work anymore, and a festival coming to town does not affect how much money you make, that is a privileged and a minority position here. So I work in a restaurant, I work in music venues, I work in late night bars. We make a lot of money these weekends and not a lot of money the rest of the time. And we require these bumps to make it work. I don't think that this one event is going to solve all of our problems for the whole year. But I know that if there's not a festival going on, or not a bigger event going on that brings a lot of people to town, most people are either they personally are making less money because they're a tipped employee, or their business that they work for, maybe they work in a retail store or something, is making less money and therefore maybe not able to provide as many benefits or as many hours. A lot of it's people are getting cut from their restaurant shifts right now because our numbers are down. And so while you get hired full time at the beginning of the season, you're not working all those shifts, you're getting cut and you're not making that money. So I just want to put that back out there, that the amount of direct money that the town is bringing in from usage fees or sales tax certainly is a factor in the way that I look at this. But I'm also thinking of, as Andre said, the 20% that staff are making in town that don't show up on these numbers. And as a former retail manager of a dispensary, knowing that when off season is coming, it's a scary thing, and you have to pay the same rent and the same salaries and the same utilities, probably more utilities in the fall as it's getting colder, with much less revenue. So getting that extra boost to carry you into fall is a big deal for a lot of businesses. And I totally think that it is absolutely fair that many people have different opinions on whether they like music, they don't like music. It's impactful, traffic, all of the things. And I don't want to say that those opinions or feelings are not real. I just kind of want to at least defend myself and address these accusations of being greedy and sort of reframe the perspective on that, because I think I'm thinking about it from the people who live and work here, not because the town needs $55,000 of town usage fees. We by definition use those fees to pay for the increased expenses we have to put on that event. So it's not about us making money. It's about the community being financially sustainable and like lower income workers who make tips being financially sustainable. So that's what I wanted to say about that. And I'm in support of the festival or the show and the mountain run. I think that what the mountain run has done is really impressive. And I would be even more psyched about it if there were some more cool ways that Planet Bluegrass could work with them. But I think that some of the offers of camping and tickets for volunteers are like great benefits, and hopefully Mountain Run sees them as that too. I also totally understand how frustrating this must be for you. So yeah, it's possible to hold all of these feelings at once.
Great. Geneva, thank you. Elena, I see your hand up.
I would love to like piggyback on what you just said, and also just mention that, you know, considering this event is a response to our numbers being down, you know, if this were, I wasn't on council at this point, but if this were 2021, 2022, I probably would have said like, absolutely not, no way. And you know, I've always kind of advocated for a balanced economy where I do feel like we've kind of crossed over into too much, but looking at our recent numbers, we've been on the, you know, we've sort of crossed back down into having lower revenues. And so, you know, the fact that this is a 1-year approval is very much for it to be a direct response to our economy being down. And I think that's where, you know, kind of continuing on what Geneva said, I don't think this is coming out of nowhere. And if the numbers showed that we were truly like, you know, busy beyond capacity, we wouldn't be here. So I just wanted to make that clear, because I know I've preached a lot about there being too much in town when I used to own a business on Main Street during our COVID boom, and that was awful. And I think if I were in that same position right now, and my numbers were down and I was having to cut staff and they weren't making as much tips, I'd probably be up here giving public comment advocating for this. So that's what I'm thinking about. And I think, you know, the management plan shows that these events can coexist. I understand there will be an impact, but I think that, you know, without trying this, it's, of course, anything could go wrong on either end, both for Planet Bluegrass and the Mountain Run. But I think there's a really good plan in place, and it seems really possible that both of these could coexist. I would love to see all of the runners get free tickets to the show, but that might be asking too much. I'm just gonna say that one more time. So yeah, in general, I think the timing is right. this year we could really use the extra boost to the economy. I think people are really excited or people who I talk to on the street are really excited to see a different kind of music come to town. I know you're already in talks, but love bluegrass, but maybe something different. And I know that for some of the Mountain Run participants, this is something that they're not excited about, but I think there will also be some people who are coming who think this is a cool addition to the event. And I know that there's a lot of different opinions, I'm sure in your attendees, but I think, this could be a really cool kind of coexistence in the park and collaboration. And my opinion is the same as when this conversation started. I think this is a really well laid plan, and you guys have been great partners in the past, and I don't see any reason to think that would be any different for this weekend.
Great, Elena, thank you very much. Dan or Mian?
Sure. Yeah, I continue to struggle with this one. Everything that Geneva and Elena said, I think is reasonable, fair, and I largely agree with. I think where my perspective slightly differs is that not that you would disagree with, but my mindset is continuing to put myself in the shoes of the little guy, the people who are trying to build something organic and do something grassroots in our community. It must be acknowledged, and I want to take the time to acknowledge that Planet Bluegrass is 100% negotiating in good faith and really, I think, bending themselves over backwards to try to accommodate the Mountain Run in particular. And that is notable and so appreciated. I do not know that those accommodations can fully negate some of the impacts inherent with an event like this, no matter what. And so I still have concern about that. I know that the Mountain Run organizers are continuing to express concerns, as we just all heard. And that certainly gives me pause. And so everything being said about continuing to support our tourism economy is 100% true and is, of course, a continuing factor in my mind. But it does not necessarily outweigh the other factor of wanting to support those types of grassroots events, that type of connection with the outdoors that the Mountain Run displays, their own community contributions, because they do support the Mountain Club in particular, as well as the local trail system here. And that is notable and a partnership I want to continue to build with the Mountain Run as they continue to work in our town. So the question to my mind is, will this event kill the Mountain Run? And that is a essentially impossible question to answer. That lack of an answer leads me to stick with the status quo a little bit, I think. And I think I've slightly shifted since the initial conversation to want to protect those community assets, want to make sure that the small people in Telluride, the small events trying to build something new, feel like they still have a home here. Our tourism economy is our bread and butter. It is all how we survive, but some diversification in that is important to me as well. Music is fantastic. I love the festivals. I want to continue to have the festivals, but as we all know, we're not just that tourism economy isn't just one thing. There's many facets within that. And I think the Mountain Run is one small but important facet within there. So if this moves forward, I will absolutely support it and almost certainly attend. And I think that the good faith that Planet Bluegrass has demonstrated is admirable. And if it moves forward, I think the odds are still at least decent that both can cooperate and succeed. I don't think that it is a guaranteed mutually exclusive, but one of the reasons why I ran for the seat is to be a voice for the little guy, and that is a hard position to be. So I think even though even though I love Planet Bluegrass and I love music personally, and I'm a big music fan, love live music, I unfortunately believe at this point I'm leaning against it for those reasons. And yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mian, we haven't heard from you. If you'd like to chime in.
I think anyone that has known me over the course of the last 20-something years that I've lived here has known that I've spoken tirelessly about the diversification of our tourism-based economy, and the necessity to have a lot of different options for the variety of people that do want to come and celebrate here in Telluride and in these mountains. I think one of the things that I sit in this chair to do is to advocate for our working class, and to speak for all of those that want to make a life here. And those that make a life here predominantly do so by working in our tourism-based economy. And so I feel it is our responsibility to continue to create the pathways for those individuals to find economic success, to be able to raise their families here, to be able to make a living here, to be able to thrive here. I agree with you, Dan. Most people know I do also have a small fledgling little festival. And I understand how terrifying it can be when another group comes in over your dates. I've seen this in everything and anything that I've done here in the destination. That being said, I think that it actually creates incredible opportunity for both groups to be able to expand the viewpoint of their attendees, to see other options, and hopefully to work together to benefit both and to benefit the greater community as a whole. I'm always going to have to and always going to want to lean into the decision-making process that will support the greatest good. And right now, the greatest good is to ensure that the people that are living and working here are able to get one more week of predictable revenue to take them through the off season. I'm completely in favor of this, in large part because I've seen what Planet Bluegrass does. They've consistently produced incredible festivals while lessening the negative impacts on Telluride to the very best of their abilities. And so I do have ultimate faith in Zach and his team that they will be able to produce this event and do so in a way that will hopefully also lift the mountain run up further, so that that particular group of attendees, are able to be successful here during their race and hopefully open Telluride to a new group of people, a new segment of runners that would perhaps maybe not come for a pure trail racing experience. I'm not a runner, but my hope is that this will open Telluride and that race to a whole different group of people that will then participate in your festival year over year, and hopefully continue to allow Mountain Run to increase their attendees and their participants into the future. So I am in favor of this, and I look forward to watching both groups work together for success.
Great, Mian. Thank you. Since no one's heard from me, I think I should probably throw in a few comments as well. I certainly understand how tough this is on the Mountain Run. I have personally had a long time ago in Telluride, had people come on dates that I had for an event and didn't work out to my favor. So I'm truly sympathetic to where you're sitting today. I wish that in my circumstance, the opposition was willing to work together with me. I think we could have done some really good things. In addition, I want to also mention that I think this decision also could be tough on existing festivals, music, and other entertainment. There is a limited entertainment dollar that people are spending out there right now, and we know certainly in the music industry that the festival business is very stretched, and would say there's no guarantee of money and profit to be made, and it could hurt others. But to me, the reality is we have currently 8 nights only where we have a major sized event in Town Park. That's Bluegrass, Blues and Brews, and the 4th of July. You can add at a smaller degree 3 nights of jazz. And this is even a smaller calendar calendar than we have had historically. So I just want to kind of refute some of the comments that were just overwhelming the town with music. I don't think that's accurate, and I don't think that's fair. And lastly, I think between what's happening in the winters with uncertain snowfall, which draws certain people here to Telluride, that's dropping. And, we can see how marketing efforts for the Ski and Golf Company have changed as well. And that also is affecting our economy. With that, I'll say I'll support it. And unless there's further discussion within council, I would entertain a motion.
Just to really briefly before, I am going to vote no, and I hope you don't begrudge me for that, just like I don't begrudge Planet Greengrass for asking. And I continue to value you as a community partner and really look forward to continuing to work together. So thank you.
I move to approve a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, granting an exemption to Planet Bluegrass from the requirements of Telluride Municipal Code Section 11-4-20, Advance Notice of Impacts for a 2-night concert in Town Park on August 22nd and 23rd, 2025.
Second.
We have a motion from Elena and a second from Mian. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Me and yes.
Oops, sorry.
Me and yes.
Geneva, yes.
Dan, no.
And Teddy, yes. It is approved 4-1. Thank you, everyone, for your time today. That brings us to action item 7B. Consideration of approval of a revocable encroachment permit number REP-25-01 for the number 3 South Coronet Creek Condominium Incorporated to maintain encroachments consisting of stone paved area, 2 concrete steps, and 2 building corners in the Pacific Avenue right-of-way and a 2nd floor deck in the Davis Street right-of-way for the benefit of the property generally described as 615 West Pacific Avenue and known as Lot 21, Block 3, South Coronet Creek condos, according to condo maps and as amended by lot line adjustment and defined and described in condo declaration. The most recent amended recorded at 05/19/2022 at 476709 San Miguel County.
Kevin, do I need to recuse?
I want to back up. Sorry, we had a comment on 7A still, Mayor.
Oh,
So the resolution that was in the packet did not have the capacity. So I would interpret that as taking action on the original application, which was 9,000 people per day. There was a reduced capacity and an additional condition that was on my last slide there. And it was a capacity of 7,250. Then there was discussion about potentially increasing that to accommodate the number of runners. So just wanted to get clarification on what the approved capacity is.
Yeah, I don't think we want to get into all that detail. I
Okay.
think what I would say is the applicant already revised their application from the 9,000 to the 7,250.
Okay.
The resolution should reflect that. The other considerations were never part of a motion
Okay.
nor of a direct offer. So I don't view those as coming in. What I viewed though is that you voted on the resolution with the applicant concession to reduce from 9,000 to 7,250. And the resolution will reflect that.
Okay.
But
No.
Thank you.
sorry that I couldn't gather. your-
Did want to add additional capacity to give the runners tickets. Is that something we would have to?
I think you would need to be specific on that because right now it would be stuck at 7,250.
And there might be the ability for the applicant to incorporate that into their current capacity too. So I can.
They're gonna sell it out yet.
That's
We're
true.
assuming they are, but festivals all over the place are having a hard time.
Right.
I think the applicant heard that request and I'm happy to follow up with them within the current capacity.
Okay.
I think that's fine. They can certainly come back to us and we
Yeah,
can
we
just
can cross that
make a quick
bridge.
little
Yeah.
motion.
Yeah, if they're coming back with something positive like that, I think it'll be pretty quick.
Thank you for the clarification.
No, thank you, Stephanie.
And I know that there was a subsequent question, sorry, by Councilmember Fee, about whether you have are you concerned about a proximity? I think you're over 75, but this is not quasi judicial,
Okay.
nor do I think you would stand to have some sort of a direct benefit or adverse impact from
I
the
just wanna make
approval
sure.
of a revocable encroachment permit. So I don't think we have a conflict that needs you to recuse.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's more than 75.
I think it's more than 75 too.
Ashley, welcome back.
Thanks.
And yeah, so back to the action item 7B, and we have Kathy Knight here to present.
Good afternoon, Council. Kathy Knight, Public Works. So we have a revocable encroachment permit. It includes multiple elements on this building. They have previously come before council. So some of you were even on council at the time, and may recall. It was approved at the time, but it was never fully executed. I am unable to figure out what happened. I cannot find record of the payment. We never got the insurance, so I'm not really sure what went on. We'll just call it a clerical error. We've got our new SmartGov portal to help me track these things through all their various administrative steps a little better. So, the reason it came up and it was discovered that the original one was never executed is because of this particular deck that you see on the screen. It is written into the language of our current revocable encroachment permits that once the owner starts to do substantial repair or remodel work on an element that is encroaching in the right of way, we would like them to move it back to their property line. So minor repairs, if this deck was, say, they needed to replace a couple floorboards or some railing pieces, we would consider that minor regular maintenance. In this particular case, they've removed all the railings, and it appears that there may be some work needed on the decks as well to make it a fully functioning deck again. So it has been our request, as stated in the memo, that the other elements of the building that are encroaching the right of way be approved. It's a couple stairs. I've got the photos. We can flip through those if you want to take a look. A couple stairs for the businesses, a couple actual physical building corners, and then those be approved. But this deck, we would prefer to have pulled back to the property line, which would be approximately to the storefront. So they would still have a small, cozy little deck that they would be able to enjoy. I do also have an example of a property to the north of this that never had an REP. They wanted to redo their deck. We asked if they would move it back to their property line, and they did comply. So I've got those. Click to, there we go. So it's a little difficult to see. I just pulled this off of Google Maps, but it does go all the way over the sidewalk a little bit. And then, so that's the old deck to the north. And now it's scooched back, so it's a little bit more in line with their planter box. So we're trying to keep it a little bit more uniform, get it pulled back, and that's what we're here to consider. So I guess my recommendation is to approve the other elements and deny the deck to keep in the status quo of what we've been recommending with revocable encroachment permits.
Okay. Is there anything else to add, or is that include your?
That should conclude my presentation.
Okay.
If you want to look at the other pictures of the other elements, I can click through those as well.
Great. Kathy, thank you so much. Any council members have questions for Kathy on this approval of a revocable encroachment permit?
And I would like to add that Nate Smith, who is representing the owner of the property, the condo that owns the deck, is here. And I don't know if he has anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, if you know, we can go back to Kathy with questions if they come up, unless you want to ask it now, Ashley.
I was just So you, just so I'm clear on this, you said that you can't find the original approval or encroachment, or just that you couldn't find the payments?
I couldn't find the record of the payment.
Okay.
Typically, I come to council, I get the approval or denial, and then once I receive the payment, I start the process of getting all the signatures and then, getting it notarized and then recorded county. So I don't know if it fell off my radar to follow up on the payment or if they simply never followed through with that. And then the other aspect would be the insurance, which is kind of a big part of why we're getting the revocable encroachment permits, is to get that insurance portion, naming the town additional insured should something occur.
Should somebody smack their head on the bracing of?
Yeah,
as they're walking on the sidewalk?
whatever things people do to get themselves injured.
Kevin?
Yeah, just to be clear, there's three things. There was no payment, no insurance, and it was never executed either.
Right, yeah, signatures were never collected.
It's not an agreement.
So it
Right.
Yeah.
And so typically, just so I think it's important for council to know, in the typical application for a permit of this nature, the kind of once it's approved as it was, the next step is it on the applicant to then submit the payment. And then that's the trigger that gets everything else going. I just want to make sure that's correct, Kevin?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Great. Well, unless there's any other questions for Kathy, Dan, go ahead.
I don't know that it's fully relevant, but in my mind, I remember a previous iteration of that deck that was pretty similar. Is that stuck out about that far? Because I know that had been under construction. I used to go by that corner.
So what this deck has been, the owner of the condo unit started a interior remodel project. And the decision was made to utilize the deck to get materials in and out of the condo. And that's why they pulled the railings off. And that's what kind of spurred this whole thing. I did also make note that there's some other issues going on with this particular condo owner and the order of operations that don't impact the deck, but just as an aside. So I did kind of make note of that. But as far as I know, prior to this work happening in spring of 2024, this deck has been in the same state since it was constructed. I believe the applicant said in the late 70s or early 80s.
Okay, so I must have been thinking of the removal of the railing that was the change that I noted.
Yeah.
And that happened several years ago or sometime in
spring of 2024.
2022.
So, well, the original
2024, the 2022 is different.
That was the original
original.
revocable encroachment permit.
That was never actually
That was never
completed.
Yeah, so that's kind of, we bring that up just in case council is like, hey, I seem to remember hearing this before.
That's what I said.
Right.
Yeah, sorry, not trying to add additional confusion, but just trying to keep it clear in my mind.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, and I have a clarification question. So the original revocable encroachment permit from 2022, did that include the deck?
It did. And at that time, nothing was going on with the deck. The deck was just,
And so the
as it
reason
is.
why you're suggesting that we don't approve the deck is because the materials are changing and it's being updated?
yes. So for example, I believe it was 2 years ago up on, right across from St. Pat's Church. There is a property that had a retaining wall about 5 feet into our right of way. They dismantled the entire retaining wall and then wanted to put it back into the right of way. So at that time, we said we would prefer you pull that retaining wall back to your property line. there was a concern about a tree, a nice big spruce tree that's up there. It's still up there and not disturbing the roots. So we came in front of council, we being Public Works, came in front of council to propose that a majority of the retaining wall be pulled back to the applicant's property line, but we allow this kind of jutted out portion in order to protect the system of the tree, because it's a really nice tree. So that was kind of a compromise, but it was a similar situation where it was the fact that they pretty much dismantled their entire retaining wall that caused us to look at that in the first place, and that we did not consider to be just minor repair work. That was the whole new wall they wanted to put in. Does that clarify your?
Maybe I can just add, I feel like in the years that I've seen revocable encroachment permit applications, it's like they're revocable, so they're not forever. And whenever we have an opportunity to get the right of way back without drastically impacting the property owner, we take that opportunity. So something may have been approved many years ago, like this deck or fences or whatnot going into public property. And we don't want to go around and say, you have to dig that up and move it. And we don't know why that got approved or something's changed. But if it's being changed anyway, we would say, well, we're revoking that permit and you need to get back on your property.
And I'll jump in there too, because I think that was, I was the person that at agenda setting said, didn't we see this already? I think over the past few years, it's been a lot of cleanup. Ultimately, people have kind of like bled into public right of way, whether it's for their lawn or retaining walls or for a myriad of decks, a myriad of other things. But as we've been going through the past few years, we've been cleaning that up so that the right of way is actually the right of way, and it is no longer being overshadowed or being utilized for private purposes.
Ashley?
So just again, I'm just trying to put the timeline in my mind correctly. So when these condos were built in 1979, they encroached onto the public right of way. They were not given a permit to do that. Is that true? Or did they receive a permit at that time when they built it?
That is.
Or do we not know?
It is true that they did not get a permit at that time. Town did not actively start their revocable encroachment permit program, we'll call it, until the late 80s is when we first started getting these. And it's always kind of been triggered by a property transfer or a building permit that was being pulled where we recognize that something is in fact encroaching in the right of way. And there's a couple of examples like on Main Street where they're historic buildings that were built into the public right of way. Usually it's architectural elements, and we wanted to capture those on record when they were doing various projects. And then things like these decks and fences and retaining walls that we wanted to capture until an opportunity comes that we can maybe ask them to move them out of our public way. So
Okay.
there's another example from even like maybe 3 or 4 years ago on Main Street. There is a house that had a fence that was on a right of way, and a car crashed into the fence. So the whole fence got pulled down. They asked if they could replace it to the previous position, and we recommended, no, please put it back on your property line. It will fit in nicely with the other properties along that portion of Main Street. And council went along with denying that permit, and they put the fence, and it looks fine, and everybody's happy. So.
Hypothetically, if the revocable encroachment permit from 2022 had been like signed and paid for, would we still be having this conversation? Yeah.
Because they went to make major changes to it. If they got that, correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is they got that encroachment approved. It doesn't sound like it actually went through the final process to be a true permit, but it did get approved. If they would have left their deck as it stood and didn't make any alterations to it, then that encroachment permit would stand. When they start making major changes, pulling down the rails, it looks like they're gonna, obviously, they've taken it down most of the way. They're not gonna leave it like that. Then that's when we ask them, will you now come into compliance and take your obstruction out of the public right of way and put it back onto your property?
Right.
But we don't force them to do that. To Geneva's point, we're not just going around and telling people you have to rip that out because, things were done decades ago. But when they actually start doing it themselves, then we say, now you need to come into compliance now that you've taken action and are making major changes to this structure as
When
it
you pull a
stands.
building permit, you have to get everything up to code.
Yeah.
It's, same thing. So
Yeah.
it's, like ADA and whatever, like all that stuff. Now you have to start putting your building to where we want it today.
I guess, yeah. Okay. I understand that. I think what I struggle with this is if you are to bring it to the front facade of the business, that's like a sliver of a deck and I
Kind of like the one next door.
no, the one next door is bigger. There's still like there's an umbrella stand on it.
I don't know if I can get the pictures.
There's
Yeah, the
there's
corner lot
multiple.
white thing, and like
That doesn't really matter to us. It's just.
No, I think I'm having empathy for the situation.
And then Kathy, you mentioned that there was an order of operations issue, I think was the phrasing you used. Can you expand upon that a little bit?
That's out of Public Works' purview. I don't know if
Okay.
Kevin wants to speak to what's going on with the other complaints, I guess.
Yeah, I'll be able to address some components of this, but not everything perhaps. Right now, or at least at the time the memo was written, I don't think it's changed. The unit did not have a certificate of occupancy after it pulled a building permit, I believe, in the spring. There has been, we know, occupancy of the unit despite the fact that there is no CO right now. And I think that's still the case. I didn't update that this morning. It was updated about a week ago. There have also been allegations, I think I can say this, that the unit may have been short-term rented during that period of time without a certificate of occupancy. We're investigating that.
Okay.
That's all I want to say at this point.
Thank you.
Any other questions until we hear from Nate?
No questions.
Nate?
Good afternoon, council. My name is Nate Smith. I represent the number 3 South Cornet Creek Condominium Association, and I could already tell there's a lot of confusion here, so I want to clarify. I represent the Condominium Association, kind of using interchangeably the owner of the condominium unit and the owner of the deck. They're two different owners. And I could provide a little background to help clarify that. And to kind of piggyback on what Kathy was saying, these units were built in 1979. The encroachments are depicted in the original condominium map from 1979 when that was surveyed by Dennis Mankey. Some of you may know Dennis Mankey. I've personally been seeing and cleaning up his surveying messes all around town. He surveyed most things several inches off, sometimes into other properties, sometimes into the public right of way. The entirety of South Spruce Street was a Dennis Mankey piece of artwork that was shifted into the right of way. Irrespective, all of these encroachments are the property of the HOA as HOA common elements, including the deck that's being discussed today, and they've been that way since 1979. The HOA submitted the revocable encroachment permit in 2022. At that time, staff recommended approval. Staff's memo stated that Public Works Department understands that the steps, the building corner, and the deck have been in place for quite some time. The location of the encroachments does not negatively impact the Public Works Department's maintenance activities or unreasonably preclude the public's use of the adjacent right-of-way. As a result, council unanimously passed that permit 7-0. The HOA paid an application fee, based on my understanding, but the permit was never signed or recorded. It is unclear what exactly occurred. I spoke to the HOA's prior legal counsel. She informed me at the time, before she was pulled off the job, she had a very difficult time with staff moving forward, and she experienced that with multiple revocable encroachment permits. I spoke to another legal counsel who told me around that same period of time, it took him 9 months of staff follow-up to execute, record a revocable encroachment permit. That was not Kathy. Kathy's been absolutely fantastic over the last several months. I want to make that point. That brings us to today. The HOA had approved this work to occur on the unit from the HOA level. Had it known, however, that its common elements would be potentially impacted as a result of this, and that work was not permitted, it would not have approved that work as a result. And so now here we are, and the HOA's common elements, are at risk essentially.
Sorry, Nate, what are the common elements? Was that deck not just for that one unit?
It's a limited common element owned by the HOA.
So everybody can go out
exterior.
there?
No, limited common element
What does that mean?
So the HOA owns it,
Okay.
but it's limited
use to,
Use to that.
to specific people,
and that's
that
common.
specific owner.
Hold on. So that's common in condominium complexes everywhere. So the majority of decks in the condominium complex, certainly in Telluride, but most everywhere, are all limited common. And they're technically owned by the HOA and not the owner.
Why is
So the
that?
difference is that the limited common element, the use is precluded to one or certain owners of a complex and not everybody.
Sure.
Then there's a general common element that everyone in the HOA can use, and that's the difference. And it's rare that decks are in the condominium complexes owned by the owners of the unit.
And to add to that, decks are typically limited common elements because they're a safety kind of structural improvement on the property. HOAs want to be able to maintain and oversee to ensure that kind of the health, life, and safety factor is considered if work is occurring on them. However, oftentimes, or almost in all cases, because those improvements are only benefiting one owner or two owners, those expenses, if the HOA did incur expenses for those limited common elements, would be assessed on those owners benefiting from that. But it allows for the kind of the infrastructure, the governance infrastructure of the HOA to oversee to make sure things are
Make sure it's
occurring safely.
Got it. Thank
So-
you for that HOA lesson.
Can you clarify, because I feel like I'm getting confused again. So did the HOA then begin the construction on this exterior deck, or was that taken upon by the owner of the unit that it's adjacent to?
As Kathy had mentioned, the work was kind of indirectly related to the interior remodel that the individual unit owner was handling. The HOA approved that remodel on the HOA level, as HOAs in most cases do, and was aware that there was some work going on the deck as a result of that. And that's the extent of the HOA's involvement.
So the HOA gave permission to remove the railing to bring all the construction materials into the unit.
Correct.
And then Kathy, with or without signing of the previous permit that went theoretically unpaid for, definitely unsigned, would we have attempted, or would we have had the right to ask them to redo the deck with that permit because it's irrevocable if this circumstance had happened?
Yes,
Okay.
because we do have
Do you wanna go back
language
to the
written
property
in
line?
there. Yes, stating that if you're doing this work, we will request this. So this request would have come up regardless. The only difference is, since the permit is not currently in place, the HOA has the right to ask that you review it and make your decision on whether you want to grant this deck or not. So that's, I believe, the big difference.
And so then we would, if with this decision, would we be put in a position of inconsistency where we made one owner shrink their deck down to go to the property line, but yet if remodel work is done on this unit and we chose to grant it, then it would not be consistent?
I think as
Yeah.
similar to the morning, each application is viewed on its own merits and not necessarily.
Right, but in this circumstance, you want the uniformity of going back to the property line if work is being done on the deck. That's the
I think we do
difference.
need consistency in how we apply.
I think it's not necessarily looking at other ones where we have applied it. It's just whether or not we want to maintain the stance that as these pieces are taken apart and major renovations are done, is it our intention to require everyone to come back? That's how I want us to look at it. Is that our intention? Is that we want these encroachments that were done back in the days when things were a little bit Wild Westy here? We've heard all these stories. Is it our intention to bring people back into compliance with our code?
So is the question, this is a question. But is the question actually, since this sounds like this decision doesn't really have a whole lot to do whether or not the old permit was actually paid for and executed, is the argument before us actually, is work really happening on this deck and forcing our hands to make a decision on bringing it back to the property line? Or, cause it's, I'm a little confused because did you just take the railings down to improve the residence, or are you doing work on the deck? And is that part of this discussion or no?
I mean, I guess that's the question.
Right? I think that's the ultimate
If the
question.
old railings get put back on the deck, that's one set of circumstances. If we're putting new railings, putting new flooring.
Replacing the deck.
What constitutes needing to pull a building permit? Wasn't removing the deck railings and explaining that that's how you're gonna get the equipment in part of the building permit for the interior?
And isn't the issue because there's no railings, they can't get a certificate of occupancy because that's a safety hazard?
That is kind of all tied. There is a pending building permit in SmartGov portal about the deck. They didn't previously have a building permit for the deck.
When was that from? When did it go into SmartGov?
That was, I think, submitted over the summer. So the nuances of when building permits are pulled and like when they're required, that's a little beyond my level of knowledge in public works. That'd be more of a planning or building department question. I believe that the status of that is kind of pending the decision here today, because either they can replace the deck in its current size, we'll say, and scale, or they have to redesign the deck. So that kind of influences the building permit a little bit.
Right, but wouldn't the question be if they had come to you and said, we're redoing the deck, and that was the scope of their project, whether it was the individual owner or the HOA, would that at that point be the recommendation of Public Works to say, pull the deck back to the property line?
Yes, that would have been the recommendation of Public Works. Like the building permit, I would have said, talk to Tammy and planning and figure out what you need for that.
And in their request of doing their work for the remodel now, is the deck being remodeled, yes or no?
Sounds like they put in for a building permit, so that would probably be yes.
So the building permit is for the deck and maybe other
There's-
things
there's
inside the
one
unit?
Waiting in SmartGov is what she just said. Right?
Yes, and I did speak to the condo owner at one point who verbally stated that they intend to put the railings back. I didn't go into any more details or anything. That was just phone conversation, but that was the stated intention. So I haven't heard anything different. So
They intend to put the railings back and not redo the deck.
that's what they said
The original.
on the phone.
They kept the original railing.
Like I said, I didn't ask any questions.
We wouldn't be able
Is
to
it the
see any of
original
this, so I
railings?
don't
I
think
don't
it's
know.
relevant.
I don't know.
I know.
We just have to decide whether or not
We want to do this.
we're taking our opportunity to revoke a revocable encroachment permit, which we may do or we may not do with 0 criteria requirements. So if this feels like a judgment call for us.
It is, but did they come to us and say, we're taking the railings off the deck and doing this? Will we, will this then trigger potentially losing the right to have this size deck? I think that would have been a very important discussion for the HOA or to the owner to have in advance of doing any work. Was that done to the
Seems
best
like
of my
they
knowledge?
haven't been doing a lot of things in the right order.
That may be, but I'd like to quantify that because to me, that's a huge aspect to it, right? Like I know if I would take something out and it could trigger something, I'm not gonna try to do it sneaky. I'm gonna ask and say, hey, is this gonna jeopardize my use of this XYZ, whatever it is?
If I take these railings
I take
off,
these railings
am I
down.
gonna
Then
have
what they
to?
know now, they probably wouldn't have done it this way, I'm sure.
I feel like
Well, I was just going to indicate, I have some detailed notes from the file on this, and Kathy, I don't know if you want to reference them as well, but I show that there was a HARC application submitted in September 16th for the. Yeah,
Of 2024.
yeah, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
this past year, yeah. 4 months
I
ago, 5 months
believe
ago.
that's correct. I mean, I'll just
Which is requesting it.
pull
to be
up the
different.
property.
I think that was requesting the work on the deck, and I think the trigger there would have been, we would have looked at that, and we did. And we saw the encroachment and said, yeah, but you don't have the right to apply for this because you don't have permission to be in that airspace. That's the bottom line on that one.
I mean, I think I'll kind of bring it back to maybe what is most germane to this conversation, which is I think since I've been on council, we've consistently applied the philosophy that when we have the opportunity to bring things back in line to what they ultimately should be, that is what we have done. And so this is another one of those examples where it was fine to leave while nothing was being done. But when we have the opportunity to be able to bring, to remove these, whether it's a revocable encroachment permit or simply just utilization of public right of way for personal use, we're bringing everything into compliance. And I think I don't personally love the idea of this property owner or the HOA losing the deck square footage at all, but that has been the direction that we've followed as council since I've sat here.
I agree with everything you just said, and I think why this feels a little different is the leftover deck would not really be usable, and the encroachment doesn't impede any use of the public space. That's why I have a hard time with this one. Like, I walk by that corner multiple times a day also. I live on that end of town and I've never been bothered. In fact, I've taken like hail shelter under that deck before. So I kind of, and like looking like the corner or the other deck that we were comparing it to, there's still like a usable amount of deck. This would be like a sliver that someone could maybe.
I want to make sure it would be a similar size to that one, wouldn't
So,
it?
but that sticks out, so it goes back. Like I walk by there all the time and they have like chairs and stuff on that deck still.
I mean, here's the thing, when this was
It
designed,
goes behind that little window.
when this project was designed in 1979, they could have put in whatever size decks they wanted. They made a choice to, because nobody told them not to, for whatever that's worth, to overhang into the public wide right of way to increase this outdoor space. We have to decide if we're going to ask people when they start making renovations to these properties that are outside of compliance, if we are going to hold a line and say we want all of these properties to come back into compliance, or if we're just going to choose which ones we're going to approve and which ones we're going to deny, and that's the road we're going to go down.
I hear you. I think that's why I agreed with everything Mian said, and I agree with what you're saying. I think this just feels like a little
Bummer.
but yeah.
I mean,
I think
They have covered space back towards the wall as well. Looking at this other view of,
I mean,
from
like
Google
a
Maps.
foot. Yeah, it's not much.
It's the
'cause you
same
can
amount
see
as the
it.
other house.
but I don't want to get into the use.
Yeah, we're
It's
not
not
talking
about the
Okay, yeah,
use. It's
sorry.
about,
I'm just
it's about
trying to.
previous councils. They gave the direction of creating a level of consistency.
Mhm.
Do we want to maintain that or not with this one example? And that's kind of what we're trying to decide today. I'd like to hear from the public if there's anyone who.
Mr.
wants
Mayor,
to-
I Can I finish?
Oh, sure.
presenting? You
Yep, yep.
started
I didn't realize you had more,
questions and
Nate.
I
Yep.
kind of got
Go
cut
ahead.
off. I just had a couple of brief points to make. There's been a lot of discussion of, whether or not major improvements that occurred on this deck on the removal of the railing. I think it's pretty clear from the photo that Kathy showed us that there's no structural improvements that have occurred to date. But there will be major improvements needed if this deck's needing to be cut back. There will be structural changes that need to occur, and I think most concerning from an HOA standpoint is the fact that a portion of this deck actually exists over interior living space of the unit below it. I represent a lot of HOAs, and I can tell you that almost every time there's a leak in an interior space at an HOA, other than, frozen pipes, it's from when decks are maintained, repaired, replaced over living space, causing leaks to occur in lower interior space. If this deck is cut back, all of that work is going to have to occur, new waterproofing, and it's going to expose additional common elements of the community, plus interior living spaces of a unit to leaks. It's going to be a much larger undertaking than returning a railing to its current location. So I just wanted to emphasize the nature of the work that would need to occur and whether or not, the removal of the railing is a major impact on this deck, or frankly, whether or not the removal of the deck is major. And from the HOA's perspective, if this has to be cut back, that's what's going to have to occur, and it's going to become a much larger project. And that's all I have. And I just request that council approve this application as it did 3 years ago unanimously.
I'd still like to know in the application what was said about the deck. Like that, to me, that's the crux of the situation here. It really is. Are you improving the deck or not? What did you apply for? What did you didn't apply for? Because that's the issue. Isn't necessarily, whether the permit was signed or not signed. If the deck is improved upon and needs a permit, we're going to ask for it we may ask for the property line to go back to the property line. And while I'm sympathetic as a condo owner about impacts of what that is and how it impacts other owners and leaks and things like that, that's not really part of what we're trying to decide today. That's part of the contractor and the ultimate decision of the HOA to approve the work and the owner to go forward through the work. So I don't want to cloud that too much. But to me, I'm uncomfortable making a decision unless I know what was requested in the permit, or was something done not above board in removing the deck to get, whether it was to improve other aspects of the property or to actually improve the deck.
So just want to say, from my understanding, and maybe Kyle wants to jump in, they did not have a permit before moving the deck. So maybe that's a piece of this timeline that's important.
Did they have a permit for the interior?
They did have a permit for the interior. The permit for the interior was issued March 25th of 2024. And the description of the project is to repair, remodel main floor from water damage, kitchen and bath. And at that point, their contractor got a right-of-way obstruction permit with Public Works Department because he wanted to put his trailer down below the deck in order to offload the material he was demolishing out of the unit. That was March 29th of 2024. It was around that time that we noticed he had pulled the railings off, and he confirmed that verbally, that he pulled the railings off in order to have easier access. At some point, I don't know if it was Kyle, there was a stop work order issued because there was concern about, did they have proper permit for pulling those railings off the deck? And again, this is where my knowledge of when building permits are supposed to be pulled is a little shaky. And so a stop work order was issued. It looks like they submitted on September 16th of 2024 a permit to Hark for the deck, and the project description for that is to replace the deck railings. There are drawings and such associated with this from their architect, Um,
And Kathy, I can add
That's-
to that application is my understanding was submitted at the behest of staff.
Well,
Saying,
sure.
Yeah, I mean-
we have red tagged the project because of the railing, don't touch the thing. And if you want to get this into compliance, you now need to submit for this deck portion. And then that's why it was submitted many months after the fact, as that deck kind of sat there and languished. Just waiting to sort out what was to occur with it. And then through that, Public Works kind of said, wait, we thought we had a local encroachment permit. Now we're all really confused what had occurred. Let's kind of step back a second. And I believe the unit owner kind of applied for that with the hopes of cleaning this up all after the revocable encroachment permit process went through.
So I would say thank you to staff. A good thank you to staff for helping the applicant through this process. I'm slightly curious as to who the contractor was and if they have a business license here in town, because this feels as though this is a really messy situation that has nothing to do with our staff, and has everything to do with, decisions that were made outside of town's purview. And so I think we're now tasked with the responsibility to follow the letter of the laws. We have, set it forth and see how it's applied to this particular property.
And my question would be plain and simple. And I know we've seen it at numerous points where, for 6 hours, a railing gets taken down so you can put a couch inside the unit.
Then you put it
Or-
back.
And then you put it back.
Mhm.
How did the railing be down for a significant amount of time from the March date till the months? That's concerning to me, because if the whole goal was to move stuff in and move stuff out, wouldn't you just put the railing, it's not that hard to remove a railing and put it back.
And you shouldn't
Hey,
need a
take it
building
down
permit for
again.
that because you're not actually changing anything about the building. You're removing and putting back the thing that's already existing. Right? Am
Well,
I?
it came down, it came out, and I think
Right.
once it's out for a period of time,
That's my question.
Yeah,
right?
it's
If
like-
you're just doing, if the reason for removing the rails was to access the work, that's not true if you left the railings down. Because you would just do the work, put the railings back. And I'm not going to say whether it was 6 minutes, 6 hours, or 6 days, but they would go back and not be down for a significant amount of time if that was the goal versus, yeah, let's put up some new railings or whatever it might be. Or a terrible contractor, right? I mean, I don't know who the contractor is, but that just doesn't sound, that sounds like that's jeopardizing your ability to maintain the existing deck by his decisions.
I just want to bring us back though to what we're here to discuss, because I think this sounds like a fun conversation to get back to what happened, but ultimately our purview right now is to decide whether or not we are going to grant this revocable encroachment permit or if we are not going to. And I think we just need to kind of get back on track to that conversation, because the reason why we're here is not really germane to the conversation. It's interesting, but it's not germane.
Yeah, but it isn't, and I know I'm dragging this out and I don't mean to, but to me, our historical change for bringing things back to the property line is when work's being done on it. And we can't figure out if work was being done on the deck or not. And I don't think that that's necessarily council or staff's fault in this. And so we got to almost make that determination in conjunction, like by looking at the pictures and how long the time frame is, we're assuming that work was being done on the deck. We want it to go back to the property line. Or to say, nope, they just removed the railing to make it easier for them to work. They're rebuilding it the same way. We're good with that. Let's do the permit.
I guess
And
my-
that's the discussion.
Yeah, to what Teddy's saying, I feel like maybe are we out of order are we doing this out of order? Should it
They
have
can't
been?
get approval for a new
Yeah, yeah,
design
yeah.
if they don't have a permit from us.
And they don't know that they can design to what.
And it's because this 2022 one was not actually.
It's because they changed it.
It's
just
because
now.
they took the railing off.
That's right. And if they're
But
going to
because they're
redesign the
building-
deck, then
but
that's
they're-
work that's done.
I guess my question is, how does the building permit, the timing of the building permit? That's the thing is, it's so they would need to have this permit in place in order to get the building permit, right? They need to be able to show that they're allowed to do the work, Right now, they don't have the permit that allows them to encroach over the public right of way.
So.
If they
so what
rebuild the
we-
deck.
So
But we
if,
won't we want to pull things back to the property line, and we would only get notified of that when they come to pull a building permit.
we could, yeah, we
It's
could
back
have
to-
done it in 2022. We could have, if everything had been executed, it would have been fine. However, because they took that railing down, we were still going to have to see this. So 2022, let's kick that out.
Yeah,
That's my
doesn't
question,
matter.
because they
That-
should have gotten a building permit
that-
for all of that.
That doesn't matter.
Right.
Yes.
And to Geneva's point from earlier in the discussion, we're not on a witch hunt.
No.
If we do something, we want to go back into compliance. And we're trying to figure out, based on the information put in front of us, is the deck getting redone? And are they saying, oh, we better put it back the way it was because we're not going to keep our deck? Or were they really trying to redo the deck? I don't know the answer to that. That's tough for me. But I mean, I'll come up to it.
Punish them because they got bad advice from a contractor, but if this is our policy, this is our policy. We claw back on every situation that is reasonable to get the right of way back under control of the town.
Right.
Because we wouldn't approve building plans at this point that had these types of encroachments on them.
Because then you are setting a precedent for someone else who wants to redo their deck over the right of way, wherever it is, and say, oh, Coronet South, I watched the meeting and South Coronet Creek got it done, so I want it done. Do we have to consider that?
I guess where I struggle with this is, are they redoing the deck? Because to make it smaller, like right now, it looks like they could just throw a railing back on and they're not actually redoing the deck. But if we're asking them to make it smaller, that is a full redoing of the deck. So I think
But the
I
building
feel like,
permit is, I mean, any small thing you do,
yeah.
I mean, you change your shower head, you're supposed to be pulling a building permit. So,
Or at least ask.
But aren't we talking about the encroachment right now?
but I'm just saying, like, so you pull the building permit, that triggers us saying, looking at whether or not we should be bringing back that revocable encroachment permit, because just that little tiny thing is our policy to start this conversation. Again, like I
For
feel like our
replacing a deck, we would normally have them pull a building permit.
So I guess to explain from the
Yeah.
Public Works,
For sure.
yeah,
Or not replacing a deck, I'm sorry, replacing a railing. If it were just the railing, would that require a building permit?
as far as I know, and it would need Hark approval
Okay.
for
Call
the
Hark- call
design
Hark's
and materials.
Everything.
And the way Public Works saw it, pulling the entire railing off the deck as they did, and this was coming from Kyle more than me. He feels that the decking on the actual deck is in poor repair and would need to be upgraded to maintain it as a safe structure. I can't look at a deck and tell you that, but so it was, I guess, more the opinion of Public Works that this was substantial work and more than necessary to simply remove materials because they pulled that entire railing off. So that's what spurred us to think, oh, well, if they have this revocable encroachment permit, we can use this language to now ask them to pull it back. And then when it wasn't in place, we said, well, let's clean up the housekeeping on these other elements of the building that are more permanent and get those covered, and then just ask still for this deck to be pulled back. But it's, the right of the property owner to ask for you guys to consider whether you think that's.
I don't love
Cover
the
or not.
speculation of Kyle saying, I think that maybe it's not safe or whatever. I don't think we should really take that into
Right.
consideration. I guess my question is that because I don't actually know, I've never remodeled a deck, what's the inspection like? Will that deck after it pulls a building permit, will that then have to pass an inspection, same as like an interior renovation will? And at that point, if an inspector says those floorboards are rotted out and that's not gonna fly,
I think there would be an inspection component to it at the end after it's complete, yes. But
And then
I-
at that
I'm not the
point-
building inspector. If you
that
feel like
means-
you need to get that information, we can certainly pull some folks down. I think, and the other point I'll make is, right, if I'm not mistaken, the railing's been down now for 11 months.
I mean, I just don't understand why you take the railing down for that long a time and with something shady going on.
Yeah,
That's
if it's
just my
to get
opinion.
materials in
I
and
mean,
out.
that's nice or shitty.
Yeah.
Let's just,
Well, that's okay for me.
okay.
I don't care. I mean, that's not how I, being multiple HOA presidents, in addition to having done construction work myself and being in the real estate industry, I kind of have an idea how things get done properly and not properly. And that's just my opinion.
We have some public comment.
Yep.
Online, let's try and.
Mr.
figure out
Mayor,
where
if
to
I
go
could
with this.
clarify
Yeah.
one thing, I was told that the stop work order on the railing occurred the same day the railing came down. So to go back to your kind of, was it 6 minutes, 6 hours, 6 months?
So
Did-
was
did-
that March?
That's what I was just told, yeah.
And so nothing was done from March onward.
Well,
For 11 months.
It was red tagged by the building department, so nothing could occur.
That's important to know.
On the same day that they took the railing down, the building department came and red tagged their project.
Correct.
So then they were not able to put the railing back up.
Like they definitely should have put, we're gonna take the railing down in our original building permit, and that was an important missing part.
I would agree.
They were doing work that was unauthorized.
If the whole railing came down, but then again, that's a little bit more speculation for us, right? I don't know what quantifies taking a piece of the railing down to move materials in and out versus the whole thing coming down. But we'll take public comment, see if that helps clarify it for us. Is there anybody in the room for public comment on this topic?
There's someone else.
Seeing none, Tiffany online?
I have two. I'm gonna unmute Josh Geter first.
Hello, council. Art, can you hear me?
A little muffled, Josh.
Okay, here we go. Can you hear me now, council?
Yes.
Better.
Better.
Okay, I'd like to thank you all for all the good work you do. Very briefly, I'm a 44-year resident of citizen of town. I've rebuilt 2 1891 structures and also did a major renovation on my unit at Cornet Creek number 3 in 2016. I'm a multiple HOA president, including having served on this HOA for just under 2 years recently. So that I'll keep this very brief, but it gives me absolutely no pleasure to join this session, everyone, for the following reasons. Reasons are how and why this revocable encroachment permit even came to council. What we are dealing with here is the end run of a bunch of malfeasance and permits revoked and permits given a stop order and a bunch of obfuscation and workarounds, which has now brought what appears to be a progressive, proactive, collaborative effort to do some housekeeping on a east-west construction Chandler and Nelson project with 1979 documents, when actually there's some real problems with this being in front of council right now. And I want to apologize to council and apologize to staff that it even got here. I'm also going to say that I'm centrist. I am not a zealot. I am simply in the very unfortunate position of having to tell truth to the situation. Okay, so first of all, when the owner of the deck in question went to pull the permit, I wrote to that owner and copied the HOA multiple redundant times saying, you guys go through the proper channels, do your permitting properly. You've done renovations before and gotten the HOA into hot water by your malfeasance in the past. If you persist, you're gonna get red flagged, you're gonna get a stop work order. It's going to become a waste of council and HARC and legal and P&Z and building department's time. And it's going to cause more problems within our HOA. And those repeated warnings, which are in the record, I can send them all to all of you. Also, all the HOA owners received these.
I'll let him continue.
I'm sorry?
I said, your time is up, but I'll let you continue to finish your
Okay,
point.
okay, this is not public comment. I am an HOA owner, okay? I'm in this HOA. I was never put into the process of this meeting even being called. So one of the major problems is that this HOA agenda in front of council was not properly brought before the HOA. I found out about this being an HOA to council agenda only this morning when another owner called me. Before that, I was told that this was the violating permit owner having an issue with council. And so, first of all, my comments cannot be considered public comment because I am a stakeholder here. And I would charge that, first of all, this should not be in front of council because it didn't even go through the HOA properly. Then second of all, and going back in history, I'm going to say that multiple times I tried to help the homeowner and say, don't do this. You guys are going to get red flagged. It's going to cause a big mess. They ignored it and willfully submitted their permit and tried to obfuscate and cloud and for whatever reason I can't explain, because obviously the town would see it. And this has brought us to where we are today with this wasting all of our time here. Thirdly, the homeowner there has no C of O and no certificate of occupancy. And yes, indeed, they are at this very moment occupying the place in flagrant disregard of town ordinance and have had short-term rentals there. And so this is, I'm so sorry, staff, you guys and council, I'm so sorry.
We've got to wrap you up.
No, this is, okay, I'm coming over to council right now then. And right now I've had to shut my medical clinic in order to do this, and you cannot shut me down.
Hold on 1 second. I'm going to stop you right there because what you're discussing now is not a council issue. It is, hold on. I've given you more than your 3 minutes. That's enough. I need you to stop talking or we're going to cut you off because I've given you more than 3 minutes to make your point. And what you're talking about, which I will clarify, is an HOA issue between your HOA and not really appropriate other than your 3-minute comment to town council. So the question I will have to staff is as simple as this. Did the HOA sign off on this, which is typical of a CA request within HARC for this project? And if the HOA president and the HOA signed off as approving it, then that's an HOA issue and not one for council.
Yeah, I think that's correct. I've seen nothing to indicate that it did not receive association approval to make this application.
That's right. And and we're not here to get into HOA disputes. And that's not why we're here. We're happy to hear the public comment. Thank you very much for it. But if we have the paperwork that has the South Coronet Creek condominiums, HOA approving the project, that's what we go by.
One more public comment online.
Yep. And one more, Tiffany?
Yes, we have legacy.
Yeah, hi, council. Sorry, let me collect my thoughts here. So obviously a little bit of an innocent bystander, and this is more of a grievance for a different issue that I see having a lot of similarity to. And the other issue and the similarities between the two are I'm starting to pick up on a pattern of the town not pointing fingers in any direction, but the town punishing current owners for something that they did not cause. This I'm dealing with a different issue here in town that, somebody inherited this problem. It seems to me that this deck was inherited from, what was it, 1970 something. It's been out there for a long time, and it just starts to feel a little bit divisive, and it's really a major impact on people's lives that we're talking about and their use and enjoyment. A few things just listening in, we're talking about comparing a patio that people can clearly walk under. I worked next door for 5 years to a retention wall, which is abutting and actually impeding the flow of traffic. It's just it seems like a big misunderstanding, and it seems like if you're going to be doing a massive repair like this, doing materials in and materials out, that takes a long time, and you're at the throes of a contractor. These contractors get to decide when they want to work. It's not like, hey, 9 to 5 until the job is done. And then there's a stop order gap that's really concerning too. And so I don't know what necessarily happened here, but it seems to me that there is a pattern developing of just town punishment for issues that were inherited. And at what point does something like this really fall on a homeowner versus town communication, which I know is understaffed but can be really poor. And you're basically, it seems like people are consistently being punished for remodels. And that's my total comment here. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that. I'd like to try to wrap this up with any further discussion with council.
I do too, actually.
I was going to get to that because I don't want to get into the business of responding to public comments in general, but
Discussion.
I think that
that's fine. I'm good with it.
That's the real estate broker's job to explain to their clients the restrictions that are on their property and use that as a negotiating tactic when they purchase it. It is not the town is punishing people. This has been an issue with the property that they needed a revocable encroachment permit the whole time. And that should have been the knowledge given by attorneys, real estate brokers to the purchasers that, hey, you have a revocable encroachment permit, which means your deck might not last forever. And that's part of understanding how planning and zoning and our town municipal code and land use code works.
Because it's over town of Telluride property. This isn't punishing anybody.
Yes, this isn't like, surprise. This shouldn't be, surprise for anyone. This should be something that a real estate broker is educating their clients on.
And if the real estate broker cannot or does not feel that they've got the depth of experience or understanding as evidenced in that comment, then they should be bringing in a licensed attorney to be able to explain that to their client so that they can represent their client to the fullest of their ability. I take huge offense to the concept that the town government is in any way being punitive. We are simply trying to correct the mistakes of the past. We are trying to bring everybody into compliance in the easiest and best way possible to benefit the greater good of this community. And if there is any question about that, I do ask that those individuals come to their council members and have those conversations so that we can fully inform and educate them.
Yeah, I mean, it's on the same hand, it's not fair to new builders to say that we are going to hold you to a standard that requires you to build within your property lines. And when people, again, like I said, we know from the past that things are a little bit Wild Westy, loosey-goosey, that we don't require the same for people that are improving their old property. That to me would not be fair. And I think that, this whole thing seems really messy, and it's obviously unfortunate that, it's gotten as tangled as it has. It seems to me that, this has never had the correct permitting ever for the encroachment. It's just kind of existed. And now town staff is saying, hey, things are happening over here. The direction that we have been given by council is that when major improvements start happening, that the requirement is that they bring it to compliance, not back into compliance because it's never been there, but they bring it to compliance with the rules as they are today.
Is there any further discussion? If not, I would entertain a motion. No,
He hasn't spoken yet.
Yeah, just one last.
Yeah, you can, would you like to step up for public comment?
Yeah, please, thank you. My name is Doug Levy. This is my wife Elise. We're the owners of the condo in question here. So I might be able to share some knowledge that would be helpful. One thing that Mr. Smith mentioned is very much the case, that the same day that the railings came down, that's the day that there was a red tag. That's why it's been sitting there empty. Also, just for public safety, the deck is padlocked and there is a CO, of course, on the unit with the deck padlocked and the building department having a key to that to make sure that this is safe. Our intention is to make use of the deck that we absolutely love. It was the primary reason that we bought that home. We absolutely love the deck. Geneva, I think you're exactly right. If you were the one who made the point, it would be helpful if for real estate agents or council to inform about things like, encroachable encroachment permits but we didn't know. And this is a deck that we love. The change on the deck has been minor. This is what another key point I want to make here. It was the railings coming down. The deck itself is in perfect shape. And to the point of council, would be reviewed, looked at, and approved of by the building department before a CO is allowed for the deck. So that's a control that you have to make sure that it's safe. But having the deck itself, the support girds underneath it, everything else wasn't touched. Going now to touch those would involve honestly interacting with a challenging situation within the HOA that I think all of us would rather avoid, and just be able to replace the railings would really help everyone, bring us enjoyment. Ms. Levin, you talked about the benefit of that deck being over a bench that's there. It's right next to the Galloping Goose Station where people often do take shelter when it's raining or snowing. We care about the town. We love the town. We love our place and would really like to keep the deck.
Thank you. Kevin?
Yeah, just to clarify, I heard a statement there that there is a CO. We just pulled our records and we're not aware of any CO. If you can provide one, I'd love to see it, because when we just pulled our records, we didn't see it in the file.
Sam Samuelson was involved in the agreement with the contractor to have a padlock and then allow for occupancy. It's written. I'd be happy to provide it to you.
That's who we just talked to.
Oh, okay. I'd be happy to provide you the details on that, but that is in place.
Since you spoke already, we can't have you speak again. I'm very sorry. That's protocol. And unless there's any other public comment, I'm going to close public comment for this hearing. Any further discussion from council on this?
I'm fine leaving it. It seems like less hassle for us, for the applicant. I personally have seen no problem with this deck. I don't think that there is a precedent by saying an REP that has stood now or a piece of property encroaching into the public right of way that has been there now for close to 50 years is fine being left as is. I'm okay with it. I hear what everyone else is saying. It's not a hill I need to die on, but I'm okay just letting it be.
Kevin or Kathy, I have a question for you to clarify that may help at least me. If a property owner came to the town, or would a property owner need to come to town if they were replacing the railings on a deck?
My understanding is yes, they would, at least for a building permit / HARC review.
Okay, that's what I needed to know.
I think where I struggle is that they got the stop work permit the day that the railing came off to move stuff out of the unit. So then even if the intent was to put the railing back on that day, they weren't able to, and that's where I feel like there's.
But
permission to take the
that's the point.
railing off.
They should have asked.
And it was literally just stated that it's to put a new railing up. So I think this is a terrible set of circumstances, and I feel absolutely horrible for these property owners because I do feel like they have gotten terrible advice is my assumption. Or either way, they just were not operating with the appropriate information. But unfortunately, that is not our purview to correct. I'm just going to go back to what I keep saying. We have a very narrow scope as to what we are supposed to be doing here right now. I think we've gotten diverted into a story of construction that we had no business really ultimately knowing about. And I think that we need to go back to this conversation as to whether or not we feel as council that we would like to continue the path that we have been walking down, which is bringing all of these properties into compliance in regards to their encroachments over or on public right of ways.
Ashley?
There is, I am like really torn on this, to be totally honest with you guys. There is a part of me that feels like it's very obvious that we should require them to come back into compliance. There is another part of me that feels like I don't understand how it's gone down this path and gotten so, without that they were supposed to get the revocable permit that didn't happen. And then they were supposed to get building permits that didn't happen for the removal of the deck. And so there's a part of me that wants to show mercy and say, now, either A, if your deck doesn't pass inspection and that gets denied by the building department and you do have to make improvements to it, there's absolutely no question that at that point you have to bring it back. But I'm really struggling with this because it's this like whole thing, the fact that this is where it's at is hard. So I don't know actually how I'm going to vote as of right now.
I mean, I feel like the fact that 2 doors down, someone was asked to do this and did it, it impacts my opinion, because if we were going to just generally say, okay, we're going to ask everyone who's encroaching on the ground floor right of way to move back, but if it's a deck, we don't really care because it's not impeding anybody, and that was the standard, then I could live with that. But we already have somebody on the same block who we requested to do that, and they did it. I also am really disturbed that we have a property owner saying something very different than what our building inspector is saying. And so even if we were to like take no action on this or deny it, I would want to wait until that is resolved. Like, I don't think we should be approving revocable encroachment permits for places that that are out of compliance with their certificate of occupancy. That seems like a big no. If you are in violation of all of these things, that we're gonna approve this request that we have full leeway on, it doesn't send a great message.
I agree.
Can I just make note that in my motion that I wrote up, I did make the notation that the approval of the entire REP, no matter whether you decide deck or no deck, would be contingent upon the homeowner obtaining that CO. So
Sure.
that step would have to fall in place before, the payment and insurance and full execution of this revocable encroachment permit, if that helps your
I guess
decision.
earlier we were talking about whether they couldn't proceed with that until we approved this. Is this just like one of those?
Well,
you can't get a street closure till you get the liquor license, and the liquor license.
The certificate of occupancy in question is still tied to this remodel
inside.
Yeah. So
that's
that
like,
has not,
I
that's the
can't
CO
approve
that
a
hasn't
revocable
been.
encroachment permit for someone who's been illegally using their property.
I
mean, I'm
didn't say it
I'm
made
gonna
it.
s- I mean, I'm actually gonna say, I'm gonna bifurcate that a little bit, because I agree, I understand what you're saying, but that is not the decision that we're supposed to be making right now. And I think that they do have to be very much separated. I'm gonna make,
They're connected. Because one of them triggered the other. It was removing the railing was part of the building permit that has not been considered completed.
what was actually not part of the.
Not part of the
Well,
building
you know,
permit, because if
it
it was
should have
part,
been.
It was part of the project. I mean, I'm happy to make a motion right now although it will not please me to do it, but I'm happy to do so if we feel like, or we can continue to talk this through.
no, I mean, I think we've talked it through plenty. I think it's time to make a very tough decision. based on the circumstances that aren't great laid in front of us. But that's what we're asked to solve as council, and that's what we need to do.
Sorry, before you do that, to be clear, we are all in favor of allowing the concrete steps, and that's the easy part. Yes, everyone, great. Just making sure we're on the same page there.
Okay.
Great.
And Kevin just listens to this motion because I think I'm going to change it slightly. I move to approve a revocable encroachment permit, REP 25-01 for number 3 Cornet Creek Condominiums Incorporated to maintain encroachments consistent of a paved area, 2 concrete steps, and 2 building corners on the West Pacific Avenue right-of-way, and deny a revocable encroachment permit for a deck encroaching on the Davis Street right-of-way for the benefit of the property generally described as 615 West Pacific Avenue and known as Lot 21, Block 3, South Cornet Creek condos according to condo maps and as amended by lot line adjustment and defined as described in condo declaration. The most recent amendment recorded at 5/19/2022 at 476709 San Miguel County. This approval shall be contingent on the applicant or appropriate homeowner obtaining a CO for the work being performed on unit 303.
We have a motion from Meehan. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Geneva. Meehan, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Geneva?
Geneva, yes.
Helena?
Um. Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, no.
Teddy, yes. Meehan's motion is approved. 5-1. Thank you, everyone, for your time. Kathy, thank you.
Thank you.
That is going to take us to number 8 work sessions. And we're going to flip order and we're going to do 8B work session first. Zoe, that's what you prefer, correct?
Yes, please.
And we are going to go to wayfinding, placemaking and signing project. And we have Lindsay Mills waiting patiently back in the room to finally.
Chomping at the bit.
You too. That's ridiculous. So,
Your patience.
Thanks for your patience with all of our drama.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They've never been to a council meeting before, so.
Welcome.
Wow.
Yeah, we have no idea.
If only that was true. Yeah.
I'm sarcastic.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, council. Just to give you a little bit of background, we are underway with our planning phase of our wayfinding, placemaking and signage project. We won a grant with the Colorado Tourism Office last year to help fund this planning portion of the wayfinding project. The goal is to essentially overhaul all of the signage throughout town. There's a lot of signs that have gone up that have been managed by individual entities, by nonprofits in the past. So we're trying really hard to bring the town's branding into wayfinding, placemaking and signage to make accessibility more reasonable throughout town. Also to ensure that we have clear communication and a controlled sign program. After we won that grant, we pursued Guide, who's out of Cleveland, and we're really excited for what they're going to show you today. We've been working with them for about 6 months now and have a schematic plan to show you with our first phase of a multi-year phased implementation expected to take place this spring. So very excited to introduce you to Kevin Frommett and Day Corso, who are 2 of our leads on the project. They're in town to be at your presentation today. I'll leave you control from there. Pretty good.
Thank you. So I just want to start out, the first half of this presentation is going to be very strategy heavy. And that's just because at Guide, we really believe in, signage and wayfinding. The design can be beautiful and obviously have its purpose, but without a good plan and a good strategy. And, if the plan doesn't work, then the design doesn't matter. So we make a lot of effort in meeting with our clients, touring the city, understanding what the true issues are, and then coming up with a plan where we can make informed decisions on what we're designing. So the front end of this is going to be strategy heavy, but we think it's very important to kind of understand why the decisions were made on the design end. So just to give you a background of the process, we reviewed all the background materials. You guys have a lot of maps. I think there were at least 3 maps, if not 4 maps, different parking maps, the summer map, the winter map. So we looked at that, and obviously that was a big driving force in kind of understanding that there's a lot of redundant information or misleading information. We had a discussion with the core team, but then we had a discovery session with the steering committee. I think we were here maybe in September.
I think it was actually October, so
October.
it was after the gondola had closed.
Yes, it was like the 1 week the gondola was closed. So, but we got to ride it yesterday, so that was exciting. So we were here, we met with the steering committee, and that was comprised of Lindsay and a few other that you could probably speak to more of who was involved. But again, it wasn't just like one person making the decision. It was really getting information from a bunch of different audiences and users to kind of understand what the challenges are.
Yeah, and the steering committee has been consistent throughout the project since we got into planning. That's included a handful of department heads, our directors, Stephanie Decay with Parks and Rec, Josh Compt with the Marshals Department, Kyle Beck with Public Works, Lance McDonald with all of our larger projects and formats. And then we've also involved the tourism office. So Kira Skinner, executive director, has been in all of these meetings. And she had the insight to bring on Cody, who's in the visitor center. So he brought some insight into what people are asking about when they go into the visitor center. And then, of course, Town Manager Janelle has been in all of those meetings as well.
Right. So we were here for three or 4 days. So we met, we toured, we, did an internal workshop, and then we met back with the steering committee and kind of presented our initial findings and had a working session with them as well. So they kind of did some of our work for us too, but we do that with all of our clients. We kind of like, back and forth at a very informal work session because, we like to say, we're the experts of wayfinding, but you are the experts of your town. So we can strategize, but we want to hear from you. And it's really about you and what your unique challenges are. So we took this, and you'll see, we took this up to schematic design. As Lindsay said, this is just like the first plan. So while you'll see designs and they've been pushed ahead based on some approval from the steering committee, it's still very much at a schematic phase. So there's details we need to figure out. So we want some of the goals. We want to develop a sign program that's intuitive, cohesive, and on brand, as Lindsay said. Reduce the sign clutter. So that's a big thing. A lot of people think we're coming in to just put up signs everywhere. That's not the case. We believe less is more. And I think everybody here knows that you have a lot of signs, especially parking signs out there that we're hoping to actually consolidate. Design for longevity. So something, that can last, but also be maintainable and grow as things change. Towns change all the time. Clears up confusion, improves the experience, considers accessibility for all. And that's not just, wheelchair, it's not wheelchair, it's also, older people might have worse eyesight, things like that. Bilingual is another thing to consider. Considering, wayfinding isn't just a sign in the ground, it's comprehensive. There's technologies, there's people go to websites now to plan their trip ahead of time. And then most importantly, we want to make it authentic to the town. So we talked about leveraging, you work well with Mountain Village, but you're also different from Mountain Village. So we want to be authentic to the town, which is a little bit different than Mountain Village. So kind of how can we separate you a little bit and emphasize that it's a little bit different experience. So I won't read all of these, but we kind of listen to like, what are some of the favorite things about Telluride and what are the common themes that people like to do? The festivals, it's a historic destination, live music, all things that were expected, I think. And then we always we do this exercise wherever we go, we ask you to describe your town in one word if it was a person. And this helps inform us on kind of like what the aesthetic of the program is going to be. So the ones in red are kind of the ones that came to the forefront. So historic, welcoming, and beautiful. And then there were others like active, awe-inspiring, unique, friendly, Wild West, funky. So this is always a fun exercise to kind of think of the town as a person. And then it's also very important that we look at all the different audiences, because we know that there's people that come here to hike, there's people that come here to ski. There's first-time visitors. You know, a lot of times we hear in towns, well, people know where they're going because they come here, but signage is for the first-time person. You want to set that expectation or make that first experience great so they come back. So signage isn't for the people that necessarily live here and know what they're doing. It's for the people that don't know what they're doing. And it's also different for a visitor, a resident, a business owner. They all have their own unique needs for signage or improved wayfinding. And then we also do this exercise we call journey mapping. So we actually pull out maps of the town and kind of talk about different things. Like, so one of the first things we do is, what are the top destinations? And we do this because with signage specifically, obviously you can't put everything on every sign. So we have to make some decisions on prioritizing. And that's not to say that things will never be on a sign. It's just to say, okay, what are people looking for the most? If we have to make decisions on what 3 or 4 things go on a sign when someone's driving. So this just kind of helps us rank sort of like what people are looking for when they're here. We look at vehicular paths coming into town to those destinations. And we'll show you that, because we don't want to put signs on every corner. We want to put signs where people are actually making decisions. Where are the points of arrival? So there's jurisdictional boundaries, but then there's perceived boundaries. So jurisdictional is obviously the border, but perceived boundaries are kind of like where you get that kind of feeling that, oh, okay, I've arrived in Telluride. It could be a landscape. It could be some landmark. Some cities we work with, you're coming over a bridge into the river and you start seeing the buildings. So it's important to understand what kind of those perceived points of entry are. And then also looking at the pedestrian traffic, obviously, skiers, hikers, or people just shopping, dining, how they're maneuvering. So it's not just about the cars. And then also cycling and biking as well. So one of the things we always think about is what we call the engagement loop. And that's to say that signage and wayfinding are not the same thing. So people a lot of times think of wayfinding and signage as the same thing. We don't think of it that way. Signage is part of wayfinding. It's the physical thing in the environment, but wayfinding, especially in today's world, starts when you're at home. You're researching, you're looking on a website, where do I park? How do I get there? So the important thing for us to look at is, even though we're doing signage in the physical environment, we want to make sure this engagement loop is all consistent. So what you're calling things matters. You know, you don't want to look at a map and it's called one thing, but when you get to town and the sign says something else. So we're looking at that to improve the overall experience. And you know, if somebody has a good experience, they're more likely to come back, essentially, or tell somebody that they have to come visit. So that's just something we keep in mind as we're going through this. So some of the guiding principles after we went through all of this was to set the stage. So be a little more consistent in the pre-visit communications. Again, our scope of work isn't technically to do that, but we think it's all connected to wayfinding. So it's a recommendation we make to look at those maps and maybe look at better ways of communicating. Clearing up inconsistencies on Google. Again, that's not signage related, but you can contact Google what they're calling a building. I think the ice rink was one example where they're calling it one thing. I think the festival map calls it something else, and then the town map calls it a third thing. So those are things that affect wayfinding. And like I said, before you're even getting into design, those are important things that we look at. Enhance the entry experience. You kind of come into town and you kind of hit that roundabout and you see the shed, but there's like not, we think that you could improve the welcoming experience to Telluride. And then improve wayfinding tactics. We heard that, well, we saw that it's called Main Street on the maps. And again, when we looked on Google, it's Colorado. So there's not that connection. And talking to you guys, we did hear that people actually ask about Main Street. But in talking with everybody, we think there's more than just Main Street. There's like a historic downtown that we really want to get people into, to understand that they can shop, they can dine, they can do things in town. You know, it's not just skiing and then, for example, going back to Mountain Village or wherever. They could stay and have lunch and then go back or whatever. Simplify the parking. We noticed there's a lot of confusion, especially for first-time people around the parking. And then the trail access as well. We're gonna even look at, you know, how people are accessing the trails in the summer and the winter, but kind of looking at that as well. So some of the basic things like we talked about were like just like assessing your street signs. We think just improving your street signs, they're really small and they're kind of worn and faded. Like just doing that, we think would improve the wayfinding so much for somebody coming into town to be able to see the street and you know, because people are using GPS now as well. So reducing the sign clutter, consistently identifying town-owned things. Right now, there's a lot of different sign programs going on. We want to make sure it's consistent, and so people know it's a, you know, it's a city managed or a town managed facility. And then maintain the kiosks where you can update maps, like, so for private businesses that change often, you don't want to put them on signage, but you could put them on a directory with a map, and change that out seasonally inexpensively too. So you could do that or promote event info. So if somebody sees something, maybe they want to come back. And then just doing some other things like, it's not just about getting somebody from point A to point B, but it's capturing the town's personality as well. So we're also looking at what we call placemaking. You know, so what can we do to kind of bring the brand, and not just the brand, but the personality into the signage and into the environment. So looking at that, we assess first the vehicular approach and entry. So somebody coming into town, like I said, we're actually doing these travel paths to really understand how people are actually using the town. We don't want to put signs everywhere. So understanding that people get to the roundabout and then have to make a decision on, am I going to go over to the day parking and just park there? But that might prevent a new person from even understanding that there's a historic downtown to explore. So we'll show you through the design, but we've come up with a solution to kind of tell people they can go park, but also encourage them that there's a whole historic downtown to go visit. One thing to backing up, and I don't know, Lindsay, if you want to talk about it a little bit more, but we want to give people a pause point as they're coming into town. So where you see the yellow on the map, we're proposing sort of like a welcome center, not a building but like a pause moment where you see the mountains, you're approaching the roundabout, but you can pause, even talking about some spots where you can pull off, get some maps, kind of get your bearing, and decide if you want to go park for the day or you want to go downtown. So you don't have to make that decision. We want to give a pause point to people to kind of set up their experience.
Yeah, and you'll see some ideation in here as we get into the schematic plan, but the location we're discussing right now is Checkpoint Charlie. So paving that pull off and actually allowing for a spot for snow storage. Public Works has been deeply involved in this conversation, and allowing for a place where folks can pull over, learn a little bit more about where they need to go in advance of their departure.
I like this idea. People are gonna lose their minds.
And
there's semi trucks parked there when they're can't get into town or if they're sleeping or whatever. I mean,
So did you say we're going to use it for snow storage and this?
Snow storage is already a spot that's used for snow storage. So that's a discussion we've had with Public Works. So if it were to be paved and to allow for parking, overnight parking for vehicles that can't park in town, so on and so forth, this is all considered, and snow storage is a part of that. So
Yeah, I
everything
like
we're
it. I just-
discussing.
I mean, I don't want us to like completely take you off, but since you already did, Geneva, I mean, I'm just going to say, I think that it is conceptually a great idea. I do not want to be on the council that approves that. I don't think that, I think that it's, I mean, I think that that is a
Structure on the valley.
the valley floor.
I
the
don't think
views
we're
are
talking
okay.
about a structure, and I think we need to clarify that.
Okay.
We're talking about something similar to the Keystone pull-off, where there's an informational sign, maybe some locations for
So the,
some
so the
maps.
image that we have is
Not
not at.
this. This is the very first iteration of a
Okay.
conceptual design they presented us with. This is, can we be really clear
we'll come
that
back
this
to
is
this. I'm sorry.
conceptual?
Okay.
This is not in production, and that is phase
Yep.
5.
Yeah, great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Our summer,
Great.
our summer project for 2025 focuses on street signage and parking.
Okay,
Great.
fair.
So
Perfect.
this is
Sorry.
conceptual exclusively.
I just think the public's
and
gonna see that, and I just want us to be very clear.
That's
about that.
totally fine. Yep.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Don't apologize. This is important.
I'm sorry.
All right, so this is just basic information, just so you know where we're coming from, and I was talking about prioritizing things. So there's an MUTCD, which is a Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. So there are, I know that the town maybe doesn't fall under that, but there's still good principles to follow. So people driving in a car going, I know here they're only going 15, but you can't read more than 3 to 4 messages while also concentrating on people crossing the road. You don't want to do that. So that's why I'm saying we have to prioritize, and like everything can't be on a sign. So it does become a question, it's like, well, why are they on a sign, but I'm not? And it's really based on, again, what are people looking for in a car, and what are they mostly looking for? So it's again, it's not arbitrary. We're making decisions based on studies that have been done and regulations that exist. So again, before we get into design, we go through what we call an information hierarchy. So to understand how somebody is driving into town and what they actually need to know, so you're not trying to give them all the information at once. So if you're thinking about it as like a tree, a family tree almost, you're welcoming somebody to Telluride, and then they need to know, do I want to go to historic downtown to park, or do I want to go turn right at the roundabout, park for the day? So those are kind of the two decisions they have to make right away. Then when they get downtown, they'll start seeing signs for more specific things. So Silverjack parking, the visitor center, the library, again, those very public destinations that people are looking for. So there is some education to know that these things are located in historic downtown. And that goes back to not being able to put everything on every sign. So if we were to try to put all this on the signs out by the roundabout, people would just ignore it because it'd be just too overwhelming. So we do this to break down the information so that people understand if I want to go to these things or in the historic downtown. So, and then when they get in downtown, there's other things past downtown. I don't want to say Town Park isn't in downtown, but there's Town Park. There's other sort of like medical center. That's not a big visitor thing, but it's an important destination. The museum. So there's other things to consider that kind of fall to the next tier of like, if we had to, again, prioritize what we would kind of prioritize. And then there's additional pedestrian directionals you can see on the right. We're not ignoring those. Those just aren't things that maybe people in a car are looking for. They're looking to park.
This is great. I think my only maybe, comment would be that we are the town of Telluride, and we're very focused on our town, but our town is also the county seat. So things like the county courthouse and stuff like that, like, I think that we should think about what people, not just visitors, but people from our surrounding area that have to come to Telluride to conduct business, considering, identifying where maybe some of these important county locations are, like the courthouse or, county building at the Fruin building, like, I don't know, just considering that as well, that when people enter our town, they're not necessarily just visitors, but they might be from the West End coming up here to conduct their business, and we should take that into account also.
That's a great, yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah, and I know it's in the pedestrian destination, but maybe, not to split hairs, but in a similar vein to what Ashley is saying, if you're at that first circle and you're sending people right for day parking, is that we have to take into consideration, especially with the lovely impact of Epic, that there are people who've never been here before and won't even know where to park for skiing, and maybe having it be skier parking or something like that too. It's splitting little hairs, but I just saw it separated as pedestrian versus driving. So I wanted to make that comment. And that's great.
We did discuss that skier parking. Day parking is a pretty common term in common language, and it is year round. So that is one thing we were considering, but skier could be something we could add back in.
Yeah, I mean,
Skiers look for day parking, right? That's a day activity
Yeah.
and on our mountain. We don't have anything.
I'd look for skier parking personally, but I'm also
I would
old.
agree with Teddy. I would agree with Teddy. I mean, we don't necessarily have a regional skier program right now, but I think calling out that it's not just day skiing, but it is like this, it's not just day parking, it's the parking that's closest to the ski hill probably does make sense, even though they are pretty large hills to
Yeah.
be able to take a look at.
For sure. So that's something we can discuss further.
And you may want to, just because of the crankiness of certain people locally, is that, when some of the history goes away, that's a trigger point. And that maybe if there's one exception to the signage being different, it's saving that old brown ski sign that is pretty consistent in Colorado for pointing out a ski area. Again, I'm not saying I necessarily agree with that, but anything that creates people to wax poetically about change and something like that has it's like the welcome to Colorado signs when you cross the border. They're awesome, and we don't ever want those goofy wooden signs to change.
Well,
But
one of the first things we asked was the shed. Like, we were like, is there a story behind it? But it became evident that it would be an issue to remove it because people have a fondness for it. So like, you're right. We don't want to obviously take away all the, memories or the.
We have to make our signs look cool and old.
Agreed.
Cool and
Cool
old.
to like them.
I think that,
Might have.
I think that I would agree that our street signs, our little wooden ones with white paint, are not as effective at wayfinding, but they are nostalgic.
Mhm.
And I think that that's going to be the hardest thing for us in this project is how do we bridge nostalgia? I mean, one of the words you had highlighted was historic.
Mhm.
So it's like, how do you bridge nostalgia and the things that people like are familiar with better information?
Right.
And that's going to be our.
I would
bridge.
encourage you all to hang tight for the design overhaul and overview.
That's
'Cause
what
it
we
is-
really want to talk about.
It is, but.
Yeah, this is so boring.
I know.
I apologize.
This is all boring.
This is taking
This
too
is
long,
the
okay?
boring part of the strategy that we really do need to set the groundwork for, and I want to make sure that we're getting feedback on the strategy part as well.
Yeah.
Because there is important commentary coming out of these slides. So
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I also don't like to just like go in saying, here's the design, because like, I feel like if there's not there's a reason why we designed it this way. And it's a little bit functional too. It's not just like based on like looking historic or looking old. There's a functionality to wayfinding too that we have to consider. So like, you're right, balancing the nostalgia of those signs, but they're completely not functional. So like, how do you so yes. Yeah.
We're almost done with strategy. okay?
Yes, we're almost done. You probably know a lot about this, but we looked at the parking, the parking dilemma, I'll call it. And the thing we noticed is that it's not only that you have too many parking signs, you have too many messages and panels at each parking sign. So it becomes like, again, there's a thing called information overload. Somebody sees this, they just don't even read it. So they become useless. So we kind of went through this exercise of, okay, what does the person parking actually need to know? They want to see the universal parking symbol to know that they can park there. They want to know if it's free or they have to pay. And they want to know what the restrictions or the regulations are, how long, things like that. And then knowing that there's different seasons here, providing that panel where you can talk about the snow removal. One of the biggest things we talked about was you have a lot of verbiage around permits. And when people see the word permit, they get nervous and they don't park there. So we want to propose removing the word permit, because somebody with a permit will know, and just tagging it with like a G and A, or whatever that permitting system is. Somebody with that tag will know that. But then the public doesn't see permit and get scared that, well, what does that mean? Am I going to get towed? So we're trying to clean these up a lot and just make it simple and just provide the information that's needed. And I know, Lindsay, you're working on a parking system, so it may change a little bit more, but the idea, I think, is still the same, as like limiting the amount of information that somebody sees and just doesn't get intimidated. And
I love this. I think this is great.
Where it says free, if it was pay to park, if it was like a metered,
Mhm.
what would you say? Or what word would go there?
that we'd have to work on what
Yeah.
the system is. It could be pay to park, it could be metered. We don't know, because we
Okay.
don't know exactly what.
But it would just be that second line.
It
with
would-
the-
The point is the information, against this hierarchy of
Yeah,
information. It's
cool.
like, what do I need
That's
to
great.
feel comfortable parking?
And ultimately, we're still really evaluating whether we'll have a QR code paid system, just meters, how we'll be driving people to pay to park. And that will be incorporated on the signage. And there's actually a design that they mocked up for the schematic plan that has some changeable tiling essentially. So based on what we land on, there will be some opportunity there to include some smaller instruction there.
Yep, and then just studying how people are coming into town. So so like what we call town gateways. Again, people are coming in from the airport, or not just from the airport, but coming in from the west, and people are coming in on the gondola. Those are like your two like very big like opportunities to welcome people to the town. And then there's traffic coming in from the east, obviously, but just not as much. So looking at those two kind of points as like your very important time to capture people and say, welcome to Telluride. It's a little different than Mountain Village. And here's what we're about. So again, I talked about looking at the major vehicular destinations, and we workshopped this. We did it first, and then we worked with the steering committee to kind of bring this into focus. So what this shows is how people are actually driving into town based on what they're looking for and based on those destinations and the parking. So again, we don't want to put signs at every corner. So this helps us understand where people are actually driving and need to make a decision. They don't need to make a decision at every corner. So that's what this does. So it kind of tells us where we need signage. And then we, obviously looking further west of Lawson Hill, just considering that and things we can do to these very standard, we call them DOT signs, can they be brought more into brand? That's a further conversation with DOT and the state, but if we can, it would be great to do that.
Oh wait, I'm a slide back.
Oh.
Sorry.
This
Never
side?
mind. I can bring it up later.
Okay. And then we do the same thing, So after we've looked at what those decision points are, so this is kind of like, we call this like peeling the onion. It's kind of like layering things on top of each other. Once we understand how people are traveling, where they're making decisions, we can start making informed decisions on what kind of sign they need at those locations. So again, it's not about willy-nilly just putting signs at an intersection. It's actually doing it strategically. So these are kind of the initial sign types we're recommending just from a vehicular standpoint. So some gateways welcoming you in, some vehicular directionals. Trailblazers are vehicular directionals. They just have one message on them. And that's really just based on where you're turning. Parking lot IDs. So those lots where skiers are parking, bringing those up to the brand. And then like identifying the parks and the facilities in a more consistent way too. Now that you have a new brand, let's make sure that all these facilities kind of look like they're part of the same family. And then we do the same thing with the pedestrian as well. So same exercise. And that's not to say for pedestrian, I just want to preface it saying, like, we don't look at the decision points and say there needs to be a sign at every one of these decision points. So it's a little different than the vehicular, knowing that you're free to explore a little more with pedestrian. So we don't want to put a pedestrian sign everywhere. And Day and I actually walked around today and even consolidated them a little bit more, but the circles are still telling us where people might be making a decision. So this is more of like a study, including like where they're coming off the trail and how they're using the river trail, things like that. And then again, we're able to kind of take the pedestrian signage and determine like where are people actually mingling. So we have pedestrian directionals, which, you know, again, directing to major things like the gondola, things like that. Information kiosks where these private businesses can get some recognition. So like private businesses shouldn't go on permanent signage because, you know, the nature of it, they change a lot, but they can go on these directories that maybe every season you're swapping it out. And so if somebody wants to go get lunch, they can see under the directory what's available and they can. So that's where the private businesses can kind of get their advertising in a way. And you can promote events on these things too. And then looking at trailheads and the trail directionals, obviously the trails are kind of part of the pedestrian program. And then we're proposing some things at the park, which will show, I think it'll be clearer in the concepts. So now we're getting into the design. So now that I've bored you with the strategy.
And Alice, do you have a question on strategy before we move forward?
No, it was answered.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so now we're getting the fun part, the design. So the first thing we did was we created a mood board to kind of get, we created a few mood boards. This was kind of the squeezing together of the two. But this is just for us to kind of understand what aesthetic people would respond to. So these are images of precedent imagery from other sign programs. Some are from your town. Just to kind of get a flavor of kind of like a materials board, like you would see in architecture and things like that. This was kind of the look that was settled on this kind of like, so right now all the signs are the rusted kind of metal, which is very similar to Mountain Village. So to kind of play nice together, but differentiate, the kind of consensus was let's use pops of color a little bit more than what's used now. Not that the signs are going to be like rainbow color, like be super colorful, but where can we introduce pops of color along with these natural materials?
And the Town of Telluride design guidelines informed everything that they brought to the table. So as far as materials usage and the things that we're expecting to see in their various presentations of concepts, the Town of Telluride design guidelines were deeply followed.
Yeah, so the goal was to kind of like, let's say you're going on the gondola from Mountain Village and you come down and you see it's similar, but you know you're in a different place. And we weren't here during ski season, so it was even eye-opening for me to come back and see the difference in like there's the difference in even skier of like the Mountain Village people and then when you came down here. So, and we do think like Mountain Village feels very clean and like two-toned. They have the signage. And then when you get down here, it is a little more eclectic. And so we think that adding a little bit of color kind of speaks to the difference between the two places. So now we'll get into the design. So I'll start with the big controversial one.
Stick the ball.
Yes, yeah. So this was, yeah, so we actually, and this isn't like, there are other towns that have this similar situation where you kind of have like, it's like you have your visitor center downtown, but you kind of have your like, you stop and you get your map, you get your information. Where do I park? What do I do? So you're entering the town and it becomes, you're seeing the mountains and you're about to hit that roundabout. So we just like we said, we kind of wanted to give somebody a pause point to get their bearings. They can park here. We didn't draw in the parking lines, but like they could get out. The idea was that they could, it's like this framed picture using the logo, actually. So it's also like we're thinking it could be an Instagrammable moment. So photo op, but it also has maps.
I think, but I just don't think.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, I
And I-
don't think I like it, to be totally
And
honest.
I think the
I think
big,
it's good. You did a good job.
I think the big piece of feedback we're looking for here and understanding that a framed opportunity on the valley floor is the eyesore you're not looking for. So thinking about what we could do in this location is kind of the big piece of feedback we're looking for. We want a place for people to be able to say, oh, I can identify where skier parking is. I stop for a second, I see the chairlift is right there, instead of driving in and being like, what do I do now? So there isn't really a good place in advance of the circle where you can stop and make an informed decision without referencing a sign. So giving visitors an opportunity to do so is kind of what we're looking for feedback on here.
Me and Gav.
Sure. Anyone?
I mean, I think I agree with that as a concept and something that's necessary. I think I'd like to maybe look further down the road at, when we move the wastewater treatment plant, when we have, development in Lawson, that maybe we put something closer out there versus putting something like this at the valley floor. I think it's going to be hugely controversial. I don't actually think it's going to serve our purposes to what we actually truly wanted to do, mainly because of the amount of pullout. So I just think that this is something that we need to look at when we have other parcels that we would be able to place it on.
Yeah, and for example, like if that, and I know land and what we own and what we can use and the rules of the valley floor make it tricky, but like I love the concept, but it can't go there. But like if this was near the gas station and it wasn't like in a very picturable place for everybody, it may work great there. So I think, like Ian said, if there's another location and we do this toward the end of it, that
That new county park.
Well, and we're not,
Well,
again,
you
Elena,
gotta
thank
turn
you.
left though, and you don't want everyone turning left.
Elena.
Or you could have it the shell.
Like,
I actually disagree. I think this is the right spot for it. I don't like the frame.
Yeah.
I actually think this is a great spot for information and for a pullout and for people to take pictures. I just think it needs to be more low key. I do like the idea of having benches there, and I wonder if the benches could be the thing that kind of brings our branding into it. Like maybe the bench has a relief that is our little logo mountain, but I think this is just too intrusive. But I disagree that I actually think this is the right space for it.
And just to give a little bit more background on the motivation of the location, it's not only that we own that spot, but also that the proximity to town is close enough where this is a decision point. And also we see people pulling off wherever they want on 145 and taking pictures of elk. And this could be that opportunity where we actually give people a location to safely pull off the road and look at the valley floor and be impressed by what has
Well,
been preserved there.
And what I like about it is it's already like halfway paved. So we're not taking up any green space with more pavement. Like I feel like that would get pushed back, whereas this is already kind of used for parking. So if anyone like had an issue with that, we're not wildly changing the use or the like ground material. Like it doesn't feel like it's encroaching on our protected valley floor. It's like already kind of a pull-off spot.
And when considering barricades and information stations for some of our larger events, paving this could be a good opportunity to just give them a cleaner space to walk around and operate. But yes, thank you. Sorry,
Ashley, I
that was a
think
lot
your
of
hand was
feedback.
up first, so we'll start with you.
I was gonna make the comment about that there's this new park that's gonna be put down at Mill Creek, that maybe there could be some sort of information there. I understand that maybe the left-hand turn is not ideal for traffic flow. I'm being swayed to having something in this location. I agree that I don't think that it's that. I think that it's something that is much more low key, something that is, obviously you can pull off and get information here, but I don't think we necessarily want it to be like the valley floor and the mountains are Instagrammable as they exist. We don't need to create an additional kind of gimmicky thing there. I think that we can have the information and make it clear that you can pull off here, you can park here, you can take photos, you can do stuff here. But I think we all agree that that's a little bit too much.
Maybe an overlook of sorts instead of like a historic landmark point.
Yeah.
Instead of something that is an actual built up.
Yeah.
Landmark.
Yes.
Heard. Yeah.
Dan?
I think we're all on the same page. I agree. I think this is a good spot, but yes, for whatever his low impact, for those that drive by it literally every day and won't have to stop, they hardly ever notice it. I'm slightly envisioning, I've seen things at national parks where it's like 3 foot off the ground, metal bench sort of thing. I think another thing that makes this a good spot is you can see the town, and if there was a map that was like, you are here, here is the town, now it is very clear in your mind of, oh, this is the layout of things, then my internal navigation is much easier going forward. That's where the parking is, that's where the gondola is, that's where downtown is. But I think you've heard it very clearly from all of us of low visual impact. Yeah.
Thank you.
I feel like I read somewhere in here that like maybe we'd put bathrooms there, but I don't think that's a good idea. Or did I imagine that?
So it was in discussion. It's not, again, there is nothing.
course.
This is conceptual only, exclusively conceptual. So we've been discussing what the possibility would be for a public restroom at this location,
I
but
just worry about it becoming like a hangout.
Yep.
And it's not safe for a hangout, like field trips or whatever, like, oh, look, here's a free parking spot that's beautiful. Let's all picnic here. And that's not what we want.
yeah, and that capacity would all have to be evaluated. And so that was very, that was heavily echoed by both Public Works and the Marshalls Department.
We can figure this one out last of the whole thing, right?
Yeah, and again, this is a phased approach. So when we're talking about this location, a welcome center idea, we are years out from
Okay,
this.
great.
Okay.
That's great.
So we can skip the next.
Don't worry.
4 years out? How many?
Yeah.
4.5,
So
right?
We'll just pass through this one. See, a little kid can stand up there and get. So another point of arrival, and maybe this is the better place to make something a little more grand and a little more artistic, is in the roundabout. So like doing something that's signage, but a little more public art. That, again, the idea of the welcome center or this is also, we want to create this gateway to say, welcome to Telluride, because right now there's nothing that kind of welcomes you.
We have a shed.
You have a shed.
Right.
So, but we thought like doing something a little more sculptural in the roundabout and having it functional, like right now you have a little keep right sign, but doing it a little more artistic.
I actually had a member of the public who approached me before we were doing this wayfinding thing, who really wanted us to think about putting some public art in this space. And so I like something more along the lines of like less just welcome to Telluride, but like an actual sculptural art piece there that maybe pays tribute to our, music heritage, bluegrass heritage, whatever, something in that vein was what this person was proposing. I think that maybe this is kind of our first move into like starting to think about that, but I do know that like this roundabout has a lot of potential. And I think that we should look at maybe also including like the Public Art Council or something in on this, so that we can, incorporate wayfinding with maybe like an actual kind of funky art piece.
And I think, one of the things that I just kind of kept coming back to when I was looking at all of this is just the scale of it all. I mean, even this, like this just feels a little obtrusive to me. I think we need to take everything back a little bit. I mean, I very much want everyone to be able to find where they're going, and I want it to be consistent, but a lot of this felt a little too urban to me, sort of a little too like everywhere USA, and the signage being so big, I think it really detracts from what is truly beautiful about Telluride. And so I just want to kind of restrain ourselves a little bit more
Yeah.
when we're looking at all of this.
I agree with that point, as you think about how we do it, because I think I drive in, I hit the circle. I know those little aspen trees are there, but I want to see the mountains and not the big sign. I know we need a sign. I kind of, being a grumpy local at times, I wax poetically about how dare the school district cut in, so your view corridor as you drive into town is the school and not the views like it used to be. But that's kind of, you know,
Curmudgeon.
yeah. Totally. I
You're
I
talking a
admit
little
that.
crosscoach here.
Feels fun.
I consistently, like, I kind of agree about kind of the scale being too tall. Like, I think if it's lower to the ground, similar to the arch, it can like have some weight. But I think because we're kind of like, we've got this iconic like skyline, no, mountain
Vista.
landscape. I think we don't want something that cuts into that. So I would love to see something that serves this purpose, but maybe just like hangs a little lower. And then on top of that, I think it would be really cool to have this be like a submit your proposal for art. We have a lot of really cool metal sculptors and artists in the area, or even if they're not local, I think it could be really cool to open this up to like a little bit more of a public involvement instead of just like something that you know, fits our brand, which I love our brand, but I think just in keeping with the nature of Telluride, keeping it funky and a little bit weird, it would be cool to have some sort of like, you know, submission process, and then maybe the Public Art Commission picks the, you hate this, me, and I can tell.
No, that I do.
Oh, that was a
yes.
face of approval. Okay.
Yes.
And then the Public Art Commission could actually do what they were created for, which I don't think they've had any projects come to them. But I think this is a really cool opportunity for something that's like a little bit more interesting, that I'm like excited about.
And I guess my question, just to kind of tail off of the conversation about having art in this particular area, and obviously I am very in support of all public art everywhere. We've had that conversation. I want it all over town. But I mean, I guess maybe if you could just explain a little bit as to like why we would kind of look to have this welcome in the traffic circle as opposed to being on the historic shed. Is there, I mean, are there
It's welcome on the historic shed.
but I'm
I don't
just-
understand
but I'm
why we're
just-
saying we don't have a welcome to
But
Telluride.
that's, I
sign.
guess that's my thought is like, do we need to
cool to me.
rebrand the sign? Okay, so
No.
do you think it's cool? Okay.
It says civil
We're not
liberty
touching the
zone.
shed.
It says when it's established, it's
Rotary
like,
Club.
it's cool.
So one of the big pieces about the shed is the, and this sounds a little absurd to you all because you're familiar with the sign, but as a visitor coming in or as somebody that's popping into town, the font's really small. It's very hard to read, and it doesn't actually establish anything within the wayfinding program, which, and Kevin can probably get into this a little bit more, but one of the pieces that you're seeing here is the beginning of the introduction to the sign program. You're seeing the colors that you'll need to identify when you're traveling through town to say, that's a sign that's going to help me find where I need to go. And then additionally, you're seeing things that you'll recognize in the design style. One of the pieces that we definitely rang clearly to this team is that we want to be as unobtrusive as possible. And what you'll see here in this sign in particular, it's a punch out. So you can see through the sign. It's not a solid sign. We make frames and holes with all of the designs. So there is a lot of thought that's gone into the style of the signage, but the reason that the shed is not the welcome sign, and we did discuss that being the welcome sign, is because it's a dangerous place to draw attention to for pull-offs, even though people pull off there and take pictures with it all the time. And also it's too small for a driver. So when you're considering the size of a font you need to address a driver versus a pedestrian, the font is too small.
But I guess this welcome sign just literally says, welcome to Telluride. It has no other information except for the keep right at the bottom. So to me, it's like the welcome to Telluride sign and all the other little font that's on there that we know what it says, but maybe somebody else does. To me, it's like, you can read the big stuff. You just can't
but
read
you're
all the
also
little
seeing,
stuff.
you're seeing green here, you're seeing blue here, and you're seeing Corton steel.
But could we,
Well, and again, this is
Yeah.
conceptual,
Right.
but the reason to have a welcoming gateway is to exude that expression of the welcoming community that we are.
and I
also.
think, and I very much understand the like
introduction of the common element so that people do know. Or I'm just curious if the like welcome to Telluride sign could be redone, like just that one sign that, and so it is like in the brand fonts and colors, but
Certainly.
still is like kind of off to the side versus being.
You mean on the shed or
On the
in
shed.
this?
I'm just gonna keep
Like,
saying.
put it on
Oh,
the shed.
yeah.
Yeah, so just,
Or.
I'm very
Yeah.
hesitant to touch the shed.
Maybe we can do a little community poll.
Because
So-
that's the big picture.
just speaking from a visitor who had never been here, and actually the owner of our company moved to Denver, big skier, and she actually came here before we even were working with you. And one of the first things she said as a visitor, she was like, you come into this great town and their welcome sign is literally a sign leaning against a shed that looks like it's falling down. So it's charming
It
to the
is.
local person. I know it's charming to the local person, but you can kind of see how a visitor
Gets lost.
and isn't as impressed with it because it doesn't. So I'm not saying it's not charming. It's not, I'm just saying, thinking of what a gateway should do and welcome you to this great town.
I think,
The shed sign is nostalgic, but is it doing its job?
I think there's a way to sort of get a little bit of everything. I think we could have a welcome sign at the roundabout facing the spur. It's the first thing that you really see that's clear, that helps set that visual precedent so that those visual elements are more familiar to people. But it's on the near side of the roundabout that we're looking at in this picture, and it's maybe 5 foot tall instead of 20 foot tall, and then wider. This is sort of-
Vertical, I mean horizontal layout.
Yeah.
Horizontal.
something like
vertical.
that. And then we
Yeah.
still have, I think we all sort of do like the idea of allow for the Public Art Commission to help solicit ideas and put in some public art there. I think that would be really cool too. That's maybe a little aside from this conversation now at this point, but I think a welcome sign right there is a good idea. I just think that the temperature here is a little less on this particular configuration of that sign.
I think everyone's in agreement that it's a great opportunity for some piece of something, whether this might be a little too signage heavy as opposed to art, like something a little more.
And we've discussed the public art piece as well, and definitely want to involve the Public Art Commission and our local artists. I think there's a huge opportunity there. The hesitation you've heard from me quite a bit is, where do people pull over? Where do they find photographic opportunities, and where does that put them in danger? So while discussing this roundabout, that was another place where it's technically double wide, and we can see people pulling over there to take pictures with some magical art piece that we put in there. So not knocking it, but just bringing kind of yes, exactly. And just kind of bringing that background and concern from both the Marshal's Department and Public Works to the table.
The other thing I do want to just moving forward, just caution you with, like, I hear you with the scale. I will warn you that we do hear from a lot of people that, oh my God, these signs are huge. But when you get them out in the environment, and especially here with the mountains in the background, we don't want to obstruct them. But I think you will find that a 5 foot high sign it'll just disappear in the environment. So we don't want to intrude on the mountains, but I do think because it's such a vast environment, if you go too small, it's going to get lost. So just keep that in mind. So we did consider that, like what's behind you and what you're seeing. So there's a balance is all I'm saying. And I'm not saying it's wrong. Like, I'm not saying we shouldn't bring them down. I just want to caution you on, like, that they're too big. I think when you get out there in the environment, you'll find that they shrink quite a bit.
And we again have a lot of time on our
Yeah.
hands.
Again, we started with the two most controversial. I'm regretting starting with these two, but
And the 2 items that are not in phase 1.
right. So now we're getting into more of the functional wayfinding signage. So talking about like the gondola gateway. So, I mean, right now you have a sign there. So we're not proposing necessarily something drastically different. Again, it's as far as the function, but we are proposing that comes into more brand with Telluride and the new brand And you can see, like Lindsay was talking about, we were very deliberate in creating these signs that you could see through. So you weren't blocking, so they didn't feel very intrusive. So you could kind of see through and still see the mountains and everything through. It picks up the brand. And it just, you get off the gondola and you start seeing that pop of color that's a little bit different than Mountain Village.
Can I make a comment about the pop of color?
Mhm.
The color doesn't feel like a pop of color to me. It feels like it's a lot of color. Specifically like, let's see what page it is. It's 32. You have the signs actually in the corners that the one is like black and brown and then it has the green arrows versus the other signs that we have here are like very green. And then simultaneously, the one that's on the right is like a metal, it looks like a rusted metal sign with yellow, and then it has just a green indicator on it. But it doesn't, again, these ones are very green. I'm just like, I understand it's our branding and I think it should be incorporated in this, but I feel like it might be a little bit in competition with, it's not in a historic font. It's not in a historic color. I don't think we should change our brand color, but I think we just need to be aware of that. Like when we're up against Victorian houses and a historic downtown and stuff like that, I think that we really need to be very like intentional that it is pops of color and not these larger solid blocks of color.
Like I really like the Rebecca Hall sign with the optional green.
With the green edge, yeah.
That, like, I feel like nails it, but in terms of differentiating from Mountain Village, they were copying our aesthetic. So I don't think we just abandon our like old mining.
No, and we definitely didn't want to do that.
You know,
I think the other.
but yeah, this is gonna get into real.
Yeah,
style.
I think the other component is overarchingly, I love our brand. I think everybody knows that. These felt not high end enough for the destination. Like they did feel, to me, it felt very much like it feels very uniform. And I think it's easy for people that are driving in from different locations to be able to identify these signs right away. And that is fantastic. But to me, they felt a little not special enough, like a little bit cheap, if you will. Like it was kind of like it could be any tier 3 city versus a luxury high-end resort community. But I do love the Rebecca Hall sign a lot.
I again, I don't know why I'm being so contrary to everyone else today, but I kind of liked that they felt like a little flag. Like they were just sort of this like little banner where like if you were walking around and like totally lost and your phone's dead, like you could sort of see the flag of like, oh, that's information. And for me, that felt really useful. I think something that, I kind of was thinking from the beginning of this conversation and from that mood board was I think what I'm missing and what might help with your all's feedback is there's no wood. And I wonder if like, Lindsay, I know you too well. I'm just gonna finish my thought. And like, I really like the metal elements, but I wonder if like these green pieces were made of sort of like the whittled wood, but painted green, if that would like make it feel more in line with our aesthetic. Cause, yeah, or something like that sort of like earthiness, and it almost like feels more expensive than like a flat metal at times. And so just like in defense of I actually, like I said, I think it's really cool that this sort of looks like a little flag. And I feel like I kind of like the pop of, I love the pop of green. I'm going to say it. But I like from the very get-go, I was kind of like, oh, where's the wood? Like we're in the mountains and that's already been part of our aesthetic, and the little wood signs that are so nostalgic. And I feel like that might help tie some of these elements together that we feel like are missing. But I can tell Lindsay wanted to say it. Okay.
We do incorporate wood. It is actually a differentiator in our sign, in the initial sign schematic concept. Where wood was brought in by the team was on our trail signs and specifically when you get into the town park. So there's a shift in the signage and in the sign materials that help differentiate town park trails and recreation from historic downtown. So not just giving you some feedback on the fact that we are incorporating wood no matter what, but taking that feedback into consideration for sure. But you'll see shortly here that there is a differentiation when we start incorporating wood into how those signs imply a change in place.
I mean, I think having it as one of the core materials could kind of help bring it into that more historic and high-end feel, and reference the nostalgic signage that we know we're gonna get a lot of feedback about changing. So that's just a thought that I had at the very beginning, and this felt like the right time to bring that up.
For sure.
Well, I think it's a great point, that somehow we've got to, I think, first of all, I want to say, you guys are doing a great job. I think
Yeah.
awesome. But what really has to fit is that combo of, they got to be really nice, but they have to feel really old.
Yeah, like I'm looking at
I don't know how you thread that needle quite yet, but I think we can.
I'm like looking at the Parks and Rec sign like on the building, and it, to me, it feels out of place because of the color of it. And maybe it's because this is a, rendering, and maybe it would not feel as out of place if it was in a wood or something like that, that because it's just like a literal sticker on the building right now, it's feeling out of place. But even like looking at it, I'm like, if that was a brown with the white on it.
Like the Rebecca Hall.
Yeah, like the Rebecca Hall sign, and like I like the stand-up pillars, but if you inversed the colors and put the brown up high and made the mountains green down below, then maybe these things wouldn't feel like there's like stickers on historic places, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Again, I don't want to sound offensive, but these are drawings on a flag.
Yeah, I get that. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Dimensional, the posts will be, you'll see shadowing, you'll see. So again, I'm just cautioning you on like responding to like, I don't think they're going to look flat like this. There will be some materiality to them.
Well, and that's why I think having like a material that has some character to it rather than a flat metal might really help with that. Cause I do like the green, and I think I hear what you're saying, but I also think once it's up there, like I don't think it'll be as, I don't think the contrast will be as harsh in reality, but I do think the material will really help with that blending.
Right.
And I think,
maybe if it had texture to it or something.
yeah, or some warmth, like if it wasn't just like hard, shiny, flat metal, that's where I kind of feel like maybe that's not
in a bright
as-
color.
Yeah, but if it's like wood in a bright color, maybe that does feel more in line.
And I also, one of the things that they brought up in their initial schematic plans was the longevity of the materials as
Right,
well.
that's
So
another
when we're
thing.
thinking about painting wood and the upkeep of that or the replacement of those materials, that's definitely something they've considered in the full design
I
element.
mean, that's the other thing, like aluminum's not going to rust.
Right.
And so steel and wood is going to deteriorate over time. So. and
Is
then
there
you're
like
gonna-
a composite material, like a hardy board of signage or
There
something?
is, I think it tends to look fake.
Okay.
but We could explore it, see if there's anything out there that looks a little more real. I just, you see it on playgrounds, it kind of looks plasticky.
Yeah.
And I'll just keep
Mhm.
kind of running everyone, just for all the team's sake. Like, I think we're getting really good design feedback, which is great, but also not the stage that we're at the
we're-
moment.
Yes.
And really, I appreciate kind of just defining what we're really focusing on, which is the program element, how these are supposed to work, and how this is enhancing our wayfinding for the town. So,
And
and
the
I appreciate
consistent
the
look.
feedback too.
The,
Yeah.
the consistent look, and the fact that your goal is actually to reduce the amount of signs, clarity, reduction, and uniformity, I think is awesome.
And I think we all agree with what you presented in as far as the placement and like how that's the circulation of people in vehicles versus on foot.
Right.
I think we are probably feel like we're focusing on this more because I personally agree with all the other stuff that you presented.
Yeah, let's move on.
Yeah.
We agree with
Yeah,
that.
I'm like, yes, good. Yes, we agree with that these are the points where these are points of inflection where they're going to make a decision, where they need to get information. So I don't want you to feel like I'm harshing your mellow because I want less green.
It's awesome, and it's something that we've been needing for a really long time and asking for a long time. So like this is a finish line that is awesome. And I also agree with Ashley. Everything else you've presented, I'm like, perfect,
Mhm.
great. So I just wanted to
And I really, really love the Galloping Goose sign, just so you know, like.
Yeah, well, maybe I should go through it a little faster and then,
Yeah.
just so you see the flavor of
Yeah.
the family. I think that's the important thing, is to see the overall family and how it works together, to your point, more than focusing like color's easy to change, or like.
But I
Which
think
is
that's
the
going
things that people are gonna come to us
Yes.
and
But I
complain
guess
about.
my
Yeah.
point is, I think my overarching concern is the overall concept,
Mhm.
you know, and I mean, I sit in a lot
Design
of,
concept.
yeah, I sit in a lot of branding meetings for events. And so I do feel like that's where my concern is ultimately in the repetition of some of these elements. It does cause me to just have a pause, and that's why I'm giving the feedback that I'm giving.
Which is great feedback. I just don't want to get too deep
That's
into the
right.
design conversation.
What else do,
Make sure we're not, you can reel us in too.
or what else do we need to accomplish in this work session so we can move it on?
Yeah,
I think
I
that's a
mean,
great question.
I think they have really good direction. I mean, I think the last thing is probably, is almost one of the last slides that has the family of
Right.
signs.
I was almost tempted to just.
Yeah,
go to
and
that,
then
but-
you can kind of look at the consistency and start to have like,
Mhm.
and again, every time I want to say,
Right,
let's move on, then I have a question that's minutia. Like, I love the town park sign that that's just a little bit of green like in the T, but then there's the other one that has the green Telluride above and the green mountains below. And I'm like, I don't know about that. But,
Mhm.
I think you guys are doing a great job and you're on
Mhm.
the right path, and some of the constructive feedback and how we move forward is good, because I think it's making sure that, probably three things. One is it's the quality of our town
Mhm.
and how they look and are designed and have that, really, high end, look.
Mhm.
There's a better word, but just really in presentation, they are just top notch. And then one is trying to make them maybe look a little bit more historical, whether that's font and that in that nature, and then just making sure, they're not obstructing view corridors and things like that. And what else am I missing?
I'm just thinking the two subcommittees, they're gonna be like, why didn't you call us about this, is park and open space. And you guys talk to them, or
Lance has been heavily involved and we're bringing the schematic plan to you guys before we bring it to them.
Okay.
But before there's any implementation, both will be involved.
Right.
Dan?
I've agreed with everything that's been said. One thought that occurs to me, that's really big picture. The designs are great, generally speaking. There's lots of articulations and little cutouts and
Mhm.
little add-ons.
Mhm.
What does that do from a cost perspective? I do worry that might turn a $500,000 project into a $5 million project, or,
Right.
I'm just pulling numbers out of the air, but.
I mean, obviously, the layering is gonna cost more than just doing a flat sign, but then that kind of goes back to do we want to look like we're just sticking a panel up on something, or does it want to look built? And so.
And of course.
This is in line with like other towns. It's not more expensive or than the typical sign program, I'd say, we design.
And I will
That's,
just,
that's your conundrum all within. We don't want to look like every other town.
right, right. I will just add from a budget discussion, if that's the point we're making. So we are looking to make this a phased approach.
Mhm.
And so we will have those budget discussions more in depth when we have that information
Yeah,
great.
during those times as well.
Eleanor?
So this is when Geneva brought up Hark, something that came from a Hark retreat last week was, wanting to add some more signage about like specific historic buildings around town. And I told them, I was like, oh, we're redoing all of our signage and our wayfinding, like y'all should talk. So I just wanted to throw that into this portion of the meeting, that there's a desire from Hark to kind of highlight some specific historic structures. And I think it would be really great to kind of do it at the same time as this. Sorry, I haven't talked to you about this. And then I also just wanted.
That is incorporated.
Okay, cool. Because I think there was like a desire to add some new signs, like, so anyway. And then the other thing, I thought the parking signs were great. Like, I feel like what I liked about them is looking at that side by side.
Yes.
It almost felt like the new ones like blended in, especially in the bottom right corner. Like you almost like it sort of like blends in with the sky, which I think is just beautiful and such an improvement.
Yeah,
So,
I think we, here is like an example. We just want to show what cleaning it up looks like.
yeah, I would like the
Look more
cutout of the T
professional
too.
and-
That makes it
Mhm.
feel a little more expensive and like, yeah, so just some positive feedback after we like tear you apart.
Yeah.
No,
Um,
it's not the first like council meeting. But yeah, I was just, so I just want to comment on the parks. We did flip the material, so like the citywide program used the green to call attention to the information, and the parks brings in the wood and then flips it, we were thinking, where what it's called Corten steel, it's that rusted material. So the theory was that the park, anything park and rec related was a little more rustic than the stuff where you're like driving or actually.
I know, I agree. I
Yeah,
kind
and
of-
it's-
I think the wood is,
It's not
almost
like,
the-
I don't think it's not something like that. The program depends on switching the material, so it's definitely something that can still, like, yes. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not
As the
like
posts.
the posts, and we're just like, if everything should be the Corten, if that's what's like, I don't think it's like driving force of the sign program that the parks have to be flipped from the city. It was just a thing we introduced as an
Well,
option.
and I almost wonder, we have such a pretty color palette, like, should we pull in like some of the yellow or something, one of our other brand colors to indicate what is like parks and hiking instead of just.
Trails.
Yeah, like, because I love, as much as I love the green, I also love the other colors that were part of our rebrand. And this could be an opportunity to pull in something else just to bring in that kind of eclectic, creative, funky
Yeah.
nature that feels like us.
I do have a question, like, so what, you were talking about more of a pop of color. I mean, in my opinion, like, so something like this with the park, when the green is behind the steel, it feels a little more like a highlight now than being the sign face. Is that? in
Agree. I
your
think that's what
direction?
everyone
Okay.
also was commenting on, like the
Okay.
2 Rebecca Hall
Mhm.
signs. You know, that, think about the colors of Rebecca Hall right now. We're not gonna repaint all of our
Right.
buildings, nor is the town's gonna
Right.
repaint all of theirs. So it's like that green against this kind of sage and yellow
Mhm.
is a little bit awkward looking, I think.
Mhm.
If you have it in the brown with our indicator color highlighting it on the outside, that
Right.
pop, it lends itself to kind of, I think, giving us the type of like distinction that we want without necessarily making it feel like it's not part of the surrounding environment.
Right, because even just
Right.
looking at this, like, just after not seeing it in a couple days, like, the flip, I think, is what you're getting at, whereas like the green doesn't become so pronounced anymore.
Especially if you look at the one town park sign on the bridge by the post office,
Mhm.
where the green is just a teeny bit and the green is in the T, is a pretty cool look.
Yep. So like even here, it's just like.
It's
a
the same
highlight
thing.
color.
It's the,
Yeah.
it's the
Yeah.
pop.
Yeah,
Right.
that's sharp.
And I love
Yeah.
the cutouts. I think that's a really good, like the
Yeah.
layers. Just
Your logo, fortunately, it like lends itself to being like this cutout thing.
Yeah.
It's like, it's
It's
great.
almost like you planned it.
Ava?
I wanted to ask about the flags, the historic downtown flag signs. And
Okay.
sort of like how many of those, and would they be like, do you see which one I'm talking about?
On
the-
the like.
This one down
Yeah.
here. So
What's the vision for like?
So
how
this one is,
frequent
this,
those would be?
yeah, this one was a little bit I have to admit, like, we didn't program this one and locate it. It was more of like, here's a thing in your tools to use, like you have event banners that get swapped out. But this is more of like a placemaking element to let you know you're in historic downtown.
And I think I know where you're going.
Mhm.
This would never replace flags. This would not replace
Oh.
flower arrangements. We've already discussed where those will go on lampposts, but we will have additional lampposts popped into town. Based on the accessibility project this summer, and then throughout our overhaul, when we're removing signage, a lot of our signage will be attached to lampposts moving forward, rather than having breakaways every 5 feet on Main Street. So this is just, I think, an example. There's no placement plan as of right now.
Yeah, again, there's necessary signage to get you to where you're going. And then these are kind of like the nice to haves where we think
Okay.
like, there's this idea of historic Main Street or downtown or whatever that is.
Are
But
we
nobody
also-
knows about it because it's not identified anywhere.
Are we
So,
renaming Colorado Avenue Main Street?
Well,
No.
we're not, but that's what some maps do. So that was our confusion.
I think
So-
I was just hoping that it would be like, at the board, we do have a defined historic district.
And it would
And
be,
so
yes.
is this gonna be on the borders of that district, but not every light put?
Yes, it would sort of like,
Be like, as you're entering, here it is.
yeah, kind of like defining the boundaries of it.
I think we can, as it hasn't been programmed yet, that's something we can have in discussion,
Yes.
and most importantly with Hark,
Yeah.
who will have a lot to say of what that entry into the historic
Right,
district.
we
looks
discussed
like.
like there's Main Street, but we didn't want to just have Main Street because there's businesses we didn't want to leave out. So that's where this like historic downtown became more of like the district than just calling it Main Street. And yes, and I see these as like, so it's not like a sign in the ground that you're saying, welcome to historic downtown, but it's like it's like something on the boundaries that it's like, okay, I'm walking and I can see the sign and I know I'm in historic downtown now.
Since this is a work session, we should probably open up to some public comment. Is there anyone in the room that wants to chime in on our passionate discussion about signs? Yeah, step on up.
Let me know when I'm minute, because when I get to here, I can't see the timer.
I'll give you a wave at a minute.
I got a dozen points I wrote down on here. One has to do with what you just spoke of, and I think it's important to put in there, this is a national landmark historic district. A lot of towns would just say historic district. We're the top 2% of all historic districts in the country. And I think that's good to delineate that, and that's important. Getting more of those historic plaques. If you look over at Spruce Park, we see those metal signs that are put onto the rocks. Those are pretty popular. They work well. We're a hard rock mining town as well as a ski town, tourist town. And people love to see those, and those actually have some photos that are put on them. So I think more of those would help with interpretation for people hanging out at the park. So the benches and those having more of those plaques describing those. It'll also encourage more pedestrianization because people want to run into these and read them on the just walking town. Also ones of mountain IDs, just like if you go to the bottom of Revy Bowl, there's a sign there and it points out all the peaks on a sign. And I've seen this at in Park City and places. So people look up and they go, oh, that's Ajax, that's Wasatch. That's, whichever mountains they are, because they're always asking, what's that? Is that Wilson? It's like, no. So giving them outlines and letting them know. A lot of these signs tell you no parking and no overnight parking but where is the all day and overnight parking is allowed? It'd be good. Maybe a QR code so they can get in and see the sign 2 hour, this and that. Where can I go? And they just go boom. And it'll say, these are your all days. These are your overnights. Lose some confusion. Including how to get to Mountain Village to go to their parking garage for overnight. Oh, okay. The winter snow removal ones that are removable. It's good to have them two-sided, people walking the streets, and to have those more neon because they're standing out, so grabs people's attention. That'll make public works easier on the towing. I agree with the when you have your GW zones, they should be colored ones, just like the regulars are now. And have them on both sides of the sign for people driving and walking both directions. A couple more. Oh, the Marshals Department actually have their logo and not the Telluride logo, since they redid theirs on their Marshals Department signs for parking and for their entry. The back sides of the sign that aren't double-sided can maybe have a muted color so it isn't that aluminum that you see like currently in our stop signs. That's kind of tacky. And then I agree with that, with you're saying about the art roundabout. That's a perfect place to put entry art. We don't need this thing. We know we're in Telluride. It's like, duh, it's a dead end.
Awesome.
So those are the main points. And rustic utilitarian, Old West, hard rock mining town. Keep that in mind. That's part of our brand.
Great. Thank you so much. Anyone in the room that wants to comment on this on our work session for signage. Is there anyone online, Tiffany? Okay, do we have any last minute? Is there anything you need to keep going on with for us, or you got a good, pretty good direction? I mean, I know we kind of we're wrapping up maybe a little quicker, but I just want to make sure that you don't have any questions you need to ask us.
I mean,
I don't think so.
I think it sounds like the sign types, the general direction, it's like looking at the color, maybe looking at some materials and just refining it almost.
And I think I think I can speak for all of us that it's awesome. It really is on so many points, and that our passion is only going to be a very small amount of the passion of the locals when they see it. And so that's going to be a big part of it as we continue to learn.
Personally, with what we do, the public we always hear things from the public. So we get it. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. And the level of detail and all that work you put in, I mean, it's not overlooked by us. The amount of detail you put in it.
And a huge thank you to Lindsay for heading this up and all of the department heads and everyone that was involved in getting us to this point. So I know everyone put a lot of work into that. So thank you.
I love it.
Okay, that's going to bring us backwards to 8A. So the way this meeting is going, we might as well go backwards.
Getting so close, everybody, though.
So close. Discussion regarding potential conversion of 1 or 2 Entrada affordable housing units currently owned by the town of Telluride to town employee housing units. And we have Zoe and Ally to present this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that introduction. I'll keep my presentation of this pretty brief. Pretty much everything I wanted to say is in the staff memo. I'm more just providing background to you as to how we got these units, what the intent was, what the current deed restrictions are, and how those compare to a possible conversion to town employee deed restriction. However, Zoe's here to present to you any information as it might relate to demand for these units from current town employees. So just as a reminder to get this conversation kicked off, the town does currently own 2 units at Entrada. We closed on one of those just a few weeks ago. The other one we have owned for a bit longer, but it's needed some repairs. So since July of 2024, these are pretty similar units. They're both 3-bedroom units. They're both roughly equivalent in size, being about 1,400 square feet, and they are also both tier 2. So just to explain the difference between the affordable housing unit deed restriction, which both of these are currently subject to, as it compares to a town employee deed restriction, I provided this chart for you on page 3 of the staff memo, because I know that's often a question that comes up when we're talking about selling units that we own to employees or putting them in lottery. Well, what is it subject to? And so I also pulled the numbers for how many town employee deed restricted units we have. And out of the approximately 229 deed restricted units that are available in town, which includes mitigation units, employee dwelling units, as well as the town constructed units, only 6 of those are currently subject to a town employee deed restriction. So I feel like I can talk about this because I'm in an affordable housing unit. But for instance, my unit is subject to all of the guidelines. So I am a town employee, but I don't have a town employee deed restricted unit. I was just prioritized for placement in an AHU. However, it's subject to all provisions of the guidelines. These other 6 units that we still consider part of the affordable housing program, they're just not subject to the guidelines, are units the town has taken out of the guidelines because we needed more flexibility there. Usually it's higher earners that we're putting in those units, or we're using those units for recruitment purposes because we need to bring someone in from out of town for maybe a higher position or something, or a more specialized position. And of course, they don't have the background here in Telluride to qualify under the guidelines. So we need a place to put them. So these units are oftentimes used for either those higher earners or households of valued town employees that don't quite fit the guidelines, that still need local housing, which is why this is now coming up again for the possibility of us now to expand that 6 units to 8 units, or possibly 7 if you only wanted to bring one of the 2 under the town employee deed restricted unit program. But I did think it was important to provide you both that chart that compares the guidelines as well as the town employee deed restriction, and then also highlight that number of 6 out of the approximately 229, 30 or so, that number is always changing in the program. So this is not a significant number of units that we have that we've taken out for town employee deed restricted units specifically. One question that does get asked a lot, while there isn't an income limit for these town deed restricted units, they are still price capped. And they're price capped in the exact same way that the guideline subject units are. So the calculation is the same. We sell it to that town employee at whatever price it is that we decide to sell it to them. And when they sell it back to us, and they always sell it back to us, then it's calculated based off of that approximate 3% or CPI. So the price appreciation is calculated the exact same way under the guidelines. So there is no windfall to town employees when these units are sold.
But we don't just pick a random number, we do the appropriate number. to
Exactly.
sell it.
So when we do sell it to an employee, usually it's close to what we purchased it for, but especially with these units, we always have the discretion to, if we are selling it to an employee that makes significantly more, maybe we want to sell it to them for more. The problem that we might run into there, though, is when we repurchase the unit from that employee, maybe we want to put someone in that unit the next time that doesn't make as much. So then we would have to then come up with that cost somewhere. So we sell it at an appropriate rate. What that appropriate rate is really just, it depends on the situation of the household that we're placing in there.
And also, Ally, something with the town units, it is tied to employment.
It is.
So, one thing that we've been talking about when we talk about the 30% goal of the town, I just want to give a couple more numbers. So while we are doing great work with looking to have more of our staff live within town boundaries, only a very small percentage, so 7% of our total housing, whether it's ownership or rental, are tied to either employee leases or to employee housing. So it's, when we're looking at that bigger goal, it's going to be hard to catch up and maintain some of that structure with those type of leases. So that's why we're coming to you now. We still have interest, obviously, for these Entrada units, but even more bigger picture as we look at this more holistically. On our wait list currently, we have 23 staff members, whether it's rental or housing, looking for ownership. And this could include new recruits as well. So that's 22% of our entire workforce that is currently on the wait list for opportunities for housing. So that is why we're bringing this opportunity to you now for discussion.
Great. Zoe, thank you very much. Ally, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Eleanor?
I do, and I feel like I kind of struggle with this, but something that doesn't sit right with me is that we don't have an income limit and an asset limit for the town employee deed restriction. And I say that not because I don't want to house our employees, but because I think like I want to see equity like within our employees. And so if somebody has vastly more assets than another employee, is it appropriate to allow them to stay in a deed restricted unit when maybe they could be in the free market and then open up that deed restricted unit for a town employee who has a greater need and less less what's the word I'm looking for? Fewer assets or fewer resources. I just, that part of it, I'm like into a lot of this, that just like, even within our town, we do have a big spectrum of pay. And also, if you're like lucky to be like a trust funder who chose public service, so you can afford a house, but you get an opportunity for the deed restricted, but it's actually like a more appropriate situation for one of your colleagues. I don't love that that's not addressed.
And I'd love to just jump in and also give you a little bit more background on the process. So we do have a prioritization structure. One of them being on-call, people that have on-call pieces, which tend to be our lower paid employees. Then we also talk about, position ranking and years with the town and lots of other things. Ultimately, there's discretion from the town manager on who gets placed in those houses. So if that situation does exist, I think there's some discretion there, but I
Like,
still,
if you know
yeah.
that the situation exists, if
Most
you
of the
didn't have to
time,
ask
you
because
know
of-
pretty much everything.
I don't necessarily
Maybe
agree.
that's
Like,
true.
you don't know how much money someone's sitting on or what their partner makes, you know?
But by that point too, and I tend to agree with you, and my entire career up to this point, I've been like not in favor of us having these kinds of units at all.
Mhm.
But what if we have a great candidate and their partner has a great job, or their partner is part of a trust that owns a property in Florida and now they're over asset and they're not gonna take this job because they can't qualify for this unit. I just think like,
Why can't
I
there
wanna
be-
see both sides.
I think that's where the discretion component comes in. And I think that's why I'm in favor of leaving this as loose as possible, because there are a myriad of circumstances. We could have an incredible candidate, but not the line item budget amount to pay that employee. And so this is the trade-off. So we can reduce their salary, or their salary can meet our budget goals, and we can still retain like the top talent that we want to have working for the town. And so I think what we just have to put our trust in our town manager and in our staff, that they are going to be utilizing these units in the way that we intend them to be used.
I don't want it to make it the rule, but I think that 2.6% is a very low number of units that are in this category.
Sure.
And a couple more would really help with leverage for getting the best staff we can.
And we know how hard
Doing
it,
it again for a while.
Yeah, and we could also look at, when another one of our units comes up in Entrada, like do we want to put that back? Like we could always look at the opportunities that we have into the future. I can only present our needs currently.
and it's only harder to find staff, retain staff. I mean, it's really tough on you. And in your upper management to find employees. And if this helps, that's, something to definitely consider.
I did, sorry, wanted to bring your attention to one other thing though, in case you were considering maintaining both units as town employee units. I thought it important to also put in the total number of units at both Entrada and Longwell for you, because one thing I thought you might want to try to avoid was having too many employee units in one development. So on that note, I did mention in the staff memo that the town did not reserve any units at Gold Run, Spruce House, or Silver Jack. Now, if a Silver Jack or Spruce House unit were to come available soon for you to purchase, transferring that over to a town employee deed restriction might be a little more complicated, just because those are subject to PUDs. And it would require most likely a PUD amendment. We went through that analysis with Spruce House. So I just wanted you to be aware of that if you were thinking, well, maybe only one more at Entrada because we only have two. That opportunity might be harder to exercise elsewhere, not impossible. We could do it, but it would take more steps than just, oh, we'll vote to change the deed restriction. So I just wanted to make you aware of that if you were thinking, well, let's just take the next Longwell unit that's available, or the next, well, Longwell wouldn't be hard. Let's take the next Silver Jack unit that was available. Might be a little bit more difficult than just purchasing it and transferring the deed restriction.
I just feel like it's a better look to be using the older project for the town staff.
Yeah, I just wanted to make you aware of it. Yep.
Okay.
And given the investment that we have put into those units right now, I
To
think
pick
is
them
a test to that statement.
Any other questions? Seeing none, since it is a work session, there's nobody in the room, but Tiffany, is there anyone online with their hands raised?
No, I don't see any hands raised.
And Zoe and Ally, I'm assuming you're looking for some kind of direction on what we think we should do?
So the next steps would be for us to come back with an action item of the change in deed restriction, should council agree with that direction.
Is a straw poll help?
take a
0,
straw
1, or both?
I think
Yeah,
it's
that'd be
fine.
I
great.
mean, I think that's a good way to do it. I'm good with both,
I feel like it's good timing right now
Yeah.
for it. We just let a bunch of private sales go and
So,
It feels like on the cycle, we're kind of
Yeah.
following the cycle.
So we're all okay.
I'm fine with it.
We're all okay with both units in that direction for town? Oh, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Perfect. Is there, that's all you need, right?
That's all that we need. Thank you so much. And we'll be back with you in March with
Yep, I believe this will probably come back to you as an action item for a joint THA and town council decision to modify that deed restriction. So we'll come back with you with more information. Now that we own both units, we can also crunch the numbers and see what possible sales prices might be and get that ball rolling. So
Great.
thank you. I've got the direction I need.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for sticking with us. As we know, we're late. Agenda item 9, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. That brings us to number 10, administrative reports. And Zoe, I'll hand it off to you.
Great. As Delaney has been patiently waiting, if you want to start us off, or if you want to work, I can keep going. To give the Voodoo Apartments update, which was underneath the managers. Sorry, I thought I was being helpful, Delaney.
No, that's, I was getting stumped. Hi, you, I hope, will be happy to know that we have approved a household for the 4-bedroom unit. We believe they are moving in next Friday. Is that the 7th? I think it's
Something like
6th.
that. Yeah.
There is another household approved for one of the 3-bedroom units. They will be hopefully moving in that same day or day or two before or after. And we were coming today to say that there was still a 3-bedroom available, and technically it still is. However, we were solicited today by a household of 3 who insists they're giving us an application tomorrow. And we have reason to believe that they also will be approved.
Great.
So yay.
At this time, we don't need any further direction as all the units will be leased and accounted for.
Perfect. Awesome.
Great.
Good job.
Thanks.
Just out of curiosity, is it just patience was what was required? Was there anything that helped make these placements happen? What?
These particular placements, I think patience and us suggesting them to people who otherwise didn't presume they would have any chance of getting housing with us. They were going to go on the wait list. And we said, would you have any interest in these units? So I think partly patience and partly just offering as often as we could every day.
So
yeah.
Thank you to your staff and to Lindsay and everyone else that got the word out. So we very much appreciate you and the update. And thanks for hanging on, Delaney.
No worries.
Thank you.
All right. Well, then I'll jump into the rest of the manager's update. Quickly, I just wanted to thank Mayor Errico and Mayor Pro Tem Fee for coming to our very first Town of Telluride merchant meeting, which was held on February 11th. And we discussed a variety of topics, including parking, Noel night, parklets, Main Street accessibility project, and more. So these will be held bi-monthly. So the next one will take place April 1st. And there's more information at bit.ly/TOT merchant MTGS. Good luck for anyone that's listening to that. But there's more information on the website. We do send out these notifications of these meetings to all business license holders. As a reminder, if you have unsubscribed, you will not be getting it. If you have some kind of general email underneath your business license, you may not be getting it. So I hope everybody signs up for the appropriate emails, and we continue to look for more and more participation. But we had a good amount of people participate in this first one. So very grateful that the need was there. Also, these wonderful managers reports are now being published on the town website under the TOT manager. And so there will be a good repository of all of these updates for anyone that might be interested or wanting to share. Our compost incentive continues. So still those that are interested, please apply. We've had multiple HOAs, businesses, and the Telluride School District participating in this initiative. So really reinforcing the community's commitment to sustainability. For housing development, Candylands Tower House Public-Private Partnership. Again, we're in that construction phase, which is expected to take a year after permit issuance. And they are starting on a portion of that now. So it's really nice to see some movement over there. Virginia Placer phases 2A and 2B. As you know, we are just approved the second reading of the financing ordinance on February 4th. So we're moving forward the next phase of that building. Shandoka Building F, Phase 1 completed. Phase 2, this phase is in construction and expected for completion in November of 2025. The Chair 7 Car Hinge Lot L redevelopment, we have finalized all of our contract details and are now moving forward with the planning phase and the community engagement. So we're really looking forward to giving more updates on that here soon. And then, of course, we got the great update from our Voodoo Employee Housing Rental Project. Community services. The rental housing has just launched their inaugural rental housing tenant survey. So this has been launched to gather feedback from residents living in town managed rental housing and will help identify areas for improvement, set benchmarks, and ensure the town is meeting the needs of its tenants. So all of these responses will guide future housing initiatives and policy decisions. So we really hope we get a lot of great participation in that. And again, thank you to Lainey and Maria Gracia and the rest of her team who are really working hard on tools to gather more and more feedback from our residents. Parks and Rec. So the Parks and Rec crew had a self-defense training with Officer Jimmy Moody and with assistance with Chief Compt. And this provided valuable skills and awareness for staff safety. The recreation team also helped host a Learn to Curl for all of our department heads and directors. So a huge thank you to Megan and JD Weiss for that great fun, educational and bonding experience. Marshall's department, just going to keep pushing the wonderful calendar. So hope people that haven't gotten it yet, please get it. Public Works for our streets and sidewalks, the Colorado Avenue Bump Out Accessibility Ramps Project. This work is continuing with the businesses along Colorado Avenue. We're looking to more coordination as we keep defining the construction of the bump outs and the accessibility ramps and the schedule, which is to begin this April. And we, of course, have done that presentation at the merchant meeting. Staff has also gone door to door to all the businesses. So we're really trying to give as much communication as possible on this phasing and any potential impact it may have on businesses. So really appreciate their work. Always going to push our snow removal. Hope everyone has signed up. Text SNOW to 38276 or visit bit.ly/TOT streets for more information. And that's all I have for you right now.
Great.
You will also find in your packet a great update from Ryan McGovern for the Warming Hut and Washstand project. I won't go over that in detail, but it now looks like a building, which is always an exciting part of a construction phase that you can kind of really see it.
That definitely doesn't look like a building.
It is a building. If it looks like one, it is one. You are right, Dan.
Awesome. Zoe, thank you so much. Kevin, do you have anything for us in the attorney's report?
I think we're all fair, so some of the utility of this is not going to be realized, but council's aware that we did settle the STR litigation pertaining to Mountainside. So over a year in the making, but happy to report that that has been conclusively resolved in the court. The federal district court signed off on that settlement as well.
Great. That's it.
That's it.
Thank you so much. That brings us to council reports. I'll make a suggestion that we can decide on. Do we want to hold this till summarize it with the next council meeting or? Okay,
Yeah.
great. So we will just have a double council report.
Love it.
Next week. Related organization reports, there are none, right, Tiffany? And comments on payments, you provide those via email. That brings us to agenda item number 11, Telluride Housing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Housing Authority. And that takes us to number 12, executive session 12A, gondola for a conference with the town manager and town attorney for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and or instructing negotiators under CRS section 24-6-4024E and section 4.6.c of the Telluride Home Rule Charter and executive session to discuss the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of real, personal, or other property interest under CRS section 24-6-4024A, section 4 Telluride Home Rule Charter. Do I have a motion to go into executive session? That is a tie, so I'm going to say Ian with the motion and Ashley with the second. Ian, how do you vote?
Yes. Ashley, yes.
Ellen, yes.
Ellen, a yes.
Eva, yes.
Daniel.
Teddy, yes. So it's unanimously approved to go into Wait.
Get ready.
The time is now 6:18 PM and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were
Ashley Von Sprecken.
Dan Enright.
Shawnette.
Zoe Danell.
Hayden Browski. Kevin Geiger.
For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believed that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation F of the open meetings law, I would ask you to state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, next agenda, the next item on the agenda is adjournment. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging.